Ah,
Welcome back to this is basically a Ghetto Rig and Devious Discussions
this is a
collab.
ghetto rig.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
it's
hey,
the
hey,
number
hey,
one.
hey, don't hate.
Holy.
Number one. I'm still
Oh
working on
man.
that thumbnail.
So we're up and ready. Just to give a quick introduction here. We got Alex back today, like we've had all week. Got Jay and Miggy. We got Miggy on a main cam today, so he can actually talk to us while he's playing his video games.
We got two Alexes. Past Alex behind you with
Yeah,
future
right?
Alex
Right.
here. Or I guess present, depending on your concept of time. If we're not all in
Your
just some
current
fucking
perception.
simulation.
You know,
So I don't know if you guys.
I always thought of stopping time as a really cool concept because if you had the power to stop time, nobody would know. Because it would just be like, it's still seamless for everybody else.
See, so my idea wasn't so crazy.
No, your idea is really good. The being able to control time and space would probably be one of the top tier superpowers.
So
sure.
would you age since you're exerting energy through the stoppage of time?
Yes,
your cells would still be.
Yes, your cells still are running on that internal clock, unless the power somehow is able to stop that internal clock of the cells, which is what you're doing to everybody else, actually.
Right? So you could go live 50 years, come back, and everyone's like, "What the fuck happened?"
Yo, 2 seconds ago you were not this old.
Are you really living if you stop time though? Because
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Because you gotta cook your own food. Like you rob a bank, what you gonna do? Steal everything? Because that's what you gotta do anyway. Because it's not like you can go spend the money.
Okay, there are some things that need to be added to that. I'd like to be able to not only stop time, but like be able to unpause it too. I don't want to. I don't want to just sit in there.
That's a key
frozen
part right there. Because
Perpetually stuck.
You can only stop it. You're just stuck. Yeah.
It's like that you finally get your powers granted to you, and you're like, "Oh yeah!" And then you do it immediately, and the genie's like, "Oh, but
you can't start it."
The thing is, you didn't wish to restart it, but you got one that was gone, and now bye, and you're just stuck with statue. You become like fucking I Am Legend, just starting posing people all over the place.
So, Alex, what was your theory for Mandalorian today?
All right.
I did start watching it.
You started watching it? Good. So we can all talk about it on the show.
That's I got to episode 2.
So let me ask you a question, guys, before you get into it. Real quick. What's the technical term when you're removing the background of a picture?
When you're removing
I know this is like out of the left. Let's say you have a picture of people and then you just want the people. You don't want the rest of the
that's called use my Canva subscription that Emily gave you.
No, I know. I'm there. I'm trying to figure out the fucking app for that.
I don't know. Emily knows how to do it. You want me to give her a call?
Picture, you're just trying to get a what's it called? It's a type of file.
No.
I'm calling Emily
Eddie
now.
knows. Yeah, thank you. Eddie knows what I'm talking about.
Emily, you're on the pod. How do you take out a background?
Hey, baby, quick question. I know you're doing makeup for a client. Can you tell me what is the button to get rid of the background of a picture on Canva? Jay is trying to.
That I have to use.
If you go to Lightroom, you can select the subject. Actually, in Photoshop, you can select the subject and just.
When you select the image, it'll tell you edit image, and there it'll tell you when you hit edit image, it'll give you the option to remove background. Top left corner.
Okay. Is it under uploads? Top left
under
corner.
Edit picture. Hit
edit picture.
And then edit image or something. Yeah. Under that, she said.
Is it under uploads or where?
When you go to the picture. I mean, are you on the picture?
Click edit image in the top toolbar. Then next select background remover on the left side of the panel.
Yeah, go ahead.
How about I share the screen?
Oh my god, this is so much more comfortable. Being able to just start like a couple things on fucking OBS rather than that whole setup. God damn.
So here's the image that I'm talking about. Right here. And I need to remove. I want to try to see if I can remove the red background.
Okay, click on the image because you don't have that current image selected, do you? Hit the little three things next to upload.
Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Hit design on the top left.
Design on the top left.
Now import. Can you? No, never mind.
Because I've done the import. Import is like I've uploaded the file. Here's the file.
But
I
what I'm
uploaded
saying
it.
is that it should have a thing that says edit. Replace background?
Yeah, it's gonna do the whole replace background.
Oh.
Layer's just gonna move up and down. Edit image. So let's just see if this. Yeah, see, it doesn't give me edit fucking image. Nothing. Unless it's somewhere here.
Yeah, that's weird because it's not like showing what she's talking about at all. Where it says edit photo, or yeah, right there it says edit photo.
Where?
Top left of the screen. Now look, go to the right a little bit. Right there. Click on it. Edit photo.
And I'm dumb. There we go. That's it.
That's what you were trying to do.
Yep, that's what I'm trying to do.
Right.
I want to do this.
Cams.
Ghetto rig. This bigger, I guess. Right?
Okay, I'm gonna go take a look at our stream real quick. See how we're doing.
The fuck?
Oh wait, I'm on Devious. Gotta go to Ghetto Rig.
Figure out a better way than this.
All right, so Jay figured out his shit. Let's go back to our Mando theory. What's up?
Yes, please.
I have a Mando theory for you whenever you're done there.
We have a
Okay.
I'm not to be rude.
So this is
This is
gonna
educated theory real quick. Let's hear this one.
it's gonna ruin some things for like Clone Wars and the current to Mando. But so you notice the horns on the Moff Gideon's hat or helmet when he got the Beskar.
I did not actually, but go ahead. Right.
Yes,
Okay, so his special helmet has horns, right? And so does the armorer. Horns were insignia of the Mandalore's takeover of Darth Maul.
Okay.
Because Darth Maul used to own the Darksaber before. Yeah. So when he ruled, they used that as a sign of loyalty to put horns on their helmet.
Oh.
So Beskar seems to only be able to be forged through these armorers who were taught how to, forge that shit. How is the Empire able to make Beskar armor without an armorer? And also, the armorer just so happened to get off planet before they got ambushed. That episode's name is The Spies, plural. But we only know of one. I think that the armorer is going to be the secret bad guy Flip. And it also have been working with Moff this whole time.
The chick?
Yeah.
The girl who makes all the armor for everybody. Yo, that I agree with that.
How does this look?
Yeah, that looks fine.
Size it?
Or just instead of having it in the middle, drop our bodies a little bit and put it on top of us. Because it looks a little cluttered. No, not that. Yeah, the Devious.
Oh, well, he has the and. But I get what you're saying.
Make it bigger?
Oh, I get it.
Do you want to get rid of this?
I always say get rid of the and. Kind of looks out of place. There you go. That looks fine. Yeah, center
bigger
it off.
or
Just no. I think that looks good. Just center it off with our bodies. Yeah. I like that theory, but
there's holes that can be put into it. But like
her
she survived the first attack
old.
of.
That could be.
I mean,
You know,
she was off world when Mandalore was attacked. She
yeah, she was on
survived
Concordia, apparently.
out of the massacre in Navarro that killed all the fucking except for her.
And Paz.
So like, well, he was off world at the time.
Oh, okay.
So
R.I.P. Paz Vizsla.
right? I don't know. I'm just saying the Empire, which if we stick to old lore, then a lot of Mandalorians went over to the Empire because they were the ones paying the most. So maybe they're paying another armorer, but we haven't seen many of them.
I like how you're connecting the dots though, because the episode is the spies, and the only one spy we've seen is the bitch that was on Gideon's ship. I don't remember her name, but the one who's fucking over Dr. Perkins and shit.
Yeah,
we've only seen that one spy from our current knowledge, and the episode you're right was the spies, and connecting the horns is definitely like makes sense. And there's always a thing of Maul's never dead. He's never gone. He's never gone.
So if you've seen Rebels, you might think differently. I don't want to ruin the series, but like, yeah, there's a definitive moment between Obi-Wan and Maul.
Oh, okay. Well, you're right. I haven't seen it yet.
But the man did survive getting cut in half before, so you know.
Exactly. So that's what I mean when I mean that Maul might never be gone. He might never be gone.
But yeah, that's my Mando theory.
Now, how the fuck did he kill a mudhorn with a knife shorter than my fucking hands? Like, it was like this big.
I mean,
and he just
I think if I take a toothpick and put it right in your throat, it still fucking
kill
you. It still fucking kill you.
It's also a vibrabraid. Like that shit vibrates at a high velocity.
Yeah, it's not just a regular fucking knife. And he had something that was using the force, dropping it on him. Like,
all right, so the thumbnail is changed now.
Okay, cool. Now we got both on there. If you're already there, you want to just add GhettoRig's link to the description. Sorry, not GhettoRig, Devious
Devious link.
Yep.
For the Insta.
For the description on YouTube, because I know you're probably already on the thumbnail thing.
Insta link. Which link?
For YouTube.
Does Devious have a YouTube link?
Yes, Devious has a YouTube already set up.
Let's see.
Cool.
But I will agree, though, continuity is kind of here and there when it comes to Mando. Like, even with that final scene of them rushing through that hallway, like, Beskar's the strongest armor ever, but, you know, some people died, some people used it to deflect blaster things. So I don't know if it's, like, proximity or, like, light.
I think it's also, their armor only covers certain areas. There's a lot of gap, and where they can still hit just, you know, leather and hit skin. We and Jay were actually talking, I think I may have been on the podcast, but Jay asked me about that. Like, oh, these guys have Beskar on. Isn't it supposed to be like the strongest shit? Like, yeah, it's still the strongest shit, but I mean, we look at titanium and carbon fiber as the strongest shit. Guess what? Titanium still bends pretty easy compared to other metals like steel. And then carbon fiber, it's not a metal, but it's a really good material, super strong, super light. But guess what? When it fucking breaks, it shatters. So you still have weaknesses to everything, and that's what I think they're kind of showing. Like, for example, in the first season, when Din got all his new armor, like, sorry to ruin it for you, Miggy, but it is what it is. When he gets his new shit,
Jared's like, what it is, bro. Sorry.
Yeah. Jay is like, oh, how is he, like, you know, why is he having to replace stuff that's already Beskar? And it's like, well, it gets beat up.
I mean, yeah, but also, like, a full staff can take a lightsaber. So, like, I get it.
That is where you look at it and you're like, oh,
it might be a thicker Beskar mold, you know, like, so it's stronger, but, like, I don't know. It's continuity wise.
I want to do a thing of research.
Literal plot armor. Like it goes if the plot says you die in it, you die in it. It's a plot. But then again, it also can survive what's it called? The thing that ate Boba Fett.
Oh, the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah, it can also survive the acid of a Sarlacc pit. So like
So hell, this is really cool. Okay.
Hey,
Mandalorians don't
your,
always just wear Beskar. They're every part of their armor, especially the other ones that you see, the part of the Children of the Watch and Bo-Katan's clan, that is not all Beskar. Maybe Bo-Katan's because they're part of like royalty shit, but especially the Children of the Watch, all that armor that they're wearing is not Beskar. I just looked this up. Din Djarin is actually one of the only Mandalorians who wear pure Beskar armor. His is
what
one
did
of
I
the
tell
only
you?
ones.
What did I tell you, bro? Like that's what I was trying to say. Cause like his shit is like hard as hell. Like nobody can get through it.
he, I was yes, and it's always shiny.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
His
and it's
has no
always
paint.
shiny.
I want to know what's the reason behind that. Why does his have no paint? Which it did before. The panels she replaced before had paint. I don't know.
I mean,
that was
it's kind
definitely
of
just a
an
way to him to
obvious
stick out
like
like a sore thumb, like straight
that's
up.
what they. I think that's what they wanted to bring focus to him, like especially now with there being the Mandalorians instead of
Yes.
just the Mandalorian. Like
Yeah.
he is the Mandalorian amongst Mandalorian.
Yes. Yes. Which is funny, like, because I keep telling Emily, like, they need to take the show and just call it The Mandalorians. But it's like the whole the pretense of the first season, how he is the only Mandalorian to be seen anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, you don't get,
Yeah.
you get glimpses of Boba Fett in the first season, but not really, like, for sure what's going to happen.
But we don't even hear any in the like first order generations. So
That too. Like,
we might
Star Wars
not.
is
This
so...
might be the end. This might be the end of the Mandalorians. We might just be seeing the eventual extinction of a race that's been on the brink of extinction since the dawn of their society.
Yeah, hopefully
I
not.
don't know. I don't know what Disney's gonna do, but yeah.
It'd be nice if they just continue stories. We get to, like, imagine we get a Paz Vizsla story. Like, you're not telling me that they didn't have a guy with a recognized name for a reason. You know, his ancestor built the Darksaber. He was the first guy that was Mando and Jedi all together, ruled Mandalore, was the one who created the whole thing of, like, you have this saber, you're the boss of this bitch. Like, so, I don't know. I think they did that on purpose. I mean, not on purpose, but for an option to be able to make a story with him, which would be really cool. He's got a son and shit. His armor sticks out like a sore thumb as well. Like, his helmet is not the same as everybody else's.
Yeah, but can they sell that?
Can they sell that? I think that's the reason they gave him Vizsla's name.
I think that's no. I think they did it to give an illusion, like to be like, hey, we allude to the lore. All the lore fans will be like, yay, love it.
Yeah.
And then, we can move on because like I think he's just too niche. Like, yes, it would be a beautiful story that I would love to see,
for
but
sure.
like
You're 100% right. He's definitely too
right.
niche. Like, for example, I consider Ozzy as a really big Star Wars fan. He didn't know who he was. I mean, I didn't know who he was until I watched the damn show with subtitles. I mean, you really won't know who he is unless you watch the show with subtitles. Like, because they don't say his
or
name.
look up the IMDb.
Or, yeah, exactly. Or look up the IMDb and figure out who the character actually is. But if you just watch the show and never have subtitles on, you'll never know who that person is, even if you know the lore.
I can't hear without subtitles, so I always have them on.
So, yeah, I had them on usually at Emily's house because her parents' room is right next to hers. So when we're watching Mando late at night, we try to have subtitles on to be able to understand shit because they be talking pretty low.
And then Blaster scene come on, and it's like, pow!
Yep.
Blows your shit out.
Yep. That was always a thing about Star Wars movies. Like, you can't hear the saying, then you turn that shit up, and then this fucking scene comes, dun dun dun,
Right.
and loud as fuck.
True though.
I wonder if there's any lore of, besides, I mean, I don't think they had a run in, but well, no, yeah, I'm wrong, but besides Django and Vader, if he had any other run ins with Mandalorians. Or sorry, not Django, but Boba Fett, right?
I mean, we have to play with the continuity and timeline, but there is a whole comic series about Boba and his bounty hunting adventures. I don't particularly remember any like meeting of other actual Mandalorians or anything like that.
I mean,
But
and like you sort of explained to me the other day, like in a sense, like the Fett name was like exiled. Like those guys are, straight just working for imps at the end of the day.
Yeah,
So
he
Hey,
was
guys.
already a bounty hunter.
Hey, Miggy.
He just walked. Oh,
Hey, can you look at the camera, all of you? Just look at the
so
camera.
yeah.
At the camera, not at the screen, Eddie. At your camera. There we go. Wait. Like, just keep looking at it for a minute. I just gotta catch us when we're all looking at the camera.
Just stare.
Just
Stare into the
Yeah,
sensor
just
of your
stare.
camera.
Yeah.
Look at that
pretty
shit
much.
with all the
Alright.
mighty.
Just make
This-
sure you
Got
make
it.
the
My
face.
eyes are kind of hurting of just staring at it.
Yeah, I don't have this much focus, but Jay.
Hold on, let me try
It's
to
good
open
enough,
my
it's
eyes a
good
I
little
enough.
like the
wider.
Yeah.
TikToks. I have low
That's
attention
it?
span.
Yeah, that's it. Good
Okay.
enough.
your smile's like perfect right behind me. It's fucking perfect. Oh shit. Andor's
But
on for
yeah.
season 2. That's gonna be nice. We all enjoyed that shit.
Can't wait.
I gotta still watch. Like me and Emily, like I had her watch all of the mainstream movies. We haven't watched. Actually, I think we watched Solo. We gotta watch Solo the other day. Feel like, but she hasn't seen Rogue One yet. Saving that
That's
gold.
the best one.
Saving the gold
Best
for last.
out of every. Best Star Wars movie, hands down. Rogue One. Fight me for it.
Yeah, the story is too good. And it's finally
Like-
nice to see something besides Skywalker bullshit. So I'm
Yes,
sorry,
and
but
The story had stakes and people died and you had to live with it. Like it wasn't the whole Star Wars, oh, well they'll come back or
No.
they didn't die. No, like they had consequences.
And then what they're doing with Andor is pretty good. I think it's really good.
Yeah. I like the whole espionage shit in the Star Wars world.
So what you guys do today? Miggy, what did you do this morning? You ain't done shit, huh?
Woke up, beat my shit, played Modern Warfare. That's it.
Did you heard that shit?
Nope.
you know, Miggy, I'm sorry to say, I think I'm gonna have to ask you to repeat yourself there so Jay can get a laugh with that.
Woke up, beat my meat, played Modern Warfare.
What about you, Jay? What you do today? I know you're usually an early bird. Saturday, yeah, true.
I woke up super early, and then went by to Costco. Jesus fucking Christ, that was a fucking trip and a half. Amount of money you spend there is fucking ridiculous.
Where? The strip club?
Costco.
Costco, you son of a
Yeah.
bitch.
Yeah, you get like a lot of one thing, you know,
Yes.
because they come in huge shits. But
Yeah,
like
you know,
the
bulk.
money, like cost effective wise, it's not like cost effectively just to shop at Costco. Because like you might be able to get a bunch of one thing and make that one meal if you're just meal prepping. Perfect for it. But like if you want different things to cook throughout the week, it's hard to do
So
that and not spend $500.
That's exactly what it was, and then that's exactly what it was. It was like a $600 fucking trip, but then I bought a bunch of meat, and then I'm gonna like portion everything out, and then just use it little by little.
So what you're saying is you haven't beat your meat yet, but you will.
No, I don't have to beat the meat. I'm just gonna call one of the hoes.
What about you, Alex? What'd you do this morning?
You know, naked Saturday for a little bit. Just caught
Oh
up
yeah,
on
we
some
talked
shit.
about this the other day.
Yeah. I got dressed for the pod, cause you know, but
Oh,
you
you
know.
got dressed for the occasion.
You're like, fuck, I have to look presentable.
Yeah, shit. But yeah, no, just caught up on shows.
Well, talking
Not
about
much.
that, Nico, I think his last strike was somebody reported him as like showing nudity, and he was wearing a wife beater.
Wow.
So I saw your cutout cut out arms, you know. I was like, we better not piss people off because they're gonna fucking report nudity, and then next thing you know, we canceled because somebody reported nudity.
Oh no, shoulders. Next
Yeah.
should be showing ankles.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never. I mean, these guys all go on stream fucking shirtless all the time. I don't think they're gonna say anything about that. Maybe
Well,
me
that's
because
what
I
he
got the
got.
man titties. But
I mean, haters might,
yeah,
but you know.
I don't.
That's
I
literally
don't.
what was his last third strike about. Was him that he said that he got the nudity strike.
And it was him just shirtless.
No, he had a shirt on. He had a wife beater on.
Oh,
It's not that he was completely like shirtless. He had a wife beater on.
damn, that's funny. That's really stupid. He's streaming on Twitch, right?
No, they kicked him off of that
Oh
too.
right, he's
So
on.
they only
What is he on?
Rumble.
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 Damn, and Rumble's giving him strikes for that shit.
No, YouTube.
Oh, YouTube.
YouTube gave him.
Oh, okay.
YouTube gave him the strikes. Rumble's
YouTube's
no.
ran by AI, so it probably just got the right number of reports for them to auto ban.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Somebody
that's just
probably
because
was
he
a lot
got
of
so many
clout
haters.
last night. Well, not only that, he pissed somebody off probably with not enough followers. They just threw that in a Discord, and then everybody just went in and reported the last stream as. That's what I'm guessing happened.
It could be a lot of things.
What do you guys think about Rumble? Because there've been other YouTube alternatives that popped out without censoring, and they all got pretty much canceled because a bunch of the Nazis will get on those streaming platforms and fucking just pretty much they shut that down.
Well, I mean, I think they learned quickly, like, why there's those standards and regulations, like, because the Nazis are like, oh, well, we can just be free here, and
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the concept. You know,
Yeah.
like people should be able to express their First Amendment rights without persecution, but also
Not
we
without
have
trying to
limits on
incite
that.
harm on others.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Which
But
makes-
that's the fucking thing. Like, when like it's kind of like you go down that path. It's like, well, okay,
Where you
well,
draw
let's
a
make
line
this
is
different,
hard.
and then next thing you know, it's like, okay, well, we need to look at this. We need to look at the next thing you know, you
We're gonna
got
go grab some water, boys. Be right back.
You got a tax code of rules. That just make no fucking sense. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think it'd go to tax code, but
No, what I'm saying is
these are private companies.
no, the size of their rule book is the size of a tax code
Mm.
rule book. You know what I mean? Like very thin pieces of paper, just a lot of it.
Yeah, and the lack of human involvement in a lot of these.
Yep.
Because all the AI knows is what's it been taught to look out for, and like, yes, there are things that are racist, sexist, and all that should be flagged, but then a lot is just human
Bullshit, yeah.
manipulation.
hmm
So
Which is kind of fucking crazy, but it is what it is. All right, sorry. So you guys were talking Star Wars. My bad.
No. We're good. I think we're doing pretty done on Star Wars.
Oh,
It's
by
pretty
the
good.
way, heads up. The thumbnail is up. So is description.
Copy.
With I did some rearrangements on the description, so it doesn't really look like it's like 90% what it usually looks like, but there's got some to make it more coherent with what we're doing right now.
Yeah. Shit. I gotta move this back.
And I'm actually,
I
you know
forgot
what?
I'm streaming my screen, and I try to like splitting shit up, put Discord on the top so I can see you guys, so I can restart. And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot. I'm the one that they're looking at. So
that's you.
yeah, and I was like, looking at the stream, I'm like, why am I looking at my Subaru? Oh shit, that's why.
Miggy, what's the KD right now?
The what?
What's your KD right now?
KD right now, it's pretty bad. They're struggling, man. I haven't played this.
Better not
game
give me
so
that. I'm
long.
going for Camo's
Getting
excuse.
destroyed.
That's what Calvi say.
Right now, I'm 15 kills. I'm playing Dom, so I can't see my deaths. I'm
Fuck.
second on the board.
At least you're playing the competitive styles.
Oh shit, I never set up the fucking replay buffer. Might as well.
Don't get me wrong, I like the arcade, like just revive, from time to time. But like when I actually want a game, it's like domination, those like one life things.
I will say in the past 2 days, I have not enjoyed the game as much because I do keep getting these ping spikes, and I'm not the only one that has got them. and it's just annoying. It's hard to deal with.
Is it
Yeah,
like is it
Activision
like a
cut out
continuing
a
thing?
fuck ton of servers.
Is it like like is it like a ping spike for like a minute, or is it like it's a
The,
split
the
second?
rubber banding like happens every like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going directly off them Activision Blizzard servers, so like those things are finicky as fuck. And I think it's because I don't want to pay money.
Probably is why. It is terrible though. Not fun.
Y'all hear about EA dropping Apex or talking about dropping Apex?
Dropping Apex? Oh, like getting rid
Well,
of it?
moving it out, outsourcing it to a
Ah,
company to specifically work on that.
I don't know.
interesting.
I
No,
think they
haven't.
need to. I mean, the game's so old now. I feel like they need to do a new game.
I feel that. I would be fine with Titanfall 3, but that was
I
just
mean,
me.
even if it's in a form of Titanfall, I mean, we all know that was basically the same movement and guns, like everything, like the engine was the same, right?
Except for you got a giant fucking mech, and it was amazing.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the just straight up shooters part of it was basically the same, right? And then you had the
Oh,
whole
yeah.
added abilities, right? The Apex started coming in with the different characters and shit. It was really cool. I actually
I mean,
enjoyed
I
that
never got
part.
into it, but it literally is Titanfall lore that started Apex.
Yeah.
So
Me neither. I never really got into it. Our buddy Angel would know. he
yeah,
knows
yeah,
that
you
shit.
would.
But I never got into it. But they need a new game. It's been something like season 16 right now. Come on, like
Hey,
I never got into it.
Eddie,
It wasn't
up,
my
brother?
type of game.
check your email once more. You
Okay.
should have two more emails in a draft. One is with this specific thumbnail, and the other one is with the description
okay, cool, perfect.
for like a docx file. This
Yeah.
docx file is
So I can start
open.
using this for anytime we do this on Saturday.
If you don't have the Word, I have a LibreOffice.
No, that
which you
works.
can use
That
either
works.
one.
What you sent me works. It's opening it through Docs, so
Yeah, perfect.
I can copy all that. That works perfect. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Hmm.
Nice.
All right, so I posted the Instagram, so that story is up. It's going. Fuck, I forgot to goddamn mention.
I think I made a DV.
Son of
I
a
mean,
bitch.
I don't know if there's anybody.
Yeah, I forgot to mention Devious on it. I'm gonna do it
No,
again.
you're good. But no, I'm just gonna post on my Instagram. Is what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, do that, and then I'm gonna do it on the Devious as well.
I got pictures of Jorge on the toilet yesterday. That shit was funny as fuck.
Jorge on a toilet. What? How?
Yeah, at Ozzy's house, because the bathroom downstairs just has like a little one of those locks you can get with a quarter, or if you got
Yeah.
strong enough fingertips. Yeah, and I opened that shit and he was taking a shit. I was fucking with him, and I snagged a couple pictures of him. Let's see. Yo, I need to order the mags, especially since I told myself at the end of this week when I got paid I was gonna order them, the magazines for the Glock. You have any firearms that you can talk about, Moon?
I have allegedly never had a firearm.
Okay, got you.
But yeah, no, I'm just the kind of person like if I got a gun, I don't talk about it. I don't show it. I don't.
Yeah, no,
You
I
won't
understand
know.
that.
You won't know
Got you.
until I need it.
You won't know until you're dead, is what you're saying.
I
Not you.
Got it.
Maybe somebody
allegedly.
else.
But yeah, I mean, shit. If we can go into guns, like I said,
He every day carries a shotgun at all times. Concealed carry, by the way.
stick it down the
Imagine
leg,
like a sawed off just on your legs.
Miggy, you know,
I don't need more than
sawed-off
two with this
shotguns are
fucking
against
12
the law,
gauge
right?
buck, boy.
Yes, they're 100% against the law. Sawed-offs are
That's
illegal.
It's not
Yeah.
practical to carry that.
Carry
mean,
the old-timey double barrel. It actually goes off in your pants. You take off everything plus a leg.
It's not practical to carry these ARPs, but then people are still doing it.
Well, I mean, if you got those like pistol-like ones, those are easy to carry.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That shit's still pretty
With a
big.
collapsible stock,
It's still
bro.
pretty
That shit you
big.
can tuck it under your shirt. Nobody gonna know about it.
That's
You
still
think
a
you can
big
sneak
ass
in at the club?
fucking
I would
AR.
say shirt, but if you got a fucking trench coat, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Did you guys see what is it? The Gentleman?
The Gentleman.
Yeah, I think it's a Guy Ritchie
The
crime
one.
movie with Matthew McConaughey and
Yes.
dude. Yeah.
The good. It has the really good scene of the British dude beating up the fucking kids in the fish fry place. Yeah, that movie's good.
Yes.
I watched it
yes.
recently because I saw the clip of that. Right. I can't remember this actor's name. Fuck, we were talking about him the other day too. And I saw a clip of it on social media where he beat up those kids in the fucking fish fry place for being disrespectful as fuck. And I was like, oh, wow, this movie looks interesting. It's got a good actor, known actor. So I watched it recently. It's really good.
It is. It's very good.
Did you
Nice
see
twist.
that new Netflix thing that they're putting out? The Florida Man. Apparently, it's a series.
Florida Man.
I
Yeah. Remember when that
I
was
put
a
it
trend?
in my to watch list. Yeah.
Remember when that was a trend when it was like you can type in the Florida Man and crazy ass shit would come up on Google because Florida people are just fucking insane.
What you mean? It
Type
was
in
a
your
trend? It still is
birthday
a
with
trend.
yeah.
Still is a trend?
There's a whole website where you just put in Florida Man and your birthday, and
Oh
it
my
fucking
God.
comes up with incidences.
Oh, by the way, so do you want to start talking about D&D or fuck it?
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah, we
shit.
can do
Let's
that.
get
Filter
into
it.
it. So,
Go to bus later.
let's field questions. I feel like that'll be easier to help your understanding.
All right. Do I
Like,
need to write shit down? Because I can't.
no, it's up to you. Like,
I got my book. I can show you where I would be writing things down.
Oh, yeah. Show him your book. Show him your book that I got you.
A good family member got this for me.
I think I actually showed that because I told the chat. I think I might have told you guys when I had Jay as my Secret Santa. And I feel like I showed it. I don't know. Maybe
guess-
I didn't.
I think you did. It's, it's been a while since Christmas.
Yeah.
But so D&D or role-playing games in general, like we used to call them tabletop tops, but now they're all like mostly digital. So it's mostly imagination. Like there's some games and like D&D is just a rule book. Like that's all Dungeons and Dragons is. There's many of different rule books out there and they all play their certain ways. But like when we play, we'll use a Savage Worlds rule book because that's a little more broad for people
Oh.
that haven't played RPGs.
Jay, I'm gonna go ahead and just add you to our Discord as well, so you can.
Yeah,
because
I put everything up in there. But like, so what we would do is like character creation. It's all imagination. Like even the part of the book that gives you different like races, classes, and all that stuff. You can even elaborate on that and just like be like, oh, I want to be this or that. And it's all up to the dungeon master, which is the person who's running the game, to say yes or no and all that.
I'm sorry.
But like,
I saw that.
Go on.
I started dying because I went to go and invite Jay to the chat, and I saw that it gave me Shy Bacchus as an option to invite.
Yeah, he got mad.
I couldn't hold it in. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were talking about
But-
D&D Savage World.
But anyway, so like, yeah, once character creation is done, like I would build the world, build the storyline, and kind of just not really like point you there, but let you guys guide yourself there.
Oh, he accidentally probably went. He probably went
Welcome
into
back.
the other one.
I don't know what the fuck happened there.
You went into the other Discord on accident.
That's probably what happened. Why is my video not up now? What the fuck? Oh, there we go.
Anytime you move,
yeah.
it'll
I'm
change.
still a noob.
But like I would guide you there kind of with like not like directly pointing you there. Maybe, I mean there's different ways. There's a lot of different ways to fucking do it. But just basically creating the story for you guys as you go.
Okay.
Some dungeon masters like the already written out stories, so they don't have to think about that. I like the play as you go style because, people are all different when they play. Like some don't know, some really want to just do like role play, so they really like interacting with people in the world and stuff like that instead of combat. And then there's people that just want to fucking run around and do combat. So like inner fighting in the group, all that I allow because I love it. Because, like, if you're like, I want to fuck up this dude and steal his money, oh, well, you guys are on the same team. Well, that's how my character is, then I'll be like,
I'm
have
a
at it. And,
backstabbing bitch.
I mean, because I love those type of worlds, a little more gritty, uh, less from the, high class of D&D where they're all, like, shiny armored and, like, prim and pomper, like, oh, we just killed a dragon. I'd like the people that shut up with like soot and blood all over them, like, yeah, we murdered that fuck.
Okay.
So you can go into the server. You don't have to click any of the voice channels. Any of the things that you see that have like that, I don't know if you want to say microphone symbol, like speaker symbol. Sorry, speaker symbol.
Yeah.
Next to it, those are all voice channels. Don't click on any of those. That'll make you go to the voice channel that they're in. Like you can see Natalie and.
Did you roll him?
No, I didn't roll him for that, but he should be able to see
I got
the
it.
RPG library, right?
Oh yeah, I think it's open, but I rolled him.
Copy.
RPG library. Yeah.
Go to that.
Yeah.
I wasn't seeing everything. Now I see it.
Yeah. Go to RPG library, and there, Moon posted all of the stuff for D&D.
Well,
There's
it's
like-
telling me I have to. It says goal level 2, and it's got like a purple blue line.
Yeah, don't worry about that. That's just
message history of RPG library.
that's just the Discord's level.
I'm here, but I don't see anything else posted. It just says RPG library. I just
Click
posted
on it.
hi. That's like the only thing I see.
When you click on RPG library, you don't see anything? Oh,
Yeah,
because
I see his message and I see my message.
got you, because it
edit.
was posted
You don't-
beforehand.
Yeah, you're not
Before.
allowed to see the history.
I can edit that real quick. All right. How about now?
This is the start of the RPG library channel. But I don't see any
No.
previous stuff.
I don't see anything now.
Fine, I can just upload.
I was gonna say, I was
everything.
just gonna try and forward it. Oh wow! When I hit copy link, it just takes you to the channel. That's hilarious. So on their side, it's still just gonna send the same thing.
It's just a link. Yeah, I don't see like the
Yeah,
files.
yeah,
like,
I know.
where-
I'm
who's
gonna
streaming it?
add it now. Oh, there you
Okay,
go.
there
I
we go.
just
Now I see
downloaded
it.
them too.
Yeah.
So
what do I
like
do with stuff?
those are books. The one of them's the core rules, which will kind of show you like
Long
how
as
to.
fuck.
It'll kind of give you a brief update or how to create your character and stuff like that. But like I said, even that is just kind of a open limitation because you can just be like, I get it, it says this, but I want to do this with this character, so I feel like I should, get this buff or whatever. All it is, just talking through how your character works and how you want to play through the world.
Okay.
And then
Jeez,
to
that
like,
is a lot of words.
Yeah, I said it's a lot of fucking pages.
you don't necessarily have to read it all, to be honest, like, because we have to do that together, character creation, because we got to roll out your skills. So those dice, if you look at the character sheet, those dice are like from a D4 to a D10, I believe, which gives you the ability to say like, I want to do stealth, then I got a D6, so I'll roll that to see the probability of the success of the thing that I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then that'll be like compared to like, I'll be keeping up with what's in the environment, how vigilant the creatures or humans are around, and stuff like that.
It's definitely one of those things that you're just gonna have to like start doing it to probably catch
Yeah,
on. You're
it's-
not gonna understand all of it.
Because
before
all
it's
of
a
it's
start.
theoretical and hypothetical, because even if something says something specific in that rule book, but we don't want to play that way, we can just. It's all up to us, you know.
There's a lot of words, just like Miggy
Some
said.
mobile on crack, dude.
Yeah, no, like I said, and it's got a lot of stuff in it. Like the fantasy companion just has a lot of different lore things that you can put in, different swords you can buy. Like it's good. It's basically a whole world in a book, you know,
You
and
can get a
kind of a
PhD on
guideline.
this shit, can't you?
I don't know, but like shit, if someone would pay me, there's actually people that do that on like skill share and shit like that. They'll be like, we'll run game for so many dollars an hour and shit like that. But running games is a lot. And if you're not running off one of those predetermined stories. But yeah, like I said, I'm down to
And
get
then
in.
you collect. I'm guessing you collect money throughout the game. Is that part of it?
Money, experience, items,
You build
just
your
depending on
character.
what's going on.
Yo,
Yeah.
I assume it has like that whole thing with like Munchkin too, where you build armor and like your armor set and all that stuff. You can go upgrading it.
Yes. So the health and stuff will come into play during combat, and like that'll be depending on like how your character is built. Like if you're a more thin like rogue type that can sneak around real quickly, you know, getting bludgeoned in the head if you don't have the right protections might do more damage than to the knight that's in full armor, you know. But like that'll be like also kind of plotted out too, because you know, if you guys are in a position where I accidentally set up too much for the, you know, team, I can do something like drop a dragon on your side to help even out the odds too. So like it all depends on what we're doing in the story and how that works. But I also do not have a problem killing off characters.
So how do we like do the whole character creation thing? It's just with that sheet that you sent.
So that sheet will kind of be like the cheat sheet, right? You'll put your name of the character. That's where you'll keep up with the gold you make, the items you've received, and your skills. And once you know, level up from that stuff, or like, let's say you gained extra training or something, you'll get to put pluses in your skills and stuff
Oh,
like
okay.
that.
So this is to create your character,
That's
and
just,
also where you're gonna be using it to keep track of upgrades and everything.
yes, 100%. That is basically how you keep up with your inventory and everything.
Oh, okay. Because when I looked at
Yeah.
it the first time, I was like, this shit looks a little more into it than just the basic character creation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
And
I get it.
one of the things I love about the Savage Worlds rulebook is as you create your character, you can choose um, hindrances and advantages. Like,
So we're
and
only
you
gonna have
have,
to look into like these specific parts of the little book you sent us for now, just to start the character
yeah,
and do okay.
yeah. Like, if you just want to look at character creation, that gives you a good idea of like how good basis of how you want to start your character, you know, and kind of things that you want to add, because feats are like ambidextrous or like sure shot or something like bonuses to characteristics of your character. And then you have hindrances on the other side, like one eye, blind, lame, yellow, like, you know, negative character traits. But the more you get, the more you can spend on leveling up things and feats. So like, you know, it might be more cost effective to take some major hindrance to be able to get a little stronger somewhere else.
So I'm gonna show what I'm talking about a little bit. Shit, what's wrong with this? There we go. Cool.
Thank you, baby.
So for like, go to the book, see what the different races are. Like to just pick that one, whatever you want to pick, right?
And like you don't even have to go off that too. There's also a website called D&D Beyond, and they'll have like different races, classes, and all that stuff too. Like I don't care any fantasy, because I think that's what we came to, is we're gonna play a fantasy role play. Any like medieval fantasy style that you want to do, I don't give a shit from whatever genre it comes from.
So I could be a samurai.
Yes.
Oh, I already picked one. Do they have like a style of this that's like Star Wars, or you could be like a Mandalorian, a Jedi, or something like that? I bet they do, right?
I mean, technically, we could do a sci-fi role play too, because that's the thing about Savage Worlds, where it's so broad that we could just choose the setting and then go from there. And also using Telspire, there's not as many, but there is a lot of sci-fi pieces and stuff that I could build a digital board on.
Got you. You still playing COD, Miggy?
No, I'm playing Hearthstone. That lag was bugging me.
Got you.
So why don't you play Magic?
Magic.
Yeah.
I started playing it. I just don't like the way the field system works.
Where you can have 7 billion creatures out?
No, not that. I didn't even know that you could do that.
Yeah.
Feels like you can't do that.
No, the Magic's got some nasty shit. Like they got something called an obliterator that like
I'm not talking about the field. I'm talking about the resources, whatever the fuck it's called.
oh, mana.
Yeah, the mana stuff.
Yeah, I could see how that, because instead of in Hearthstone where you gain 1 per turn, you have to actually draw and play.
And play it.
Yeah, and you can get
I don't like
real
that.
fucking fucked.
So which file has the character creation stuff? Is it file number? It's the Savage Worlds. Is that the
Character
one?
sheet.
No, it says Fantasy C. No, sorry, no. You're the one that says
Third
character.
down. Yeah, third down from the top.
No, that's the character sheet, right? But where are the races?
Oh, okay. So Fantasy Companion will have all the like fantasy ones. Horror will also have the scarier sides, but they both have sections, and you can just click on the table of contents and it'll take you directly there. And then the last one is the core rule book. So that's like the main rule book, and that also has everything in it that you'll need. The companions at the top are just kind of like extra books to the core.
So, example, like, if I want to do Children of the Night, it tells me all about them.
Yeah, that'll be like your vampires and stuff like that. That's also something some people limit, but I don't care about. Like, if you want to be a supernatural being too, like, I don't give a shit. You'd be like, I want to be a werewolf, and I'll be like, oh shit, nice. I'll even give you pluses to be a, because then that I see that as also a hindrance too. Because oh well, it's full moon. Now let's roll to see if you don't eat your friends.
Put my katana through his fucking heart.
This shit
Because
just
then
complicated for me. I have a smooth brain.
so it's
said, "I'm
actually
too
a lot.
simpleton for
It's a
this."
lot easier in practice.
That's what I'm
So many
assuming.
words, and I'm getting scared of that.
Yeah, I was low
I've
key
never
kind of
seen
scared
this
when
many
he first
words
sent
before
it.
in a game, dude.
Yeah,
like
There's like terms of conditions that you never read.
so that's basically what you're looking at. Because, like he said, you don't really need to read all of this shit. You kind of just go with what he's gonna guide us through. Because it's one of those things, like I just said earlier, that the game seems to be you need to play it to learn it, or you're not gonna learn it by just looking at all these fucking words.
oh yeah, and character creation is the most complicated part. But like I said, we got to do that together, so I can just walk you through that. Because like yes, there will be like you can only have this number of feats, and you have these amount of numbers to put in your skills and stuff like that. But like I said, I'll keep up with all that. Also, when you're done making your character sheet, I'll ask that you send me a copy so that I can keep up with it too.
Got you.
But yeah, like even stuff like your health, the health of the creatures you're fighting and stuff like that, I like to keep up with that, and I'll give you little like indications of how you're doing depending on, combat and shit like that.
Uh,
But all it is like imagination,
is there
talking, and
is there
rolling
an
dice.
application that automatically creates a character for you?
No, I don't think so. You might be able to type in Savage Worlds.
Mickey wanted to hit random. Bam! It was like, let's just start the fucking game.
Chat GPT create it?
It's shit, probably.
Probably, yeah.
All
Great
I
me
know
my
what
next.
character I'm gonna be.
What are you gonna pick? I think I
I'm gonna be half orc.
half.
All right.
Yeah, half orc.
Like he said though, you don't have to stick to those rules. Like I said, if I wanted to be a samurai, I could do that. And he said any medieval.
So that would be his race, right?
Yeah.
His mother or father was human, and then the other was orc. So, and then like samurai would be your class. So that's what you do.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So where are the classes now? Classes are in the same book?
Yes, they should be. They should be a little lower. I can't remember where. It might be in the table of contents.
Is it called classes?
I'm gonna just pull up the book.
Which book are we all looking at, by the way? Savage Worlds? Role-playing game? Is that the one we're looking at? Or the fantasy?
I'm in the core.
Core? Fantasy core? Or
no, just the fourth one, the core rule book. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Savage Worlds core rule book.
So let me just go into that one. But this one doesn't. Oh yeah, it does. And you're in a core, you said?
Okay, so what part of the shit? Let me take this off. What part of the thing are you looking at for? So I understand the races, right? I see that's the first one.
Chat GPT indeed can create a character for you, my friend.
Shit, I mean it passes the bar at a 90% now, so and it even passes medical degrees too now. People are saying they're going to start using it to make up scam, like suing people and shit like that, because it can write legal documents for you.
Nice. Jesus Christ.
Create a Dungeons and Dragon character that is a rogue, white male. Is that a race?
Human would be it.
Human. Human male.
Android sounds pretty tempting.
If we're doing a fantasy one, I don't know how you would be an android.
Oh yes, dude, it does all the work for me. Holy moly, dude.
Yeah, but see, the problem with that is you don't know the rules of the game, so it's the code that you feed it. So you might not be.
So you got to use a starter deck to learn the game, you know?
I guess.
So I don't think it specifically says like specific classes or occupations like bounty hunter, samurai, or stuff like that. You kind of just build it off your skills.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So
very
like,
it's very open. They don't even want you to pick one path in a sense. They want you to make it yourself.
yeah, so like your edges would be your, you know, you try to go towards the ones that would fit your samurai character,
Got you.
but you only get a certain amount of these unless you take more major hindrances to get more.
Got you.
But like in D&D, they have like specific classes that kind of lock you into the paths that you can level up,
Okay.
where this is more open to, you know, interpretation.
Is Natalie working today?
I believe so. I think she mentioned that she was at work.
Okay, because I was gonna ask her if she wanted to come in, but she's working. Let me just text her.
She might.
So what do I do with this description that I got? Give it to you, or how are we going about this?
You can write it in your um,
In my sheet?
Yeah,
sheet
you
if
can
you
put it in the
want.
sheet.
Yeah, you can tell me what your ideas are, and I can even help you mold one more if you'd like.
All right, so let's use this. Okay, so name is Dark Thar, like D or like dark and then apostrophe THAR. It's half orc fighter. Background is sage. Is that so far good or no?
Okay.
Cool. Personality trait. Dark Thar is fierce warrior with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He's quick to anger, but his love of learning often tempers his emotions. He's always seeking to improve himself both physically and mentally. Additionally, he has a natural talent for obtaining resources and seems to have good fortune in finding valuable items and equipment.
See, that's perfect because like now I can take that and use it to weave through the story too. Because I know your personality of your chosen character.
Hmm.
So like, you know, I can start pushing you towards like more sacred sage knowledge and shit like that.
Okay. And then there's appearance, abilities, equipment, and background and alignment goals. I got all those sections.
Okay. So let me pull up a character sheet.
So I wanna also copy this shit because I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen with this.
So what type of character are we creating that way I can actually do something? Because that was just a test on ChatGPT.
Pick a character out of that sheet, whatever sounds good to you. That's what I did.
Which one out of
And
all? The fantasy companion?
well, I used the the
Yeah,
fourth
the
one,
core.
the core one.
Yeah, like I said, you can use all of them to try to find things that you want to base your character out of, but the core one has the most basic ones.
Yeah, and then
And
over there, there's like a description of each race, like what they do. Right? Am I correct on this or wrong?
yes, of the races have racial bonuses and stuff like that.
And oh yeah, so okay, I got it. I see what's going on. Okay, so because you also have the character, like you have the horror and you also have the fantasy. You can kind of like go back and forth between like the the Savage Worlds book and the
Yeah,
fantasy character. I got you. I got you. I got you.
cuz like where this is broad, those are more like, you know,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
situational to the story of like
Perfect.
fantasy or and horror.
Hmm. Perfect. Yeah, because yeah, so half orcs are here. Yeah. Well, half. Okay. 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 Cool. What else info do you need? Do you want me just to
Um
paste everything?
you can, but
Okay.
basically you got most of the things like name, race, height and weight is up to you,
Yeah, I got all that too.
right? Beanies are stuff that you'll earn.
Mm-hmm.
And your conviction is kind of what you were saying, your life goals and stuff, your progression, what you're trying to go through to
Yeah.
earn more.
So I don't know if does the appearance matter within your story?
Yes and no. Like, you can explain to me your appearance, or like we can talk about it at times that matter.
Okay.
Also, the game has little tokens that you can pick from too. So like if you want to try to pick one that looks closer to what you're imagining too, you can do that.
What's a token?
They're little figures that you move around the digital map.
Where would I check them? Where would I see?
Oh, that would be when we get into like actually playing it.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, like that you basically are done with the first step of character creation. You got all your basic character
Yes.
descriptions down.
Yes.
And then from there we would go into like your skills.
Okay. So would that be abilities? Or just specific?
Do you see where the paper clip is over in the
skills.
Yeah, where it says skills? So these are like your broader
In which book?
It's not in the book.
It's on the character sheet.
It's on a character sheet.
Yeah.
Chapter 1 characters. Is that what we're talking about? Skills. Okay, got it right here. Skills are learned abilities such as firing weapons, hand-to-hand combat.
No. So you'll see on the character creation sheet. So like for example, I'm gonna show it on the stream.
Oh, it's character creation sheet. Okay, got it. Skills, got it.
Yeah, right here.
Athletics, common knowledge, notice.
Yep.
Persuasion, stealth.
Yeah, that's what we're
okay.
looking
Yeah, so those are like your base, like that you start out with, and then you kind of form broader skills around that. Like,
Okay.
like if you wanted to do like arcane knowledge or something like that, or like street smarts, like basically you just be like, I think my dude has this skill, and then we'll go from there on like if you get bonuses or what die you start out
Bro,
with.
you know what's extremely fucking funny? I just fed a couple of lines of code to ChatGPT, and I did one edit, and it literally like gave me my character, how I am, like me personally, how I fucking am.
Bro,
Bro,
you're goated.
the future, man.
You know what I'm saying, dude? This is nuts. Except for the magic.
I didn't even write lines of code. All I did was just type two things. That's it.
Educational institutions are starting to build AI to detect plagiarism via text GPT.
Well, they have it, but they now have another AI. I think it's like Quillbot. I think it's Quillbot. If you take this and put it into Quillbot, it gets you 99.9% human text.
Wow, it's crazy.
That's
there was an episode of South Park where Stan uses Chat GPT to talk to Wendy and to improve their relationship, because he would just take whatever she said, paste it in Chat GPT, let it respond, and then send it back.
So you're the second person that said this, because I was like joking yesterday at Ozzy's house. I used ChatGPT to respond back to Tinder messages.
No way, dude.
Hey.
Yes, bro. Yes, bro.
Hey, ChatGPT, write me a response to "You're cute, I like you."
No, bro. No, bro. Like
What?
literally, I posted the entire conversation, and it gave me the next thing to say, and then you can mold it to where you want it to be. You want it to be more funny, aggressive, more like suave. What you want it to be, and it gives
What
you
the
like the
fuck have we come to in this world?
yeah.
That's crazy.
So
No,
like,
I mean, shit. Why not use the technology that you have at your hand?
You know, I'm already
listen
on my
to
phone
That's
the
not what I'm
majority of the
saying. I'm
day.
not saying you
I
shouldn't.
don't
I
want
would
to
do it
learn
just
this
for
shit.
funds, dude.
I haven't looked into
No. The
ChatGPT
question
at
is,
all.
why
Like,
aren't you doing it?
no,
yeah.
because that's the
That's what I'm
thing.
saying. I mean, I saw what it could do, and I'm just like, fuck it, might as well.
Bro, listen to this, Miggy.
Y'all
Like
wilding the fuck out.
this is crazy. Look, so I messaged this girl. It's like, "Happy Friday. Want to skip all the boring questions and go straight to a nitty gritty." And then next thing I go, "What is your favorite flavor of bubble gum?" Right? That was my question, nitty gritty. Right? She goes, "Hi, sorry, don't chew gum." So I fed that conversation to ChatGPT. This is what it spit out. That's okay. I wouldn't hold it against you. But if you ever feeling rebellious and decide to chew gum, hit me up and I'll recommend a great flavor. In the meantime, what is your favorite non-gum related treat? Ice cream, chocolate, kale chips? Okay, maybe not kale chips. You know what I mean?
That's
see,
really what it fed
see,
back. God damn.
and it not
Yeah, bro.
only is it giving that base level, it's actually prompting deeper conversation too. So it's yes
Yeah.
anding without you having to even think about it.
That's just thinking hard for you, dog.
Which is because if you think about it,
Fuck.
with our whole inflation, like you can't be a clown. Not everybody
Inflation.
can be.
Oh,
Not
shit.
everyone can be a clown. So you like that's what makes you fucking. That's what makes you different because you're utilizing other shit to get the results that you want. You know what I
Now,
mean?
when you actually go on that date and GPT makes you seem like you're some clever fuck, and then you can't string
Yeah,
words together,
yeah. That's when
that's
it gets
that's when it
bad.
comes a problem.
Agree with that. So you kind of have to have like, but then again, in my opinion, I think like knowing what you're feeding Chat GPT has to be like intellectual for it to spit up an intellectual answer. I think it'll just mold your answer to the questions that you're asking it.
That'll
See what I
help your
mean?
wit. Yeah, I can see
Do you
that.
see what I'm saying? So if you're
But
a
it,
little bit
it
witty, it'll
definitely
make you
goes a
sound a
little
little
bit
more
extra
witty.
length than you would have in the sense of like it's kind of thinking like you are, but it's thinking really, really fucking hard.
Yeah, yeah. So when and you know, let's be honest. Like most of the time, you do better in person when you meet girls anyway. You know what I mean? Than over the fucking apps. So all I need is pass the barrier, meet the person, then see where that goes. You know what I
It
mean?
is a good icebreaker.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Like,
I
but
get
that's
that.
what I'm saying. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Like tomorrow, I'm gonna
I
meet
mean,
up with my
shit, you
buddy.
could be at the bar like ChatGPT. Give me a pickup line that would work in a bar, and it'll
Yes,
fucking give you
I am
three.
doing that right now.
bro. Like, I'm
Miguel's
gonna
whole
meet up with my
playbook is
buddy.
about to be written by Chat GPT.
Yeah,
Shit.
it is. I'm not kidding.
We're gonna see Miguel married to some girl in the future, and he's like, and I got her because of this fucking AI. Like it wasn't even me.
Yeah.
She's in love with an AI. She's not even like me.
Here's a plot twist. You know when time comes to get married and you have to say your vows, Miggy is gonna cite ChatGPT vows.
1000%. 1000%.
Shit. Night before, ChatGPT, write my vows.
As an AI language model, I cannot endorse inappropriate or offensive content. However, I can suggest a few pickup lines that are respectful and lighthearted, which you can use to break the ice and start a conversation.
What is
Yes.
it?
So
What is
so it
it?
won't
Mickey,
be
you
like
happen to have a map. I just got lost in your eyes.
it's those base level ones.
Hey
Yeah.
there, can I buy you a drink or do you prefer cash? Woo!
That sounds like a proposition that might get you in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, see,
I was
if
about to
you-
say, it
if
doesn't
you-
want to be
I'm not a
offensive.
photographer,
What
but I
the
can definitely picture us together.
Oh, that's it. That's it right there.
You
so
must be a magician because whenever I look at you, everyone else disappears.
so feed it other things like refine it. You can go as far as like make it witty, assertive, but not pushy. Feed that. See what it comes up with.
Excuse me, I couldn't help but notice you from across the bar. Would you like to join me for a drink and some conversation?
Yeah, that sounds like you're 70 years old, bro.
some conversation? The fuck?
Would you like to converse on the topics that you choose while we drink?
This fine liquor?
I'm telling you, bro. It's the limitations are you. It's like what you ask it. Like literally, that's what it is.
It is. It's all input because like
Mm.
it only gives you the scope that you give.
Shit.
And I
All
mean,
right.
obviously, it won't go offensive and shit like that, but you know.
Now, okay, so let's get back to this. So now, so since I have this, right? So do I go to my character sheet or do I tell you like how do I go about this?
So your character sheet, you can put like make sure you got your name and all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
Um,
I see what you're saying. Okay, that makes
yeah,
sense.
height, weight. You can maybe summarize a little bit of your conviction,
So
like
you want me to just fill out that sheet now?
I mean, shit. If we could do it right now, if y'all want,
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, we're at it, right?
And I already
right?
have it pulled up.
All right.
But
Jay, you seem the most ahead of all of us, so you go first. We'll follow you.
All right, sounds good. So which part you want me to give you now?
So Jay, we should probably let me see something.
Okay, so let me ask you this: what is Benny's?
so those are like criticals, like
Critical.
so those are things you'll start out with if you take some of the edges, like you start out with more, but they something you earn throughout the
I gotcha.
game, like
I gotcha.
like if something happens, you make a shit roll, you can be like, oh, but I spent this, so actually I did it spectacularly.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and share my. I don't know if that's gonna work. Me streaming to both places at once, but
And convictions are what?
That's um like your thirst for knowledge, your thirst for power, stuff like that. Like
And
the reasons your being keeps going through the world.
okay, okay. So shit,
Jay's
because I have
ready. Jay's will be thirst for reprocreation.
no man. My whole thing about that is gonna be alignment, I guess. Well, no, goals, right? Goals.
Yeah, your goal. I mean, hell, you don't even really have to put anything there, to be honest. That's just kind of like a little extra
So I can
of
put
your
thirst for
character.
happiness.
Yeah, like, and then like the more you play off that, the it's already there to get more rewarded and stuff from that. Like if you had a certain religion you chose to follow, that would go there and stuff like that. If you want to follow fucking Cthulhu, you'd be like, servant
Okay.
of Cthulhu up under there.
What's pace, parry,
My
and
person's
toughness?
name will be
Do we get to
Rafael
that or
Culo.
we go to attributes?
So pace, parry, and toughness will be calculated after we
Okay,
go
gotcha.
through other
And then
things. Yeah.
attributes will be calculated, I'm guessing.
So attributes, yes and no.
Okay.
Give me a
Cause,
second to find the half orc.
cause I know mine says half orcs have some of the strength of their ancestry. They start with D6 strength attribute instead of D4.
Yes. So you could click on the D6
D6 on
on strength
on
in
strength. Okay.
attributes. Yeah.
Okay.
Um but also in the little line next to it,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give you a +3 to strength.
+3.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can either put a 3 or a plus sign 3.
Okay.
Just, kind of to remind you no matter what you roll on that D6, uh it'll be +3.
Okay. Now, let me get back to attributes. Abilities, appearance, abilities. No. So now I gotta look at. Oh, so all the other attributes are gonna be D4, right? I'm guessing. Agility,
So,
smart, spirit.
um
But the way I created my character is like this is what it's saying. Like for example, the oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll find it.
okay. So, yes, they technically start at a D4, but you have 5 points to distribute amongst those
I gotcha.
different
Gotcha.
ones. So if you want to be agility, if you want agility to be higher, you spend 2 point. You spend a point, you know, in agility, depending on how many points you spend in those. Those are
Gotcha.
like your even broader stuff, like vigor's your health, spirits your like magic and stuff like that. Smarts is obviously your intelligence, and then agility
You
is
said
your agility.
for bennies, that's just what keeps you going in the world.
That's
That's your
conviction.
conviction. Yeah, bennies are like your cheat tokens. They're
Okay.
like,
So could I tell you my
Could it be
attributes now?
respect for tradition and honor?
yes, that can be a conviction. Yeah, you can tell me it.
What is Benny's again? Sorry.
They're like cheat tokens. Like if you critically fail at something, you can spend a Benny to be like, I actually, actually won. But go ahead, Jay.
All right, cool. So I have my attributes set all at 4 except for strength at 6, and then you gave me +3.
Yes.
And then I have one. Wait, what's agility again? Is like how fast you are, I guess,
That's
or
like your
how nimble.
acrobatics skills and shit like that. Yeah. It's like a broader thing than comparative to your skills, because like if you just want to do an agility roll to explain how you like did a barrel roll and then did this, like you would just roll agility. But if you had something like if you had a skill like acrobatics or something like that, that's a whole other thing that you could be like, I want to use my acrobatics when I do this, and then depending on what your acrobatics is. So like you could have a low attribute roll but a big skill roll. So like it's kind of a balance. But agility was kind of like your broader motions of how you do things.
Okay. So that's just keep it at 0, and then smarts 3,
You
and
want to
then
spend 3 points
yes on
in
smarts.
smarts? All right. So
And
you want
then
to be
0 on
D10.
yeah, 0 on spirit, and then obviously the 3 on strength you gave me, and then 2 on vigor.
All right.
No, I don't want to be D10 on smarts. I want to be D7, right? Because you got a baseline 4 and then +3 is 7. I mean, I can be D10.
So it goes up D. So you have a D4, and then you spend a point to get up to a D6, and then you spend another point to get up to a D8. So if you spent 3,
Ah,
you'd be a D10.
I see. Okay, so this is actually a good thing that you said. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, in that case, I'll go 2 on smarts and then 1 on agility,
All right.
which will put me at. Should I just put the points right away, or those are the baselines? I don't fuck with that. Like,
So right now,
Mhm.
you can use it as your base, and then we get into your hindrances and edges. Those can affect that.
Gotcha. All right, so agility 1, so which will put me at 6. Then
Hmm.
smarts 2, which will put me at 8. And then strength, you gave me 3, that puts me at 10. And then vigor 2, that puts me at 8.
Okay, so so you got a D6 in strength, but I gave you a +3, which is different. That
12.
goes in the little blank section before strength. So
Mm-hmm.
no matter what you level up that die to, it will be a +3 no matter what you roll.
Okay. Okay. Oh, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, so like the bonuses that I give you are like,
So
you're a half orc, so you're obviously stronger than.
so on this sheet, instead of me clicking on a 6, I would click on a 12 because you gave me 3.
No.
Oh.
So you have 5 points that
Mhm.
help your dice go from 4 to whatever you want.
Why don't I share the screen and then you kind of tell me this
Yeah,
way? I
please share
think
the
it's
screen because it would
easier.
help me too. Because I'm trying to follow along to be able to help me
Okay,
as
cool.
well.
You should see the screen right now. So okay, so I have this at 4, and then I
Yes.
added 1, so that puts me at 6 now.
Okay. So instead of putting the 1 in that,
Mm-hmm.
just clear that out
Mm-hmm.
and click on the 6.
Okay, this is what I was at. Perfect. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Got it. So
And then if you
this
put 2, yeah.
got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Perfect. There we go.
So yes, that's exactly right. And then
Okay.
no matter what, when you roll a strength check, you get a +3 to whatever your roll is.
Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha.
So after that, we I think my headphones just died. All right. After that, we pick your hindrances.
Hindrances is right here.
Yes, and if you go to the section of the book, it'll show you all the hindrances.
This right here. The half orc book or the main book? Read
The
this book
main
probably.
book. The fantasy one will have some hindrances in it, but
Let's just go with this. You're right.
this one has main. Let's see.
Okay, cool. So these are the hindrances.
Natalie says she's at work and it's kind of loud where she's at, so she can't. She doesn't want to join in with all that machinery in the background.
So you see how those have like major, minor
Mm-hmm.
next to it. So you have 4 points. You
Mm-hmm.
start out with 4 points to take hindrances.
Dude, these things are so bad. I don't want any of them.
But the like major ones that you take, you you can either raise an attribute die or get to choose an edge.
Mm.
And
I see what you're saying.
how bad hindrances are, edges are really good.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
How many edges and advances? Because I see that NNNSSSVVVHHHLLO. The heck is that?
So those are kind of for the base on when you're going through the progression of novice, seasoned, veteran, heroic, and legend. I think is
You need to fill all of them out?
no, not necessarily. Like that's just kind of like a place to put where you get your edges and if you get any special advantages.
So, for example, strong will, toughness, weapon mastery. That's good for edges and advances.
Yes, but you have to earn those through getting hindrances first.
Okay.
All right, so I think I have a couple of them. So I'll do delusional, but I'll do a major,
Okay.
this one. And then I'll do death wish. That's a minor one. Then this one, God of Honor. And that's 3, right? So I need one more.
Hold on. So you took 2 major ones
2 major ones.
and a
One
minor.
minor. I can take one more. Is that 4? Is that how I do it or no?
So at this point, you can take one more minor hindrance
Okay.
if you so choose.
Okay. But but if I choose, then I might get a chance to have better edge on the edge side, right?
Yes, that'll allow you to either take 2 major
Mm-hmm.
edges or 4 minor, or the combination.
Then let's do all thumbs. Because this, if I'm reading this correctly, this is him handling when using mechanical or electrical devices. Mechanical, that would be guns. I'm guessing that would consider mechanical.
Yes, but since we're doing a fantasy campaign, that would be more like if there's traps around or like complicated magical devices or something like that, or even there's vehicles in the world too. Like that would be like if you're trying to drive away, you get a -2 to your roll.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. All thumbs.
All right. So you'd put that you can just put those descriptions, or not the descriptions, the names into your
The character sheet.
character
Names are
sheet.
all thumbs. Thumbs. Delusional. Major. Death Wish. Do I put? Yeah, I probably should put minor, so it kind of tells us what it is. And I had another another big one, right? The delusional, right? And then I had this one. No, what the fuck did I? God of Honor. Okay, cool, got it. And then now edges.
All right, so you took uh 2 major ones and 2 minor ones. Oh wait, no, sorry. Yeah, no, right.
Yes.
So you have the choice to either raise your attributes. You have 2 points extra now to
Mm,
raise a die in your attributes,
mm.
or you can choose to transfer those into extra edges.
Well, I don't know what the edges are, right? Do I pick
There's a
this
whole
now?
yeah. They're the opposite side of the hindrances. They'll be like this extra specialty skills that you can choose from. There's some in that book, and there's also the basic ones. And
Oh, there's a bunch more. Fucking, I didn't even go past all this shit. Traits or no? What? So I'm
so
looking.
traits is kind of like the breakdown of.
So I'm looking for edges, right?
Uh, yes, but not right now.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you kind of have to make the choice if you want to put it into your attributes die or uh get extra edges.
So that's what I'm saying. I want to read the edges to see if edge is something I want to get versus
Oh,
like
okay,
just go ahead
yeah.
and do
Then
that.
I don't remember where they are in the book. I think they might be below traits.
Below traits.
So those are like your skills that we would go through.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So edges right here. All right, cool. So these are edges. Edges. Alertness, ambidextrous, background, distance. That would fucking. I see what's going on here, because I see now. Okay, that makes sense. So okay, so here, for example, let's say if I'm picking this right here, attractive, that will increase my vigor. D6
So
plus,
your requirement would be to have a vigor of D6 or more to be able to be attractive.
which means I could technically do that.
Yes.
Okay,
You could
but
choose that as an edge, yeah.
it's no secret people are more willing to help those that are physically attractive. Your character adds +1 to performance and persuasion rolls if the target is attracted to his
So,
general type. Okay, got it.
So that would be like I can talk better to people and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little confused. I'm still like way behind on where do I find the values for these attributes? Is it based on my race or what is it?
So some can be based on race, depending on what race you chose.
It just said
You can just
human.
look
It
through
said
'em.
human.
I don't remember humans bonuses, but like some of them will be like they'll if it doesn't say in the description that you just specifically start with a specific attribute die, then you start at 4.
Got you. Okay. So I just started
Okay.
for all of them,
I,
right?
okay. So okay, I'll do Berserker and Brute.
So do you want to get them as your edges, or do you
Yeah.
want to use those extra 2 points that you have to get more edges?
Oh, to get more edges.
Yeah, so your choice right now is since you put so many hindrances, you
Mm-hmm.
can choose to get 2 extra points to put into your attributes so you
Mm-hmm.
could upgrade 2 dice,
Hmm.
or you get extra edges to be able to get more of these.
I want to do extra edges.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, man, we're
So,
talking about D&D. First comment we've had, goddamn.
Who was it?
so
Natalie.
next, we can kind of do edges and skills at the same time, because if
Okay.
you need a specific skill, then to get an edge, we can go ahead and just add that in.
Okay.
I don't remember where the section of skills is, but
I'll pull it up.
those will be like your like common knowledge, notice,
Yeah, because
persuasions to get like, yeah.
so
But you
I
have 12 points to
Mhm.
spend in that section
In skills?
In
on
skills?
upgrading those dice. Yes. And so like you don't have to put all of those upgrades, because all of them start at 4.
Mhm.
But like
I
there's
gotcha.
also space to add in more too.
I gotcha. So so basically I can say this, right? Like if I'm here, I can say berserker, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, and I add that here.
So that's an edge.
That's an edge.
Yes. So that
So I
would
would
go
just
over in that side. Yeah.
uh-huh. Okay. And then I would add brute also there. Right?
Yes.
And then I have 12 points to spend on all of this shit.
So there's a section, I don't remember where it is specifically, but it gives you like skill breakdowns, like,
What they kind of each do, I think, right?
yeah, like attributes
You
or
have to scroll down
acrobatics,
past-
stuff like that.
Yeah, you have to scroll
I think
down
it's in
past
traits.
the thing to where, yeah, exactly.
For the
So what-
attributes, agility, smart, spirit, strength, and vigor. What the fuck?
You start at 4, you said, right?
Yeah,
Unless
then
you're
character
unless your
says
race,
otherwise.
yeah, but
So
they
for me,
start
as a
at
human,
4 and
I
you
nothing.
have
I just start at 4 on everything, right?
yes.
But then,
And
for
you have
example,
5 points.
Okay, I can add wherever.
Yeah, it costs 1 point to go up a die level.
Oh, okay. And then the same. What about for the attributes? You said I start at 4 because I don't have anything additions. Do I have anything that I can add wherever I want? Do I have a certain amount?
The attributes you have 5.
And same thing with the skills. You have 5.
Skills are different. Skills you have 12.
12. Okay.
Yeah, you have 12 points in skills to either put in the ones that are already on the character sheet
Or
or
skills.
add in new. Like if you wanted to specifically be like a swordsman, you would put
That's literally
sword
what I was
skill.
thinking.
Like that would
Okay.
be a skill, and then like depending on what you put in there, like that would be your die roll when you use your sword and stuff like
And
that.
then
So it's kind of just giving you
endurance, right? Right? Endurance. Or does that really
that
even
would
matter?
that would be more like a vigor roll.
Okay.
So like where the attributes are so broad, the skills kind of are more narrow paths, like
It's
talking, like communication, shit like that.
It's gonna be
Gotcha.
below attributes. So skills are gonna be below attributes.
Yep. So I'm figuring it all out now. So you said you have 12. Goddamn. Okay. So do you
these are
just move
skills.
the die once and put plus whatever?
No,
Or
you
would
just
you-
move the die once. The little block area is
Yeah.
for like pluses I give you.
Got you. And then the other pluses from the book due to your trades you would put there. But I have none, so I don't put anything.
Yes.
Got you.
But
All
once
right.
you tell him, he might say, "Okay, I'm gonna give you this." You know what I
Okay.
mean? So once we get to that, it's okay. So on
So-
this one,
So I was
edges,
I was able to. I
yeah.
added 1 to agility, 2 to smarts, and then I didn't add anything to spirit, and then I added 1 to strength and 1 to vigor.
Okay.
So initially you have 4 to spend, so you can.
5.
5 on attributes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did 2
And it
in
costs
smarts,
1
and I didn't
per
do
die
anything in
change.
spirit. That's where you probably got confused.
And then we have the edges, and then I'm guessing skills are gonna be somewhere below that, right? Below the
So
edges.
skills, I go ahead and start adding 12. Got you.
You have 12 points to add amongst those, and
that's through the dice, right? Not what you're gonna give me. That's through what you give me. I would type in, right? If that's what he's saying.
Yeah, so skills also work a bit differently, right? The attributes that are already on the page, they start at a D4 for free.
Yeah. Yeah.
But any extra that you add, it costs 1 point to get that D4, and then any other point after that continues on.
Okay.
So like you can put down a skill and not have any dies in it, but you'll roll a D4 and get a -2 because you're not trained in that skill.
Oh, got you.
Because die levels are how well you're trained in a skill. So like hand-to-hand combat would be a skill that you could invest in. Like these are just like specific things like trap making, stuff like that. Like things you can kind of play with in between your attributes and your edges.
I do like technology as a skill.
So
This
since we're
too far
doing
back.
a fantasy one, I'd be like arcane technology, like magical technology. Yes.
Okay.
Oh shit, bro, you really need to read this because I selected Berserker and that older shit, but now they're like I'm looking at they're like legendary edges and things like that you can add as well, right?
Yes, but those you'll have to earn later, and like you
Gotcha.
guys haven't. I'm letting you guys start out at like veteran level, so we're not starting out like low level shits.
Okay.
Like you guys have had a backstory. You guys have had adventures before. You guys eventually meet.
Okay. And advancement, is this the rank?
Yeah, that's kind of their rank system, but like I said, we don't have to play off of it.
Okay, gotcha. So you're skilled. Athletics for free, you have 12 points. Okay, so when the fuck is that?
I
Because
don't
talking about
honestly
thievery,
know if there is a breakdown of skills. I
yeah,
could be wrong.
traits.
But
No,
like
there
those are
He's
also
giving
things
me a
you could just
breakdown.
come out.
there is a breakdown of skills. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
there we
says
go.
it.
This is the breakdown
It's
of skills right here.
no. You can
Oh
no. That's
yeah.
abilities. That's a
No, that's
This
skills
is
right there, yeah.
There's
60.
a different part too. I think it's in a different one of the different PDFs maybe. Yeah, it says here like you start with the 5 basics of athletics, common knowledge, notice, persuasion, and stealth. Then you can major changes are like charisma, climbing, common knowledge, investigation,
okay. So I'm gonna add
focus,
a couple of things that I think I would
battle,
want.
academics, hacking, language, science.
So yeah, but like the
Can I do
skills
science?
breakdown
Is that or is
list.
that still too? Is that still too new?
No, science. Perfect.
Okay, cool.
Bro, did you just ask Alex if he can do science? What do you think he was gonna say? No.
Bill.
The last two things I got no to.
And the more I thought about it, if you want to be an android, you can be like a magical android.
It's alright. I already chose human. It's fine. I'm gonna do science, repair. Oh, okay. And this is cool because the one that is showing me here shows me like, for example, if you wanted climbing as a thing, like that just falls into athletics, or if you wanted swimming, that just falls into athletics. So just throw
Right.
in tracking falls into survival, so you wouldn't have to be tracking specifically. You just have to be a good survivalist.
Yeah.
Lock picking falls into thievery.
So like you could put driving and then like, that could
But then
or piloting.
they also have the opposite too. Like for example, knowledge has been broken down into multiple now. Like you can't just say, "Oh, I'm knowledgeable, so I'm good at all these things." Which used to, I guess, you could say if you're knowledgeable before, you could say, "I'm good at academics, battle, electronics, hacking, language, occult, and science." Now they've said you need to break those down into separate ones. It can't just be
Yeah.
all over one, which is
Yeah. Like street smarts would be like, you know, your criminal knowledge, and then, you know, you can have an occult knowledge or a magical arcane knowledge. Like, you know, academics is a very broad knowledge, you know, that you could use.
What does AP stand for? ROF? All the way at the bottom.
AP. All the way at the bottom.
So like you said, right, I added these two, right? Science and repair. They have nothing. I would have to spend a point to get them to D4, right? Because I added these.
Yes. Yeah, so you can go ahead and put the D4 on the first 5 because you get those for free.
Got you.
But once you add them, you have to then spend one of your 12 to
copy. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I added 2, so now I spent 2 points by putting those 2 to a D4.
What does
Alright.
arcane mean in this context?
So arcane is magic.
Okay.
And to answer your question,
arcane.
Miguel, like that's your weapon section. So like if you bought a weapon from one of the books, it has armor penetration, range of fire, shit like that. That's the section you would put it in.
All right, cool. So I think
or rate of fire, not range of fire. Goddamn.
Okay.
So that's what AP means, armor penetration?
Yes. Because you know, this can be used for different styles of play, like futuristic warfare to whatever. There's even a Western one where with zombies and shit like
Are
that.
y'all filling that area out?
That would be something that you have to. That's like the last bit of creation, because I'll give you a certain amount of gold, and then you can go through the shop in the book, or
okay.
you
I
know.
had already filled out everything.
Okay, I did I added my 12 for science. I'm gonna double check. I did only 12.
Oh, dude, this is so fucking much. I'm already tired.
God, Mickey, calm down, bro.
Playing games
12.
doesn't take as much work.
12.
All right, I'm leaving my shit as it is. I'm done copy pasting.
I did the skills. I added 2 to athletics, 3 to common knowledge. So 10 common knowledge. I added 1 to persuasion. Then I created science, repair, and arcane. Added 2 to science, 1 to repair, and left science at a D4.
So, did you pick your hindrances, Eddie?
No. So I can pick 4. Do I even have to pick any if I wanted to, or how does that work?
So you don't have to pick any hindrances, but it does like it adds to the amount of edges that you can get, or you can up attribute types, or start with
one
more
minor edge already
funds.
off rip because I'm a human. Is what it said
Oh,
on this thing.
What'd it say?
Let me find it again. Says so it just gives me the basic description of humans, and then the only thing it has for like extras, because I didn't get any adds to my attributes or skills, but it does say adaptable. It says humans begin play with any novice edge of their choosing. They must meet its requirements as usual.
Oh, okay, cool. So you get a free novice edge if you can meet the requirements on the attribute side.
Okay, so one more question here. What about this part right here? It says infravision. Half orcs can see in the infrared spectrum, having attack penalties round down for bad lighting.
Okay, so like if you guys were fighting in pitch black, you could see.
Okay, so where would that go?
That's just kind of a thing that you can either remember or like put down in the like advantages section.
Advantages
If you
section.
yeah, like
Okay.
that's
Vision.
just
Yeah.
like a racial bonus that you get.
Yeah. So, okay, so this is what my skills look like, right? Athletics at 4, because that's what I'm getting, right? And then common knowledge at 4, notice at 4, and then I pop the persuasion up. Wait, you did
Okay.
persuasion. Wait, you did persuasion, right, Eddie?
I only added 1 to persuasion.
So
So
you're at 6.
Yeah.
Okay, then I don't want to do that. I'm gonna do intimidation. The reason I'm saying that because when your persuasion doesn't work, we can intimidate.
okay, so
I got
I
you.
was
I
gonna
got you.
say your persuasion's gonna get a -2 in that little box because you are a half orc and that is one of the outsider races.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Oh, I see
So
what you're saying.
yeah, you can put like -2 in the little box. Because no matter what you set that die to, you're gonna get a -2 unless talking to other half orcs or orckin.
Okay,
But
that's
yeah, with a
fine.
high
I understand.
intimidation, I was gonna give your intimidation a +4 because of your size and outsiderness. You can
Okay,
be a
so
intimidating force.
you're saying +4, and then okay, because then I'll just dump it. Can I do that or no? Can I
Yeah,
dump
if
it
you
down?
want to.
Okay, and then I have one more to select, and there was a knowledge one
Wait,
somewhere here.
so why is he getting +4? What is he doing there?
He's a half orc, so he can intimidate better because of his
Hmm.
Size and shit.
looks.
And then I can not the very can say research. You know what? I'm gonna do research. Yeah, I think that can come handy. So
All right.
that's what it would look like. So that this is baseline. I'm understand right. So because uh
Yeah. So like
so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Right? Is that how it counts? Am I counting this correctly or wrong?
yeah, yeah.
So
Then I
Hold
have to
on.
I
take
figured out my
thievery out of
edge.
the way.
I figured out the edge I'm gonna take from being a human. I'm gonna do the attractive. So it required me to have a vigor of D6, which I do have a vigor of D6 already. And
You have one more point, Jay, to put in skills.
I do have one more point to put in
Yeah, you have
skills.
one
You
more.
sure? Okay,
Yeah.
then it would
Sorry
be
about
the
that, Eddie.
and no, you're good. And
thievery.
it adds 1 point to performance and 1 point to persuasion. If the target is
Okay.
attracted to his general type, so I would be attracted to human. So I'll receive a +1 if it attracts to humans on both performance and persuasion.
All right.
I'm gonna add that
If
as
you meet, I think it has a vigor cost too. If you meet the D6,
yes, I do. I mean the
then
D6
or higher, then yeah.
Yeah, I have. That's one of the ones I added on my attributes is to vigor.
Okay. So,
How many
um,
edges? How many edges can I add? Since they're kind of connected.
so Jay, you can add 2 more edges.
2 more edges. Okay.
Right
Yes.
back.
Or sorry, let me rephrase. You can add 1 more major edge or 2 minor edges.
1 more major or 2 minor. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's hindrances. There we go. These are the edges, right?
Yeah, that's a summary of them. Yeah. And like the NV and all that, that's just like novice, veteran,
Oh yeah,
and
he's gonna
then
be the martial
yeah.
artist.
Where's the martial artist?
Combat edges. In page 61.
Leadership
Add the
edges.
second
I
one.
see what you're saying. Power edges and then the professional edges. 61. 61, you said?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, page 61.
Page 61. Right here. PDF 61 or the book 61?
Give me 1 second. I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah, I see it. Go down one more.
Here?
Right under marksman, martial artist.
Martial artist, what is that?
So that's what I had to choose, right? I had to choose from one of the background edges, right? Now, if I wanted to add one of the 4 you were talking about earlier, I would choose from the combat ones.
I mean, it's up to you. Whatever you choose from.
Okay. And you can go adding hindrances later on as well, right?
I mean, I guess we could, but like, you really want to do that to see if you up your attributes or add more edges that you can get.
Sorry, I mean edges. My bad. I had it confused. I was looking at the wrong part. I was looking at edges and talking to you about edges, but thinking about hindrances in my bad.
No, so tactician, is that a major or a minor? I would think master tactician would be major, right? Or no, I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about hinges when I told you major or minor. You can add 2 edges.
2 edges.
Yeah.
In addition to these 2 edges or instead of these 2 edges?
In addition, because you took 2
Gotcha.
major and 2 minor.
Gotcha.
I'll be right back.
The legendary we have to earn, he said, so we can't go that route. Bro, there's so many of these things, it's ridiculous. What you got, Miggy?
Let me stream. So that looks like.
Nice. Okay. That looks cool. Oh, you got the gear too? Where'd you get the gear from?
Chat GPT.
Oh, you just
Yo.
I know it's not the best etiquette to eat on stream, but I don't give shit. This
Oh,
shit good food.
you also deleted some of the skills you get for free, Mickey.
Oh.
He's
I
like,
deleted
oh.
them.
Oh
Oh,
shit!
that's what that means. Delete them.
No, no, no.
You deleted them. You weren't supposed to delete them. That's what that means.
You
Oh, the
you
basic ones. Okay.
need common knowledge, notice, persuasion,
Common knowledge. Whoops. Persuasion.
and notice.
Okay.
And those you get a D4 for free.
Do we have weapons or do we earn them?
So
Gear and stuff
you
like that.
can start out with a weapon of your choice.
Okay.
But you have 500 gold starting out, and there's a little shop section in the book
To see what I can
and
buy.
in the fantasy guide to kind of give you a basic if you want to. Now, like survival gear, like camping shit, like all that, you get for free.
Okay.
You get a little adventurer pack.
All right. I'm gonna
Gotcha.
step out real quick for a minute.
Oh, I think we know why.
Did I sound too excited?
You say go to fantasy book now to see the gear, right?
Join you, Miguel.
The fantasy companion does have a gear section, but also I think all of the books have a gear section.
Okay. Well, I want. Do we stick to the main book?
It doesn't
Just,
matter,
just
whatever. Like even if you want to be like, my dude has a magic axe that he started out with, and you're like, this is how he got it in the past.
Mhm.
Shit, I'll be like, all right, cool, that's what you use.
Okay.
Oh shit, this man Miguel added like a bunch of shit to his gear.
He went to Chat GPT, and that's what it said.
Yeah, I added bunch too. I
You're only
added
supposed to
bunch
have one,
too.
huh?
But
So
well, he
like
gave me
armor,
$500. Okay.
you already come armored. You can choose the weapon of your choice, and then like from there, if you want to buy extra things like a horse or like stuff like that, we can deduct that from your 500 gold.
Well, armor and like initial weapon were free.
Yeah.
Oh, did you say we get adventuring gear and shelter or no, or just shelter?
Yes, you guys already have an adventure explorers pack with like everything you need for the road, like with tents and all that shit.
Explorers pack. Is that like a?
It might not be in the book. It's just kind of like a base thing to
It's
be like, I should have rope because it's in my explorer pack because
like
it's a part of
crowbar,
this.
candle, hammer, lantern, shit like that. Oil,
I mean,
whatever.
yeah, basically.
Okay. Okay. Oh shit! I'm getting one of these mother.
You so excited.
Yeah, bro.
Wow, Nat, I asked if you want to play and you ain't gonna answer me. Rude.
This is how you know your mommy loves you because she makes things like how you like them separate from everybody else's.
Damn. What'd you
But
get?
So I don't really like lasagna because I'm not a big fan of ricotta cheese. I don't like the
I
texture
feel that.
nor the taste. But yeah, I told her that last time she made lasagna. She's like, "Why didn't you eat it?" And I was like, "I don't really like lasagna that much." And now she made like a separate lasagna with no ricotta,
Damn. Nice.
and it's really good. I mean, I guess you couldn't even really call it lasagna unless you don't have ricotta cheese, but whatever.
hmm. What's a flail?
Uh, like a morning star type thing, like the
Mhm.
ball and chain type weapon.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So what is my cutoff on the type of weapon I can use in give me like a time restraint? Because clearly I can't have a fucking gat. So
Yeah, no, but like you said you were going for like a samurai build, so like you want a sword or a magical sword.
yeah, I did have arcane added.
All right. So I got my weapons. You want to hear them, Alex, or no?
Yeah,
All right. So I have a war dog, but it said 150 plus. I don't know what that means.
for a war dog.
Yeah,
Did it
the war
like gold or?
it dollars. That's what it
Oh,
said,
okay.
dollars.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
assuming that's what it is. Yeah. So
So
war
the
dog.
pluses kind of just add like depending on level and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't have levels or anything like that. It's
No,
just the
it's
war
fine.
dog.
You'll just start out with a basic war dog that'll
Okay.
level up with you.
Oh, okay, I see
And
here.
then
It gives me like a thing telling me modern, futuristic, shit like that.
the next thing I
Laser
have
sword. Oh,
next thing I have is a orcish combat axe. Weight is 12. Do you need that?
Um, yes and no, but you're an orc, so you'll be able to swing that one
Yeah,
handed if
and
you
it
want.
says yeah, strength D8, and then it says parry -1 can be wielded in two hands for +1 damage, and that's
Yes.
350. That's 350.
so I'm gonna do a katana as mine, and from what I see here, it says that I need a minimum strength of D6, which I do have that. And then, but it says also that the damage will add 1 + 1 to strength. So do I do +1 on strength?
Yes, you can do that to kind of remind you that your strength will do +1.
Got you.
So where do I add my parry -1 and if it's two hands, 1 damage?
So that would be up with pace, parry, and toughness. So your pace is a normal 6.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on if you chose things that up that. Your parry is +2, but since you're using that axe, it'll be up 1.
Wait, where was it you said? Again, sorry, could you say that?
Pace, parry, and toughness, the circled ones.
Uh-huh, pace, parry, and I see what you're saying. Okay,
Yes.
cool.
So
So
So,
your
got it.
your
I'll
pace
adjust
would be
accordingly.
6, your parry would be 1, and then your toughness is 2 plus half your vigor.
2 plus half.
S- So like
2 plus
what's
half
your
my
what's your
vigor.
yeah, what's your vigor die?
8. So 6.
Yeah, so 6.
Okay. So pace you said 6, parry 1, and toughness 6. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, and unless you have any armors that add to your toughness.
Well, no, I already spent $500.
Your weapon is free. Your starting weapon is free, and then you get armor for free.
Oh,
so
starting weapon is
where
free, and then I
my
have
Yeah.
katana,
$500 to spend. Got it.
my katana on notes, all it says is 2 hands, right? Do I need to write that anywhere? It's a 2 hands. Like, does that matter in some kind of way that I should be writing that down for the future?
I mean, unless you're like, I'm gonna use my katana while I'm holding a torch or something like that, like if as a reminder to you, it's a two-handed katana,
I'll know that.
if
Okay, I
you
get what you're saying.
right,
Okay, I
yeah.
don't really need
So
to write it
like,
down.
if you choose to use it not two-handed, you'll get a
The
negative.
penalty, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably what, take away the +1 strength that it's giving me.
Or a negative to your roll to see if it works.
Okay, got you. So I did that melee weapon. Let's see here.
Wait,
It's like
my
modern
or
weapons.
I am back.
Special weapons, talking about cannons and catapults, and flamethrowers, grenades.
So
Yo, is that
Miguel,
what we're doing? Are we
No,
doing kill
no, no,
streaks?
no, no, no. We're in medieval times, so you gotta go
There's
with the
no
most
kill
basic.
streaks in
No.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Ain't no AC 130s here.
Summon the Millennium Falcon.
Where is the armor?
so where you have attributes, Miguel, those ones and twos, you start from the D4 and then click like whichever you want to add.
Right here.
Yeah, yeah. So they all start out as a D4.
I don't know what that means.
The dice type is a four-sided die.
Okay.
And if you wanted to add one to it, you just mark it up to a
next one.
D6. Yeah, the next die type. Instead of just putting one there, you would just click on the die type. Yeah, and then you can get rid of that one in the, yeah.
So we don't need these?
Yeah, so like that would be a D6.
Damn, so I can't wear Kevlar? Like, come on, man.
So what is the point of the D6 thing?
This will be this will be the die type that you roll when you're doing an agility play, a smarts play,
Okay.
Am I restricted on what initial armor I pick? One piece of armor that I pick?
I mean, you can't have like some fucking god level armor, but
So
I'm saying like because it's cloth all the way to plate mail is what it gives you.
oh, I mean, you can get all the way up if you want.
my
For
question
the first
is,
free one? Okay.
let's say for the attributes, for example, right? Let's say I'm doing a action that requires smarts, and I currently have 7 right now, right? Is there like a 7-sided die?
No, so you would take out that one that's right there unless you have taken a hindrance or an edge that gives you a +1 to your smarts roll.
Okay.
And then what you would do with that initial, you would start out with a D4, and then when you put points into it, like you put that 1 point in, you would be a D6. So the die types are what you roll, and then that in between space is if you have any pluses or minuses.
So I for sure have some edges and advances that give me some type of extra die roll or no?
I don't know. I don't even know if some of those are in game ones.
This is when ChatGPT does not work well. You didn't do the homework. Did not read. You just copy pasted.
All right, I'm just gonna start with a jacket.
But so your smarts would be a D6 if you put 1 point in
Am
it.
I only sharing the PDF?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me share my window. What page is the attributes at? You guys remember?
No.
No, you're just gonna have to go all the way to the top to the thing. That's what I've been having to do.
Contents.
Okay, so far I've have my initial gear set without spending any money yet. One edge that they gave me for being a human. I haven't looked at hindrances yet. Do that now.
Wait, when you said godlike armor, what do you mean by that?
So and you can pick from anything that says medieval, but remember you have to stick by the rule set in the sense like if you don't have D10 or D8 strength, you're not going to be able to get one of the higher set armors even for free. Doesn't matter, you can't wield it.
Well, my
So like for example, I'm only D6, so I decided to go with a jacket, something I can wield for free, and it gives me +1 armor.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, okay. I can see how this is funny.
And then
So that's your hindrance slot. Those are for your bad attributes.
These are
You're an edge. Those are edges that you're in right now. But the loyalty you have in the hindrance.
Got it.
So very attractive, you would have to take attractive first and then upgrade it to very attractive.
Okay, so that's a subcategory. So
Yeah. Just
sticking
have
with it.
everyone be able to talk in the group except for Jay, who just sits there and be like, "I will kill you," and they're like, "Okay, okay."
The whole
Yeah.
entire game is persuasion.
Yeah, the whole thing is instead of like Hulk smash, I'll kill you.
I will.
You do what I say, I will kill you. So
I'm doing arrogant as a hindrance. I don't give a fuck. Shit.
So,
Now I'm
is
kind of
arrogant
thinking I
Major.
low-key want to make a female character.
shit? It's
well,
whatever
can
you
say
want to
that
be,
your
man.
character is female, bro.
I haven't even
Just
said
so I
if
can,
mine is female. I mean,
just
it's
so
got
I
a male
can
name, but
persuade Jay.
you guys heard my name, Rafael Culo.
You ain't
Co-
persuading Jay, bro. Jay's on a mission, bro. You don't even know my life story.
You know what? I am a fucking dyke that's gonna persuade Jay. That's what I'm gonna be.
And I'm gonna be a
Arrogant
And my
legend.
name is
Jay,
gonna be the Little
Major,
Mermaid.
so I can go
and
pick
and
in
Jay's
major
gonna be a
edge.
legend because
Actually,
Jay's gonna
no, they call
convert
me
a dyke.
Mama, the Big Mermaid.
So, Eddie, major hindrances will give you two. Will give you either being able to up an attribute die to one die, or you get to choose an extra edge. Minor hindrances will let you gain an extra skill point,
Okay,
or you start out with more additional funds.
got you. So I chose that major one, so I can either move one of my skill things up, or add another edge. What about
Yeah.
advancement? Not an advancement.
So advancement is just like how we're progressing. Like
Oh, okay.
you'll go through
I'm
your
looking at it
yeah.
now. Yeah, the rank and shit.
And like it won't go specifically stuck to these rules because I doubt we'll be able to play massive consistently because that's the one problem with playing is getting everyone together.
Yeah.
But yeah, once we get through shit, do some things, you'll get rewarded with gear, gold, and upgrades to like your extra hindrances, or you can choose to upgrade your skills or go up an attribute
So
die.
that hindrance didn't. I,
But like Miguel, like what you're on, where you see brute, like you
Yeah.
have to have a D6 in strength and vigor to be able to get brute as an edge.
So arrogant doesn't tell me like the hindrance doesn't give me the negatives, right? Because this hindrance, of course, has some kind of negative effect on me, right?
Yeah, you're an arrogant fuck.
Yeah, but like that doesn't take anything away from a specific attribute or anything like that.
Like it's not one of the more. I think it's a minor one, right?
No, it says major.
Oh, it's major.
Yeah.
Then I mean, if it's not specifically saying that it gives you negatives to anything, it's just kind of like a characteristic, you know,
Got
that
you. Okay.
the more you play into your arrogance, the more beanies you get.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
if I abide by my hindrance, because there's no like thing that's really like forcing me to do that, but if I abide by my hindrance, it'll give me pluses and bennies. Okay,
Yeah, you'll get rewarded for it.
got you. So this shit just looks like a win-win to me. I don't know what else to say. Let's see. It does say I have to. I am like the being arrogant means like I look for the greatest threat in battle, like hacking my way through lesser minions only because they're in the way. Doing a Vader, picking up the sword of my enemy and handing it back to them with a smirk. Like that's the kind of arrogant, making sure like everybody
Yeah.
knows I'm the best.
So that, you know, and the more you play into that, like the more you get rewarded story wise, you know,
Got
through
you.
beanies.
With doing that, I'm gonna instead of adding an edge, I'm gonna go ahead and put my arcane to a D6.
So that was a major
Oh,
one. So
that
you
was a
you can
major
put your arcane, or you can do two skill die types
Oh,
because
okay.
you can either do one attribute up or 2 skill types up.
One.
Explain
it again.
So your attributes are like your big shit.
Yes, right here.
Yeah, and you only had 5 points to do that starting out. So
Okay.
You can do 1 to that or 2 to skills.
Yeah, or you could up your skills die type.
Or get the edge, right? You said? Because it's a major.
Or you can get extra edges, yes.
So how many edges here can I have?
For a major?
If you have majors will give you you can use them to get 2 extra edges, or do the other die upgrades and shit like that.
Shit.
All right,
Okay, I
Alex,
might do
you
2
ready?
edges then. Fuck that. Because the edges kind of add to the things too. So
You ready, Alex?
I'm ready.
So you said we get the like camping bullshit stuff free, right? So
Yeah.
came down like the header of that was tools for research and study. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, that can
I'll
be a
look
part
into
of your
it.
pack.
Yeah. So battle axe. It's a battle axe, $300.
And do you want that on top of that Orcus axe that you
Yes,
already got?
you said orc
Then
axe is free, right?
yeah, that's free. Yeah,
Yeah.
so then yeah, if you'd like to purchase a secondary axe, then yeah.
Yeah. Well, you think it's not a good idea? Is it better to
It's
go
up to
somewhere else?
you. It's like you are strong enough to be able to dual wield axes
Whoa.
like that
Okay,
if you
cool.
want. But, you don't have the ambidextrous edge. So if you went dual wielding, you would still get a negative to your rolls.
I got you.
But also, if you wanted to like chuck the fucking axe at someone and then have one on your back to
Get at it.
continue on from there, then yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna
also
do
strong enough to be able to do that.
Okay.
very
So then,
attractive.
So attractive, you have to get first, and then you get
Yeah.
2. It's basically a cost of 2.
So attractive was the first one I chose for being a human that I got a free edge, a free minor.
Oh,
and then
yes,
now I'm adding
yes.
a very attractive as well. And then I
All right,
got
so
one more
then-
I'm gonna do for having the arrogant major.
so then the war dog would be $150, right? So that would be total of 450.
Mhm.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
And-
Wait, quick question. My bad. Real quick question. So you know how there's the edges that are novice and veteran. If I have the major arrogant hindrance, do I have to? I can do. I'm assuming maybe 2 novice or 1 veteran. Is that how that works? Or it doesn't matter. I can choose 2 of any.
2 of any, because
Okay.
you guys are starting out. Well, you guys are starting out at seasoned, so
Oh, right.
if-
Right.
yeah,
Got
yeah,
you,
yeah,
got you. Okay, continue on. My bad, Jay.
All right, cool. So then I'm adding net that's weighted, and the caveat for this net is it's successful hit means the target is entangled. The net is hardness 10 and vulnerable only to cutting attack.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
And then I just want to make sure I got this other stuff correct. And then I have that orcish combat axe, which is free, right? Now you said armor stuff, shield large. Can I do that
So
or no?
if you want to do a large shield, yes, you can. But carrying 2 weapons and a shield is gonna lower your
down.
pace. Yeah.
Okay, fuck the shield. I'm going all fucking Spartacus on this motherfucker. So bronze corselet, it's torso covering.
If you want that to be a part of your free armor, then yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying because
Okay.
I don't want to slow down. That was the armor when I was picking bronze corselet. Where the fuck did that go? God damn it!
I can
So
only use. I see that I have some stuff that's probably not here in this book.
yeah, I was about to say exactly. So when I have the attractive, it says adds +1 to performance and persuasion. I don't see performance as one of the skills.
So performance would be like if you're a bard. Like if you were more of like an actor or something like that, trying to like be the distraction, performance
Okay.
would be a skill that you have.
But I don't have.
But
Okay.
you can get a +2 to any persuasion because you're
Not using
attractive
performance.
or
Okay.
very attractive.
Oh, got you. So
Now, okay, so bronze corselet, torso, grievous legs, bronze helmet, head, braces, arms. I added reinforced chain, but I don't remember what the fuck that was. And then, can my dog have shit on him or no?
Yeah, your dog can have chainmail armor.
Okay. So dog has the chain. So reinforced chain armor for dog. And I think am I missing anything, guys? I got the helmet, got the torso, got arms, legs. What else? That's it, right? Basically, for armor. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's shoes. Do I need shoes or no? Because I'm an orc. I got probably fucking solid feet. I don't need no damn shoes.
Yeah, you don't need them, or you can say they're a part of your greaves.
Okay, cool. All right, so that's it. So the ones that cost money are battle axe net that's weighted at $50, battle axe at $350 net weighted, and then war dog at 150.
All right.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you my edges. The two that I added was Master Tactician. Do you want me to read what that does?
Sure.
Okay, cool. I just gotta find it real quick here. So Master Tactician is draw and
What races are you guys again? Human?
I'm a human. He's a half orc. So half
Okay,
human,
so-
half orc.
So
Mm.
one thing though, there's a tactician and then
should've
there's a
put an
master
Aquarian.
tactician, which
What are you
means
gonna
that I
do?
have to upgrade to master tactician, right?
I should have put an
Yes.
Aquarian.
Okay, so I'm gonna just choose then tactician, not master tactician. So tactician, draw an extra action card each turn that may be assigned to any allied extra group of extras sharing an action card in command range, which is
Okay.
so tactician.
So when we do combat, right, it's kind of like we play a hand of poker,
Mm-hmm.
like one card poker, and we'll draw each of you guys will have your cards, and then the everyone else that I control will have our cards, and depending on where you are in the hierarchy of the like 1 to 10, you go first, and then like Jack, King, Queen, all that have different plays that you can do. Like if you ace, you automatically go first, and you get a beanie and stuff like that. And then Jokers are wild cards; they can go at any time, and they get bonuses too.
So I can assign that to either one of the characters, basically.
Yeah, so like instead of getting your one card, you get two. So if like you really needed Eddie to do something because he was closer to the enemy, but he drew a low card, you can give that extra card to Eddie so that he goes first and is able to take out.
Awesome. And then the next one is Nerves of Steel. Your hero has learned to fight on through the most intense pain. He may ignore 1 point of wounded penalties.
Nice. So
my my
once
vigor.
you're
Okay, go ahead.
once you're in combat and you're taking too much damage, right? Like you'll start collecting those wounds, and the wounds that you have will last past that combat unless we actively rest and heal and stuff like that. And
Okay.
wounds and fatigues are just like a constant negative to
Where should I
everything
keep
that you
track of my
do.
money?
Gotcha.
On the bottom notes.
You can put it in the notes, the gear, like whichever.
Okay, where I put it, I should put like minus this.
Just put whatever you have left.
What did you do? Minus what? So I make sure I follow that.
So, for example, I put katana strength. Like I put my katana and jacket that are free, but now I'm gonna add leggings, right? And that's gonna cost me 20. So I'm gonna put minus.
Well, you get starting armor for free.
But how much starting armor?
Just like a full set.
Oh, okay. So the leggings and jacket would be for free, but anything after that, then I would pay.
Yeah.
Do we have any
What
idea
about?
what this
Oh, would
world
that
is
include the
like?
cap as well?
I mean, your helmet or whatever. Yeah, that's
Is it-
included in the free.
Cap.
Yes. So like your regular armor is free, and then you get to upgrade it from there. That's my understanding, right? As you
Yeah.
gain money.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you guys have already been out adventuring and your solo shit and stuff
Well,
like that.
here's the question: how much is the Beskar armor cost? Because Beskar armor is not in this book.
Not coming, my
Oh,
boy.
unfortunately, the technology isn't there. What's up?
Do we have any idea of what this world is like?
Not yet, bro. We're getting there. It's
I
a medieval
mean,
world with fucking
Bro, because
dragons and shit.
Next thing you know, he makes an underwater world that none of us survive in.
that's
Oh,
exactly what I was thinking, because they're both I have to go into the water at least 1 hour a day. If not, I become fatigued and I die.
So, there is water. Yes, there will be water. Like, but I mean, there might be some
Do I
plays
carry-
that
do
you
I-
can
do-
do
Do I
magically.
carry a portable backpack that I can get wet in?
I mean, there might be a thing called a bag of holding that's basically just a portal to another dimension that you can hold anything that you want in it. So you might just have yourself a little pool in there. We can work around it. And with Tailspire, the thing is I can make underwater levels and shit like that.
Guess what I just got, guys, in the mail?
Hmm.
Yes. You should be able to guess.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really don't know.
I told you this yesterday, bro.
Oh, the thing for your watch.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. How much
Is
did it
it
cost
like
you?
a display thing? What is it?
It's a. I don't remember how much it was. It was under $100. I know that for sure. It's a case for watches, but it's
For
an
automatic.
automatic. It's an automatic winder, which means like I don't have to actively every day try to wind my watches to keep them going.
Oh shit, like the one that spins constantly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's that flex shit right there.
That's what it
You can
looks
put
like.
4 watches, and you have 3 automatic, right?
I have 3 automatic. I can put 4 watches, but then I can also put 6 other watches.
On the bottom.
Yeah,
That's nice.
because I have one and it's a shitty one.
Mhm.
I think it was like $50 or $60 or something. So nice. Yeah. Cool. Quality shit, obviously, because it's $60.
All right. So I haven't spent any money.
I think loyalty is a hindrance in this book.
Loyalty.
It could be under a different name, like Code of Honor or something like that.
I'll be right back, but I'm not a Miggy back. I'm gonna like right away back.
I just want to get the subway.
But yeah, just like Eddie's arrogant hindrance, like the more like social hindrances you have, the more you play off those, you get more beanies and shit. Beanies are basically how I reward you guys for playing outside of, gear and gold and shit like that. I was playing a game of actual D&D and someone, the dungeon master, I was an orc. He made me roll a d20 for the size of my dick, and I rolled a 17. So he was like, all right, 17 inches.
That shit is dragging, nigga. Oh my
Like,
god.
I feel like I should have got some, negatives for movement or something, but
Movement.
You can fucking put that thing on
Like
your
now
shoulder.
you cannot have a two-handed weapon because when you run, you have to hold your dick in your other hand
Just
because
gotta hold that shit up.
you will trip over it if not done correctly.
This question is it a grower or a shower?
Points you can raise an attribute.
That thing can't grow.
It's 17 inches. Where the fuck else is it gonna grow?
Yeah, it's
Wrap that shit up, stuff it in their loincloth.
Around your neck, you're getting rear naked choked as you run around
So
the
I need to
field.
determine here how many points of hindrances I have, right? Because it can only
So-
add 4.
So it can, but it can also add beyond. So like, because I like fucked up people. So like, if you want to take 2 majors and 2 minors, you can.
hey, make sure you
Okay.
guys aren't going over your weight.
2
Well, what's the
majors and 2
weight?
minors.
So your weight depends on your strength. It says here encumbrance, meaning if you're, let's say for example, I'm D6, I only have a strength of D6, I can only go up to 40 pounds.
What? Then that
Yeah.
means
I
I have
mean-
to redo my entire list.
Not really.
No.
No, we're not
Yeah,
gonna follow that.
because that's it's a very hindering scale in my opinion. So like, you guys kind of have plot armor when it comes to your initial shit, but like
Just like
if you guys
GTA
want to
pull shit over ass?
exceed, yeah, if you guys want to exceed that shit, then
Gotcha.
then we can start talking about encumbrance and shit like that. Like if you're like, I want to carry around this boulder with me. I played with someone who was a barbarian that always carried around a keg of ale and used it as a fucking because they were playing a drunken master kung fu artist. So they would carry their big thing of ale, take a giant swig, and then like kick it into people and shit like that.
Oh, as a weapon. As a weapon, they will use the barrel.
Yeah, because it was like a cast iron barrel. I forgot what he classified it as, but yeah, I thought it was a funny idea. But yeah, Miguel, if you want to just like, there's a whole section of them. Like, depending on how many you take, depends on how much extra you get. So like, I think they start on 22. But yeah, like major ones, you basically get better shit from major ones compared to minors, or you can just take a bunch of minors, or you can just take none at all and get no bonuses for it. And since you already got rich there, you can use that as your human free edge if you want.
Human?
Oh wait, you're not human anymore. I forgot.
I don't really necessarily need to get anything extra, right? Like start spending money on anything. Not necessary, right?
Not necessarily, no. You basically have everything in your survival pack that you need to adventure.
Wait,
And
so can I keep some of that money? Do I need to spend?
yeah,
all that?
yeah, you don't have to
I'm
spend it. You can
thinking
keep
that-
it.
I'm thinking
Oh.
not to spend a dime, my guy. I'm about to just go in with my katana and my basic clothes and fuck shit up.
No, I'm gonna keep the dog, and I'm gonna keep the weighted net, but I'm gonna get rid of the battle axe for right now.
Okay.
So that's gonna keep
Yeah.
me with $300 in my pocket.
And then you can put in your gear or in the notes or whatever. Just keep track of how much you have left.
Okay.
I think I might buy like a crossbow
I could have just asked.
or a normal bow.
Miguel's like, I'm
No.
using this for
Hold on.
everything.
Generate a female name proven to be the most attractive. This is for you, Jay. You're not escaping from me.
Yeah, I'm buying a
but
bow. I'm buying
you
a
know
bow.
what you did,
That'll be
right?
the
You
one
said
thing I
that-
buy. Do I have to buy arrows? That's how it's gonna work? Or
It's
just
like,
make-
man,
I just make arrows.
attractiveness is like a human quality that I can't simulate. Sorry.
Miguel, I'm already very attractive at this point. You should invest into something else for our squad. What are you doing? Yeah, I'm gonna buy a bow.
Yeah, but remember, I'm not like you can't be. I can't. You cannot be attractive to me because we're not the same race, bro.
Fuck, you'd smash me.
I
You'd
mean,
fuck the shit out of me, bro.
No, I wouldn't.
You know
'Cause
what?
orcs only smash orcs, bro. I stick.
I mean,
with
you're
my
kind of
approach
the
to
reason.
main.
You're kind of the objection to that because you're half.
Yeah, but it said that orcs are here. I'll tell you what orcs are.
Question, real
Oh,
quick.
I know. The
Damage.
rule book's very racist.
Yeah, maybe I don't know.
No, like most of these are they can be. I mean, it's fantasy, so like it's not actual, but like
Yeah.
most half orcs, their stories on how they were made half orcs is usually out of grape. Like
Oh,
half elves the same
Oh.
way. Like
Why are you so sad?
yeah.
The story just becomes so much darker.
Like it's your story and your background, so you could be like, I come from a loving home. That's up to you. But like how it's usually played and portrayed, it's yeah.
Hey Jay, do you have a female crush, like a favorite movie star by any chance?
nope.
Real quick,
They're all
my
those.
bow says 2d6. What does that mean for damage? 2d6.
So that would be what your so like you would roll to use it, right? And then if you hit, you roll, and then we'll calculate damage off that 2d6.
Okay.
Oh, so I gotta keep track of that shit too. Jesus. All right. I guess all the information is important. Got it. Armor.
I mean, yeah, when you break it down, it's basically just number games with chances of rolls.
Yeah. So armor is armor plus. So all of my items are +3 on an armor level. What does that mean?
Adds 3 to your armor.
All of the items add 3 to my armor?
Yes. So for example, I got a jacket, so it adds 2. I got leggings, adds 2. I got a cap, adds 2. That's my kit. I got a bow, minus 250 coin, but it's 2d6. Katana is strength plus d6 plus 1.
Okay, so I'm gonna add these numbers now.
So I'm about to end the stream because I want to be able to share my screen in Discord. We've already been going for like 2 hours. Unless we want to have us, we should have maybe we want to have a conversation about something else, and we'll come back to character creation a little bit.
Sure. Either way, for me, I'm down for whatever.
So
Yeah.
let's talk about. All right, let's talk about weed. When are we gonna see federally legalized weed? What do you guys think?
Federally?
Yes. You think it'll be very long for federal?
It's you gotta, yeah, because you still have parts of the United States that are super conservative.
Yeah, you even have parts that are trying to push back on the Delta 8 and stuff like that, like the farming loophole that most states use to get around it. Yeah, so federally would be amazing, but it's not going to happen. Decriminalization, though, I can see that coming federally a lot sooner than I can see legalization. And also, legalization has two avenues: medically and recreational. So
What do you think, Jay, from like the financial standpoint? Because we all know like it's a big part of like big pharma and also like material wise, like hemp and stuff is very, very like good material like to be used. Like for example, you have boats and planes that are made out of hemp and shit like that. Like it would
houses,
threaten fiberglass industry and shit like that.
So investment companies are already investing into companies as such that are doing anything that related to wheat, right? Now, more conservative companies are not allowing those specific trades. They're not they're not holding those specific securities, right? So it's already going on, whether it's approved or not approved, right? So people are already trading that. Now, from a standpoint of the governments, I think it would be smart if they did that because the tax implications of that. I think the first day Denver, Denver first they legalized weed, they got $1 million in tax revenue on the first day.
yeah. And then those companies have to pay those taxes, but can't use the bank system. So they have to then take all that money in cash and try to put it where they can,
So
which
what
is
they
also not generating revenue for our economy. I mean,
so
it
what
is, but it's not.
so what these people
Bus
did,
sliding
and
by probably.
well, no, they can take cards and stuff like that. The only thing is their processor with their credit card processor allowed that because it's considered high risk, right? Technically. Now there are
Yeah,
high
because it's not
risk
federally
processors.
legal.
So you got to look at it this way. Every time you swipe a credit card, the company, let's say my store, I'm not a store. Every time somebody swipes a credit card, I have to pay off a percentage. And the way these percentages work is very simple. The most basic percentage that you pay is on your debit card transactions, which is usually just a like let's say 10 cents per swipe, right? And then from there it starts going up on depending what kind of a credit card you have. So let's say if you have a credit card that's considered on a higher points return or higher cashback return, the percentage rate for that is extremely high because the store owners are the people that are paying your cash back. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that can go upwards of 5%. So now when you're looking into businesses that are considered high risk, such as porn, weed, anything that has to do with what's considered high risk, those credit card processors are charging you upwards of 15 to 20% on every transaction that gets swiped through. Basically, depending on a state you live in, you can say, for example, Georgia can say, this is the price if you pay cash, but this is the price if you pay credit cards, right?
Do you think that
Or they
the
can say, I'm going to add an X percentage to your credit card swipe because you're using a credit card. In state of Florida, all your prices have to reflect either the cash price or the credit card price. There cannot be a difference.
either okay? So do you think that's why there's still like, for example, in Florida, you still see like because it's medically legal, right? So if you have your medicinal card, you can um purchase marijuana. Do you think that's why they're still having the problem where like the prices seem to be dropping, but they're still pretty up there compared to I guess what you want to call street pricing. So it's still
So the processing is in there, then the taxes are also counted because all that cost gets transferred over to you,
yeah. But
right? So
like for
you're
example,
technically paying for that.
it's still more expensive than other states. What I mean, like the medical dispensaries here, do you think it's because of that that they are like accounting for that 15 to 20% so much, and that's why the prices are
Probably.
still so high?
Probably that, and probably like the availability, right? Like the places that have it, it's not very because you have to look at it with dispensaries. They're not a in a whole scheme of things. There's a very easy entry business, right? So it's not like opening a telephone company, like telephone service company. It's not a hot dog cart, but it's not a telephone service company. So the entry level is very easy to
Oh,
enter,
you need a
and
lot of money to enter that.
you
Like
do.
you need at least half a mil sitting in a bank account just to apply to
Yes.
get the license to get this shit.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, you have smoke shops that are opening up and just carrying these vapes, you would need to have that same amount of money, right? So basically, what I'm saying is the entry for an average person, yes, it's high, but with somebody that wants, let's say they're earning $500,000, the entry point is not very high to enter, right? And if you're gonna go
I
there,
get what you're saying is in the grand scheme of things, comparative to like everything,
yeah.
like
So
getting
so
into
it's not
what
a
you're saying, like something as complicated as like I want to start a mint, like some newer companies like that are still, industries like that are still experiencing new companies like Mint and Google and stuff like that for like you said, telephone companies, stuff like that.
And you
so
also have to worry about distribution and stuff too, because are
yes,
you going to grow your own shit? Are you going to
yes,
outsource and
Yeah.
get it from a local farm because you can't get it from a different state because it's illegal to ship
yes,
across borders and shit like that?
yep, yep. So then there's it. So the basic way that the easiest way I can explain it, if the companies cannot create an oligopoly, which means like telephone companies in United States are an oligopoly, which means they get together, they decide on a price, and that's the price that they give to the customers. So there is no competition. And monopoly is one company basically owning monopoly on everything.
Yeah.
So if it's a company that is not an oligopoly, right? Like at the lower levels of being a company. So the more of those places you're gonna have, the less the price is gonna be, right? Supply and demand. So with all that taken in consideration, right now, right here, we don't have that many places where you can buy weed. So the price is naturally gonna be higher. As more
Well,
people enter
there's
into
a
the
lot of
market,
medical dispensaries here, but I mean
yeah.
that's the only way
So
you can get it is medical anyway. So if you look at it in the what our market is, we there for the people that do have their medical card and can purchase it legally, there is a lot of places to go. There's a lot of, I mean,
Yeah.
here in St. Pete, there's a lot of places to go.
But
yeah, but
Jay's talking about like infrastructure. Like,
infrastructure,
yeah,
yes.
because it's just like every other legal state. Because California, Colorado, they had their specific shops that people had to go to. And of course, they could just bring up the prices, bring up like say their
Yes.
THC contents out of whatever, and then they started putting more like regulation, more dispensaries. So now every store has a cell. They even have text deals always, but you're still paying that
Yes.
20 to 25% tax
Yeah,
on whatever you buy.
I mean,
Yes.
relative to other drugs, like, are I mean, in like the medical scheme, like it's so much cheaper to produce weed than anything else. I mean,
Yes, but don't forget that medical drugs are cornering the market. Remember that
yeah.
guy that bought the what was it? He got sued for it. He bought the HIV medicine, or was it HIV medicine or something like that? He bought and then he was gonna put outrageous prices, and they sued him. And then he turned around and said, "Well, bro, Pfizer is doing that. Like the
Question.
diabetes medication is a cornered market, which
Yeah.
means they can pretty much put whatever price they want on a medicine, and you're gonna have to pay it because they're the only producer.
Question.
Now,
Well, except insulin now.
is
Insulin has been capped, but
yes,
there's so like don't get me wrong, yay insulin and everyone that's suffering from having to do rations and all that. That's wonderful for them, but how about the cancer patients? Why can't we
correct.
cap theirs? Like they're so rampant in the greed in the
And
pharmaceutical
just to give you
market.
an idea, a tiny vial of like chemotherapy medication, a tiny 1 milliliter vial of it is $100,000.
Yeah. Yeah,
hundred
people
thousand
go
dollars,
into
and it
bankruptcy constantly just because of
and it
cancer.
and it comes in. If you were to buy it to do research, it comes in these gigantic cylinders that are like fucking sealed, like out of the movies, and it's just a one tiny
Question.
1 milliliter vial.
Question. Why is it that we see that? I mean, I get. On one hand, I get it, but big pharma is one of the things I feel like that pushes back the most on weed, right? But
Yeah,
at the same
and
time,
textile markets.
yeah, and textile markets, exactly, material like we are talking about. Um, why is it at the same time we see in our state like Florida, it got passed first medically versus getting recreational and total as first. But I also see it because of its medical use. That's how they're just pushing it in total. But I'm surprised that that's how we're seeing it first in a sense at the same time. You know what I mean?
Well, you
Even
got to
because
look at
they're
the
the people that
lobby.
push back on us the most.
You got to look at the lobby. Number one. Number two, you got to also look at who are the donors to the governor of
Yeah.
the state. Number two, right? And number three, you also have, it's kind of like a little bit of a segue, but to go back, let's say in your neighborhood somebody opened the dispensary, right? So if that's the only dispensary in your neighborhood, because they do market research, what is the average household income? What is the average age? What is the most likely that people are gonna buy? So if that there's only one dispensary, that dispensary can charge pretty much any price because there's that convenience of you getting to it versus driving across the town to buy it. Now, if the second store comes in and opens 2 blocks away, now the price is gonna start dropping. Right? So that's what you have number one for the prices. And number two, why they're pushing back. So I have this theory, right? Like I have the same theory for renewable energy. I have no issues with Exxon investing into renewable energy. They have the money and they have the research and they have the scientists. Continue doing what you're doing. Let's say instead of just extracting oil, also invest into renewable energy, right? But that costs a lot of money. That's like the bottom line. So pharmaceutical companies know that there's going to take a share away from them. It's going to take a share away from Adderall sales. It's going to take a share away from like depression medication and things like that, right? They know that. But they don't want to invest in producing
Pain.
this because that's going to hit their bottom line for that year. And you always have to kind of look back. It's like, so what's the driving force for the company? They can say all they want to say that it's all about the stakeholders, the stakeholders. No, it's all about the shareholders. Bottom line is that they should be about stakeholders, about the person that works at your factory, about the person that's buying your shit, or the person that's going to get affected by your shit. But it's all about the shareholders. Bottom line, if my share performing, because in because the markets the way they are, we're averse to risk. The minute you see blood on the streets, people sell. There's not a lot of people that buy. See what I mean?
It,
So the minute somebody says like the shares are going to be lower for this quarter, the shares of that company going to start plummeting, and now you get the snowball effect where people are selling because everyone else is selling.
yeah, and
You know what I mean?
to go off that too, like, you got to look at the classification federally. It's literally a
Class,
class 1 drug saying
yeah.
that there's no medical benefit.
So
Meth is a class 2 stating that there are medical benefits from it. So there's already that stigma that it's just a drug. So it's easier for states, and that kind of brings the less research on it and everything because it's illegal. So it's easier for states to get medical pass because it's easier to convince people that there is a medical benefit more than, hey, let's just let people willy nilly use drugs, in their opinion.
So you can also look at it this way. Alcohol, where there's prohibition era, that took quite some time until they kind of like said, okay, let's just sell alcohol, right? Even to this day, you still have distilleries that are in the woods in West Virginia that people making alcohol illegally and selling. So it's just gonna be time. So think of it this way: we're right now in a prohibition era of weed. Now, will we get to see this in our lifetime? Most likely, maybe yes, maybe not. But we like
We
kids,
have to get rid of
it's
the
a
war
higher
on
chance.
drugs first. I
Yeah,
believe like it's already failed for so many years that if
yeah,
we
but you can't do that because war on drugs supports it finances what needs to be financed in the other countries that we're at this point allies with, or the factions that we're allies with, because
I
that was
mean
the Pablo's Escobar thing was that he basically
yeah, no, I know the CIA riddled the black community with crack. Well, not crack. They sold the cocaine to be
cocaine,
turned
yeah.
into crack. But yeah.
Well, even you don't need to go that far. When Pablo, the reason Pablo Escobar became so popular was because he was able to get all these factions and he taught them how to produce drugs and sell it.
Yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
all these
No.
factions they became as one and they're making money. So CIA is like, all right, well, if that's the case, so let's have you do this instead of us coming in and giving you physically money. We're just gonna allow you to do this so you can produce your own money because you're going to support a mission that we have in that country. So when time comes, kind of what they did with Saddam, because we put Saddam where Saddam needed to be, and then
Yeah.
Saddam
And
is like,
gave them guns. Well,
yeah,
actually Russia gave them guns too, but
yeah, because
yeah.
we put Saddam, and then it was like, oh well, Saddam, and then it's like, well, I got this oil, I don't have to listen to you, and we're like, oh, you don't have to listen to me? Hold my beer, you know what I mean? So that's what happens. So it's the same thing with drugs. So they're like, do what you got to do, but no, if you step out of line, we're gonna come down on you. And most
Okay.
of these people are like Saddam and Osama. Uh, yeah, those were people that were like, okay, well, now we're gonna have to teach you a lesson.
So
It's
then
just,
why are we failing to catch all these drugs then?
well, the whole thing is because they have to make money.
Exactly. So like
So they
we're
make
punishing
money.
our population
Correct.
for money.
Correct.
So I mean, don't get me wrong, I understand that. Yeah.
Correct.
But what I'm saying is like you look at states like Oregon and Washington and the California basically they've decriminalized all drugs so that now they still get sold, but they get sold to where the population isn't punished for it because people are going to do drugs no matter what. Everyone has their vices. You're not
That's
going to get
true.
rid of that.
That's true. And the whole thing of that is, again, lobby. There's so many moving parts. Like the best way to look at this is, you ever watch that movie? It's called Vice. It's about Dick Cheney. Basically,
Yes,
how Dick
yes, yes,
Cheney
yeah,
made
yeah,
Bush the president.
yes, yeah, and
And
it
then
went
there's
through the
another,
Iraq War. Yeah,
yeah, and then there's another show. It's, I think it's like Last Survivor, where like the 24th person in line is like some secretary of some random boondock city, becomes the president because everyone gets destroyed in an attack. He becomes the president. And in those movies, they kind of show you like at 10% how the government operates, because both sides might know that this is a good thing to do. However, both sides have an agenda. Like, I need this to get done. So if you want me to sign on your bill, you need to make sure I this happens for me, even though I know this is the correct or right thing to do.
oh yeah. I was just watching a documentary about someone who infiltrated the NRA, and they made it explicitly clear if they're going to invest in you, they want something back legislationally. You know?
Yeah, because there's this thing is consulting, right? There's this thing called consulting. Any senator can become a consultant on a board of a company and get paid for it.
Yeah, it's legal bribery. That's all it
Well, you
is.
can't call it bribery anymore if they're consulting, right? So it's just a job that they're doing, and they're getting paid for it.
I
See what I
Like
just
mean?
I
super
just
PACs
now
and everything.
I just now
Yeah.
sent you the link that Jay sent me last Thursday, this Thursday, past Thursday, that of the drag shit.
Oh, the drag show. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So the bottom line is, like, when it comes to government and governments, because you have so many people and you have so many wants and needs, it's very difficult to get some. It's kind of like these lever, like it's the same exact thing as like we have agility, smart, spirit, strength, vigor.
Yeah, oh
You're
yeah.
kind of moving these things up and down to get it right, but you can never get it right exactly. So that's kind of like how this thing works. That's why it's very difficult to say, like, okay, well, why not approving the weed? I mean, there might be thousands of reasons why not, and there might be thousands of reasons why yes. But you know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, no, it's 100% money. It's 100%
yeah, it's all about
money
money. Yeah,
moving power. Yeah.
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 At the end of the day, like, I don't use weed, but if I saw an opportunity to make money, you best believe it, I'm gonna jump on it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, cuz it's a smart investment.
Yep.
That's what they're doing now in some states too because especially the ones that are heavily established infrastructure wise in Delta 8, they're starting to move to decriminal or to criminalize Delta 8 so that they can already put the building blocks they've been investing into to make weed legal for them to just sell because all it is money, and
So,
if they already have to fight a already dug in infrastructure, it's going to be a losing battle.
so like, who are the people that got really rich really quick? When Soviet Union fell apart, those little tiny shithole countries that were around that didn't have anything, whoever had $100,000 borrowed on credit cards in the United States went over there, and they were transporting potatoes by trains, vodka by trains, and they're selling this cheap shit to those people, and they made majority of their money during that time, right? Like when the infrastructure is complete shit. But you cannot do the same thing in the United States. You cannot just completely collapse the entire infrastructure to build it from bottom up, because we would lose our place in the world, right? So you can do that with smaller countries, but you cannot do that with the United States. That's why they're not just fucking completely destroying the system and bringing back the weed, they're saying, okay, well, we're going to criminalize Delta 8 first and then create this, do that. It's like small little portions of things for people to get used to.
It's also easier to slide by the public too, because
Yes.
when you're doing this mass grandize shit like book burnings or not burnings, but bannings and shit like that, people notice, and then it causes an opposition. But when you do it step by
Exactly.
step, little by little, it can be slid under the massive population.
I mean, it was a little thing like wearing a mask. People were fucking going batshit crazy about wearing a mask. 6 months later, nobody gave a fuck that somebody's wearing a mask. Yes, there was a small population of people that were complaining about the masks, but majority of people wore the masks. You know, they were not happy about it, worried, didn't really say much. It's the same shit, you know? It's always like, you know, like all these people come in like, we're ready for a change. No, motherfucker, you're the last one that's ready for the change. You're not ready for the change. The only change you're ready for is because you think that's the right thing. But when that right thing gets to you, you're like, oh, no, that's not what I was asking for. Well, of course, you know, like we live next to Walgreens, not next to perfect world. You know what I mean? So, so that's the bottom line, you know, and like, that's why you can't solve these issues as easily. Like, I mean, just look at the whole inflation. How do you think Miggy's gonna single-handedly solve the whole inflation? You know?
That's your job, Mickey.
I
You
think
gotta get on
I
that.
think he's got it.
You gonna
Not gonna
solve?
do
You
nothing.
gonna solve inflation? You gonna go get your 50, like recommended?
Yeah, bro. Minimum 50, bro. That's my
Minimum 50.
minimum 50.
50. You guys hear that?
Damn.
To all the young men out there, J Master, J Master J.
I'm not saying this. This is not my opinion. It's not my opinion. There's a really good book if you want to read it. It's called Rational Male.
So some other guy's opinion.
Jay, I'm gonna tell you to read this one book. It's called the Bible. Go to church.
You need
Cleanse your
Jesus.
soul.
I've read it. It's fucked up. Just so you know.
It's pretty fucked up, yeah.
So the Bible depends which version you read. Let's talk about religion.
I'm down.
No.
So,
no.
I like
you know
this
how
one.
Oh.
you have the Abrahamic religions, right? Like you have the Judaism, Christianity, and
The Mediterranean, yeah.
and Islam.
All, yeah.
So we're not going to talk about the Judaism. We're not going to talk about the Islam, right? But in progression, first was Judaism, and then Judaism kind of converted to Christianity, and in the newest iteration is Islam, right? Because if you take Islam, their prophet is Muhammad, but they mention Jesus in their book, right? As one of the messiahs, basically. And then you take Christianity doesn't recognize Muhammad, but they say that Jesus is it. And then you take Judaism, they don't recognize Jesus, but they recognize God, right? So now let's talk about Christianity itself. You have the conservative Christianity, and then you have the less conservative Christianity, which in
Well,
United States,
you have Catholicism and then Protestantism because it all came from Judaism broke from and
yeah,
then
but
it's
there's
breaking
more
from
to it.
there.
There's more to it that, but the basics. What I'm talking about is the during Nicene congregation, they got together. So this is where basically you have the Catholics, and then you have the Greek Orthodox, or like Armenian
Yes.
Orthodox, and all of those Orthodox, right? The difference between two is Orthodox religion believe, like, when they say God, they talk about the Father, like he's the man, like he's the number one. And then there's the Son, that they believe in as the Son, as a prophet, and then all the other people.
Yeah.
But God is who they pray to, is the Father. But then if you take Catholic religion or the Baptist religion, they pray to Jesus as the God,
And
right?
even Catholics pray to mothers and saints too.
Correct.
So
But
Mary is also
correct. And where's that come from? If you want something get done, how do you get it done? Like if you want son to do something, you talk to the mother. Mother will talk to the son, and son will most likely do what you want him to do. Do you
I
see what I'm
mean,
saying?
yeah. But
That's
they
why
also come from Rome, which was a polytheistic culture
exactly.
that was then toppled by Christianity. So
So
like
yes. So how that deviation happened? It was literally a fucking comma. One comma during this Nicene gathering in a book, in this, what they were looking at is like father and son, right? Or father, comma, son. That was the difference. Literally the difference. That's what separates the entire Orthodox Christianity from non-Orthodox Christianity, which is Catholicism and all that other shit, right? So during Nicene calendar, that's what they did. And then this guy, his name was Gregory or something like that. Anyway, you know how we have the Gregorian calendar that some people follow? This motherfucker in 1528 decided that he's gonna create his own fucking calendar and narcissistically named the shit after himself.
That's
And
why we have
now,
April Fool's Day. Yeah.
you have fucking Greek Easter that's week later than everyone else's Easter. Although every 4 to 5 years, it's the same day because of the, it's the first full moon after Passover versus first full moon after whatever. So the point here is with that whole religion is that it's the same shit, except who has the control. And bottom line is who's got the money. Right?
I mean, that's cultural like influence too, and
Yes.
which is used. Religion is used very frequently throughout history.
Yeah.
You know, for political power.
Now, with all
But if
that
you
being
take like the writings of the Holy Book, you know, it's something completely different.
yes. So depends which book you read. If you read the book like with Orthodox, which is let's say Armenian or Greek Orthodox, in that book, like you had the Old Testament and then you had the New Testament. Old Testament, the God of Old Testament was a fucking brute, bro. He would
Yeah,
fuck
it
you up.
was.
You got a tattoo, straight to jail. I mean, straight to hell. You did this, straight to hell. There was like no repent, like none of this 10 Hail
Mass
Marys and everything.
world floods,
Yes.
locusts, plagues. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Dude was
And then,
hardcore.
I remember
yeah, and then,
being in high school and having so the same year I can remember it was freshman year, the same I was taking world history that year, and that's when I was learning like about religion a lot, like in the history sense. And I also had algebra that year as a freshman, and I would have to go during lunch to do more work because I was a little behind. And I remember on Fridays they had like this Christian athletes club that would meet in the his room, my same teacher's room, on Fridays, and they would talk, and it was just like we do everything for God. Like everything, every accomplishment is for him, and they stay good for him. And it was like, oh, you dedicate a lot of your life to just that. And
some people
your
need that
drive.
aggrandized, you know, goal. Like they need a higher power to get them through the day. Like it's just kind of like their motivation.
it's actually a pretty good segue because the book itself, now, even though I do talk not necessarily very nice about religions, but the book itself, if you just follow the 10 Commandments, let's say just take the 10 Commandments, it's like, what is it? Don't steal. Because the 10 Commandments literally are pulled out of Hammurabi's laws. Hammurabi was a king considered very just king. They pulled those 10 Commandments out of the laws. Don't steal. The reason why you don't want to steal is because your neighbor is going to come and kill you if you steal something from him. Don't sleep with your neighbor's wife. Why? Because your neighbor is going to come and fuck you up. Like, so the rules there are pretty, like, if you follow the book in a good sense, it's a good way of living your life, right? Like, it's not necessarily a bad book.
It boils
Now,
down to don't be a dick.
don't be, exactly, the book was created for that, for you to be a good person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the whole thing with locusts gonna fly in and fuck you up if your society is doing bad. Look at Babylon. They decided to be closer to God, so he just made them all talk different languages so they can't understand each other, right? Because in technically the idea of language is the way Bible explains is Babylonians were building this tower to be closer to God, and they were getting more aggressive and aggressive and aggressive. And he's like, you know what? This cannot happen. Here you go. Bunch of you gonna speak different languages. You're not gonna understand each other, and you cannot build this Tower of Babylon, right?
Yeah.
So the whole point of the book is to keep you within confinement of doing good.
But
Now,
even if you look at Christians like practice too, because you were talking about conservative like Christianity and stuff like that, abortion's mentioned in the Bible multiple times, but only in good light. Only where it makes the man earn something. Like they get cattle, they get, they get the right to abort a baby if it's made out of a fair or something like that. But now we see this push in the Christian society saying that it's just murder and stuff like that.
yeah, but
But
then,
in a way, man does get something. They don't have to
so
pay that child support.
so you have to
Hey.
So you gotta look at it this way, like in a nature, like let's say if a lion takes over another group of lions, or a bear, or like a white bear takes over another like flock of bears, what, or hippos, what they'll do, they'll kill all the babies of a previous alpha, right? It's similar in the monkey world, it's similar in the primates, which are the closest to us, right? So the Bible is kind of coming in from that point, because there's that sacrifice of your son, or sacrifice of your children, and this and that, right? Like killing of the children of someone else's, right? So it's like, it's basically, if you look at it from a evolutionary perspective and then add the book to it, they kind of correlate. Like it's kind of telling you the nature of a human being, but in a different words, and it's trying to mellow it out, make you be nicer,
Yeah,
right?
with metaphor. Yeah.
With metaphor. And the same thing with grape, right? Like a lot of people, so I don't want to misquote this, right? So a lot of people look at that as a way of like forcing power and things like that. Well, not really. There was like more to it, right? Like it's not just that. Evolutionary, it's not just that. Like enforcing power, or enforcing some sort of a uh like, I don't know, influence,
Dominance.
dominance. There we go. Not that. Evolutionary, if you look at it, grape was part of, like, especially in the primates, that was part of their like mating strategy. You know what I mean? Like
I
you have
mean, yes. I
in
can
some,
I know what you're coming from. It is one of those like lizard brain shit that we do have in the
exactly,
lowest part of our
exactly.
wrinkles.
And some people cannot disassociate that, which means in overall, in a whole scheme of things, that's really bad. Like that's
I mean, yes, of course,
despicable.
it's 100% horrible.
Yeah.
Like they should be punished
Like
more than they already get. But
if you look at it in the nature, you also have fish that will go into flock of other fish, pretend they're female, to fertilize all the eggs of all the female fish, so the alpha doesn't get to fertilize.
yeah. Speaking of weird caveat off the side, so if you ever get the hiccups, I learned the weird at the light. I've never like specifically heard the sun.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean that's only my brief understanding of sinuses is because we're creating. We always are pressurizing and depressurizing this fucking part of our face.
So yeah, so I mean, in whole scheme of things, like life is obviously not white and black. There's a lot of fucking gray in
Oh
between,
yeah,
and different shades of gray, right? But how do you deal with that? How do you navigate that? What's right? What's wrong? Like I think at the end of the day, like I actually heard a really good podcast. The guy that wrote 48 Laws of uh, Power,
power.
yeah, Robert Greene, and he was talking about. He goes, he had a conversation with 50 Cent, and that was like just after he got shot 9 times. And he's like, I was kind of nervous. He goes, I was gonna meet this thug, right? And then he goes like, if I could use this word, he goes, when I talked to him, he was very sweet, very calming. And he goes, people, like, you kind of have to understand roles. Like you have to play these roles when
Oh
you're
yeah.
talking to people. Like it's not,
Especially, I mean, if you think of 50, he was in the rap scene, so like he has to portray that. But like,
yeah,
if you look at what people talk about 50, because he has a bunch of shows on Stars that are phenomenal if you haven't watched them. power and a bunch of shit. Like they co-producers, other actors are just like, he's the nicest guy ever. Like I love talking to him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like,
He's a savage on social media.
Yeah, he is.
well, because he has to be. He has to stay relevant, right? So he's playing a role for social media. Then he's playing a role with you in person. He's gonna play a role with his business partners. He's gonna play a role with his women. So it's all about like being being a hate to use the word chameleon, but you kind of have to be a chameleon, right? In the world.
I mean, yeah, especially if you want to be like across the board
Now let's take
known
this.
and famous.
Now let's take this further. Like, who can be that? People that have dark triad traits. The 3 dark triad traits: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and sociopathy. Like, if you have those traits,
I
does that
mean,
make that would make sense why these people would be
psychologically,
successful in life.
yes, because there's a lot of when it comes to like narcissism and being a psychopath, like you cope, but you don't cope, but you mimic a lot,
Yes, you
like
mimic.
human emotion, and so like just
Deception, like
depending on
Natalie
who
said.
you're around, yeah, I become like chameleon, yeah.
And now, take this, Miggy. Remember how I say all the time, girls don't like nice guys? Guess what?
Mhm.
Overwhelmingly, women are attracted to these traits. Now, I'm not saying you should do these traits because these traits are fucking terrible. They will ruin families. But women literally are attracted to dark triad traits. To people, you know how girls will say, well, he's a narcissist. Well, great. How long have you been with him? 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, 10 years. Well, if you knew he's a narcissist for 10 years, why are you with him? Or he's a psychopath. So why are you with him? Oh, because like
Oh.
overwhelmingly
That's
women
literally
are
what you get.
yeah.
I
Women
don't,
are
I don't,
literally
I don't know if
attracted to
I
this shit.
completely agree with that. I feel
don't know
like
if
a
I'd
lot
like to
of.
be with a psychopath, but then again, I'm not a girl, you know.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. The reason they're attracted to that, because who was most likely in a survival mode? Who was most likely to survive and thrive? People
I
that had
mean,
these trades.
yeah, but I don't think socially
Really?
we think that way
Aren't a
don't.
anymore.
lot of
I
those
think
people in prison?
No, that's the thing. Like the ones that are lower intelligence level, yes. But the ones that have a higher intelligence level, majority of CEOs of very wealthy companies or very successful companies have sociopathic traits. This was
there's
a Japanese
evidence
study
of a
done.
serial killer in, I think it's Houston, and then one near Chicago. Like, I'm not saying there's a correlation between documents, like all the serial killer true crime shit that's coming out, but like I feel like that doesn't help them not know
Oh,
how to get away with it, because that's just like an extra. Oh well, he got caught doing that.
yeah. It's like, you're arguing with your girl and he's like, "Well, how do you deal with arguments that are like silly?" And the guy goes, "Well, I just tell the people that you're right." And then she proceeds to say, "Well, well, anytime we argue, blah blah blah," and then the guy just kind of like cleaning dishes. He goes, "Yeah, honey, you're right," and then continues to clean the dishes. And she's like, "That's right. You better know that I'm right." He's like, "Yeah, yep, yep, you're right." You know what I mean? So like playing to that angle, like, would you consider that manipulation? You're telling her you're right, but you're still gonna continue doing what you want to do. See what I
I
mean?
mean, yes
my
and
dad,
no.
my
Like,
dad all the time will be like, "Bro, you know they're talking shit. Just leave them alone. Like,
yeah,
stop."
it's
Like,
picking your battles.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. But
yeah.
also, like, I mean, if you don't feel like openly expressing yourself at that moment to be like, well, I actually passionately feel about this, even though you feel it's silly, then like, you already know it's silly. So, like, being like, yeah, sure, whatever, you're right. Like, I don't feel like that's manipulation.
Like, or the argument about, like, I've had this conversation
I
with
think it's a
girls, like,
little
all
bit
right,
of manipulation. A little bit.
so yeah, yeah, so like, all right, so let's have this conversation. I'll have this conversation with girls. I'll be like, all right, you're married, your husband
Hey Jesse,
decides.
you gonna join us? We're live right now.
Oh, hello everyone.
What's up, buddy?
I'm doing taxes because it's
What
the
up?
last day.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
Wow,
that day.
procrastinated. Anyway, you were saying, Jay?
so let's say you're with a girl in a relationship and you're like, you want to buy a new TV, and you're gonna buy this gigantic TV, and you go to the store and you buy the fucking TV, you bring the TV home, and she's gonna start arguing. You made this purchase without consulting me, blah blah blah. And then you sit down and say, listen, do you know anything about TVs? No. Would me telling you buying the TV, would that influence the decision to buy the TV? No. So why are you arguing? Well, I just want to be included in a decision making of buying TV, even though she has literally no say whether this TV is going to be bought or not bought. Do you see what I'm saying?
I mean, that's also situational too, because like if your partner is more wanting to be in the know of what you're doing with more elevated purchases in the home, like I can understand not even just being like, hey, I'm gonna go buy this. Like that's more like a yo, can I just get a heads up kind of way. But like,
and then there's the conversation of that, like, okay, well, if you trust me enough, you would understand I wouldn't put our family in jeopardy by buying this gigantic item, a high ticket item.
exactly. It's a because like, do you not trust me? And then
Like,
that could be an
there you
issue.
go.
Or like, but that's just where open communication comes. Like, hey, I would like to be informed in this, and or like, yo, like, I understand logically. You don't understand anything about this, so that's why I didn't consult you. I hope you don't feel negative that this was an attack, but this is my reasoning.
They usually don't get it because they just want to know, right? Like, so the whole idea of this is like, like we can have this conversation right now. Like if there was a girl in a chat, the conversation might have gone differently because some things might have triggered them. We're just having a conversation. No one's saying this is right and no one's saying this is wrong. We're just having a conversation. But that could have gotten in a way of, because we think completely differently. So if you take that, so if between sexes we think completely differently, that means within the actual sex you're gonna have different ways of thinking as well, right?
I mean, yeah,
Natalie said
it's
in
all
the
a
chat,
spectrum.
I think it's because women get stuck in the potential views of how they see their partner and how they could be instead of how they actually are. Like you said, these guys deceive others.
That is true. That is true. If
Wait,
you've
say
been
that again.
putting
Say
up
that
a
again.
fake, like basically, if you've been not truly expressing yourself this whole time, you've been doing the whole sly, manipulative shit, and then it comes to something like this, they built this fake version of you in their head because of what you presented. But in reality, both of you are wrong because neither one
Oh,
of you are truly showing who you are.
exactly. And another thing is, remember, girls, no matter how beautiful she is or no matter how not beautiful she is, she's going to want to have the best. So she already has in her head since day one, since she was little, how her wedding is gonna be, how many children she's gonna have. She's already have names picked out, what her guy should look like. And a lot of times they have to settle for less than that, right? Because of, sexual marketplace. So now they feel like that they're being cheated out of this happiness that they should have had, evolutionary coding of happiness.
I mean, that's an also like a predisposition that was brought onto the relationship, that there was a monetary value set. Like
Well, I
I
don't think
get that. I understand that people have those goals, and like everyone wants to be rich, especially in America, because that's how you get. That's basically winning America. But like, if you set everything to a monetary value and don't achieve and start blaming your partner for that, that's where you're wrong.
yes, 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 and yes. Now, but I don't know if she can hear us. Maybe she can correct me. But I don't think it's about money for women. For women, I think is more about, like, let's say you live in a desert and part of your job is to go out there and hunt food. She just wants you to be the best hunter because of that environment. So in the environment that we're in, which is United States, where money is a big thing, she wants you to have the accolades or ambition to get the money, to said money, right? Not necessarily have the money, but ambition to get the money.
I
So
mean,
when you
yeah, but she's also like I said, this is completely situational depending on, the person that's in the relationship. But if they are like the go-getter, some women just want a dude to stay at home and
yes,
be
they do.
the some women want to be the breadwinners. Some
They
women
do.
want to be the trophy wife. Like
Hit me up.
Well, no, because see, this is where that thing comes in. So when you become that go-getter and trophy wife, like, then you start developing the characteristics such as non-agreeable. Like you have to be like that to earn
I
money,
mean,
right?
not necessarily. My wife would love it any day that I could just turn her into a trophy wife, but she also understands that we're not in that place in our life yet. So like, and we even before, like I've been like, hey, fuck it, you don't gotta work. You're like during COVID, I was like, I'd rather your safety be at home, and then I can just hold down the bills. Like she didn't expect that from me,
No,
but like she also understands that when we want to live a more do more shit, like she can contribute.
no, what I'm saying in a sense that when the girl starts making more money and she starts taking up more leadership positions, she has to develop those type of the best way I can explain this is this. Like let's say a girl goes to university and she wants to become a math major. Math is overwhelmingly specifically if it's like theoretical math or something like that, it's overwhelmingly guy driven. So in those classes you're going to have guy jokes, you're going to have these things that might sound rude to a girl, but this is how guys communicate. So she's going to be automatically put back by that, by saying, okay, well, these guys are rude. They don't want me here. They don't like me here. But in reality, this is how we talk. So if she decides to survive in that environment, she has to adapt to that environment. She's going to pick up those traits. And
Well,
what happens is the same thing when earning money, right? Like you pick up the traits of that go-getter, non-agreeable, like getting things your way and only your way. So what happens in a lot of times, you're gonna get clash of the sexes, where the guy's gonna come in and say, well, I don't want to date someone like me. I want to date my complete opposite. You know what I mean? So yes, are there families that can thrive and survive in those dynamics? Yes. But the dynamic, unfortunately, is more towards the guys being more assertive, more dominant, just because of our nature, evolutionary, because we had to be to survive and keep our tribe alive. So we've evolved to do
not
that.
in every tribe though, because there's been
Not in every, but there's
knowledge
also,
knowledge upon knowledge of documented times with where both men and women were
yes,
gatherers, hunters, warriors.
and
Even some tribes had full women gatherer, hunter, and
yes,
the men stayed at home.
but those tribes usually got destroyed because
Mm,
those tribes never really survived the
mm,
history.
did they,
Right?
or did
Yeah.
they rule there? Because there was a full woman army that ruled over Africa to the point where they were literally getting paid to sell their own people that they've captured from war.
Yes,
Like,
but then men
they were
came
one
in.
of the deadliest fighting forces. The
Mhm.
only reason they got overthrown was guns. They didn't have the
There you go.
technology to be able to, but that's just
But that was
because.
again, men wielding guns came in and they just overthrew that society. So what I'm trying to say, have there been
Well, it wasn't the man that overthrew the society. It was the rapid projectile that left the
well,
barrel of the gun that helped a lot.
well, who created the guns though, right? Bottom line. So what I'm trying to say, there were societies, yes. Have there been societies of women that were leaders and they conquerors and they did these things? Yes, but those societies most of the time have failed. And it's been proven by history that when women are in leadership, they cause more wars than men do. Like on balance of probabilities. They wage more wars. Like they wage
I
more
would
wars on the
love to
neighboring
see the
tribe.
statistics on
I'm
that, but
telling you.
okay.
I'm telling you. But not saying that women cannot be leaders. They can. They for sure can. But then they're as
I would just state statistically throughout history, even recent history.
mhm.
Let's do the balance of how many men are in power starting wars compared to women,
Yeah, but I think the way they're
because that's
counting,
all we can account for is recent history.
but the way they're counting is they're taking an individual that was a leader and waged wars for an individual and how many wars they have waged. And statistically, women that were leaders have waged more wars during their time of being in charge. Does that make sense? In on an individual level.
I still think on a statistical basis, it's going to be very small comparative to the amount of men that it's just
Yes, men have waged more wars because there are a lot of men
okay.
in
Yeah,
in, in but if you take each individual men and an amount of wars that they have waged, and compared to each individual woman and an amount of wars they're waged, women have overwhelmingly waged more
And
wars than each individual man.
that's skewed data.
Maybe, maybe,
That
maybe.
is because
I
you're
mean,
putting
yeah,
two.
there's so many
Yeah,
more men. Like,
yeah.
No,
but
no, but
so
that's why you take, let's say, okay, for example, let's take Bush. He went to war with Iran, and then he went to war with Afghanistan, right? So there are two wars that he raised him by himself,
I
right?
understand what you're saying, but like comparative to a woman leader, that was also back when there was more warring because like
Yeah, tribes and all.
men have taken over the predominant of
Yeah,
the countries. So like yes, maybe they were
yeah,
warring more because they had to. But, you know, when you look at war up to modern era, like men have got that shit checked.
oh well, yeah, yeah. The amount of wars, yeah, like it's undeniable.
Yeah, but
That's
like if
not
you
what
look
I'm
at
talking
like
about.
Joan of Arc or something like that, yes,
Yeah,
she went to war with many different Cleopatra,
yes,
many different.
that's
But it
exactly
was the
what I'm talking
same
about.
ambition, you know. It was the same like not manifest destiny, but like spreading of your civilization. Yeah, I
Yes,
understand. I
yeah,
understand what you're
that's
saying.
what I'm saying. But
But I'm
anyway,
saying in the grand scheme of statistics, like it's
yes, yeah,
very
no, no, you're right.
minute.
You're right
Yeah,
on
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But the point is, like, when a girl takes a leadership position and especially starts out earning her husband on overwhelming, and that's a predictor for divorce. Like, that's literally one of the predictors for this relationship not surviving, right? So, and I think, I mean, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I don't know. Will it change in the future? I don't know. Maybe, you know.
I mean, you also have to take in the men's insecurities too, because like
I
if the man is unable to have a woman that is making more, like it's a back and forth too, because is she financially abusing this man because she makes more, or is it his emotional state of I feel less of a man because my partner makes more.
Now I cannot say for all men. I know myself, like, I don't want to deal with that. Not because I'm insecure about it that you're earning more money. There are a bunch of women that earn a lot of money.
Well,
Nothing
you're
wrong with that.
predispositioning that negative things will happen if your partner makes more money.
Not only that, I don't like. I think women that
Because you
earn more money.
can't say that you might find a partner that might eventually make more than. I know you're not looking for a partner that makes more than you right now, but if it happens, could you
Yes.
handle that? Or
So
would that be the defining factor that breaks it?
money would not be the defining factor. What would be the defining factor every time?
Attitude issues after. So
Exactly.
financial abuse because of it.
No, not necessarily financial abuse. It's, let's say a decision needs to be made. I've made a decision. Now I have to sit down and break it down why I made this decision, convince you why I made this decision. Like that whole non-agreeableness because
Well,
they
I
have
mean, I
their
know
own
you
opinion.
make your bag, so like, why would it matter? Like, couldn't you just spend your own money?
Well, yes and no, because the bag that I make is gonna be for my family. It's not for me.
Okay,
Does
so
that
you
make
want to
sense?
be a so I mean, you want to assume the role of a provider in your family unit. You want to well, I mean, you already do, right? You already
Yeah,
provide for your family.
yeah. So
So I understand that you want to find a partner that would fit into your form of a family.
no, not necessarily because this is how I look at it. I think majority of men when they go to work and they earn money, they don't earn money to say what I can buy for myself. They earn money will say I now I can take care of my family and my children. When the girl earns money, it's like my money is my money and your money is our money. Where
Not
I'm coming in by
necessarily.
saying my money is
See, that's
our
those
money.
predispositions I was talking about that you're already putting on a hypothetical woman. You're saying that they're more predispositioned to be selfish about it, but that's not necessarily true. Like I said, you might find a woman that is okay with sharing income, even if she makes less than you, that if turn makes more, would still have that those abilities and those loyalties to you and the family.
And I'm glad you said that because that would be the number one thing I would check for the girl to see if she really likes me or not. If a girl spends money on me, especially if she doesn't make a lot, that just tells me that she's that much into me.
Yeah,
It
I
doesn't.
understand that. Yeah.
Did you see what I'm saying? Because I don't want to use the word hoarder. because it's not the right word. Like women don't like to get rid of their resources easily, and the reason that they do, they have to be like really, really want to get rid of him in order to do that.
I mean, I
Where
wouldn't
us,
put that just on women, but okay.
well,
Maybe women in your experience.
no, in general, I think girls are like that. They don't like to get rid of, because if that was the case, girls wouldn't mind going on dates and paying for the entire date at all
I've been
times.
on plenty of dates where the woman's paid.
Yes, but I'm talking about like the first date. I'm
Yeah,
talking about,
first date.
well, they're good, but then you ended up marrying your wife, right? Like that's a little bit different.
I mean, that was a different thing.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to say is that,
Wait, I don't know how much I want to trust this because it's from CNBC. What it says,
uh-huh.
only 60% of women share their salaries, but it's only 52% of men. I don't understand how that makes any sense.
so
I
it's
don't want to know
it's
Well,
how
the
they're judging
form
it.
of financial abuse, but also it could be contributed to the family state. So like if
yeah,
you were
if the women's
chosen
not
to
married.
be the single income in your house, then it's a slippery slope between are you just having you just make that borderline to where all your money is going into the family and you don't have extra, and that's not financial abuse, but there is that possibility that you do have the surplus and you only hoard it for yourself.
Yes. So in my case, it would be I would hoard it for my family, not for myself. Does that make sense?
But my question is, you also are taking the more mothering sex that, and
Mm.
stating that they're gonna, because, they're literally more emotionally giving and stuff like that, but you think they won't do that financially?
They're more nurturing. Yes, they're more nurturing 100%. But in my opinion, overall, the characteristics that they have are less towards providing safety and security, and they're more towards providing nurturing, being able to read the room, being able to for example, like women are much better at spelling. What's the number one thing that girl doesn't like in a guy? If they consistently make mistakes, right? Like they consistently make spelling mistakes, right? And overall, on average, guys are not that good at spelling. Women are. Like women are better at like
Dyslexia has been shown to be more predominantly in men. Yes.
so also women are better at actually doing a mathematical problem. Guys are better at solving a mathematical problem. So we're completely opposites when it comes to those things, right? So
Oh,
according to
I
those,
will add a caveat to what I said, but predominantly like autism, these tests are
yes,
only mostly done on
on
boys and men.
yes,
So yeah, it's
yes.
skewed data.
We got
So
Kevin
so
here. Kevin joined in.
Oh, what's up,
what
Kevin?
up, boys? How
Yeah,
y'all doing?
what's up? What's up?
All
so
good, all good.
I think we're different, and I think we all have different skill sets that we're good at. I'm not saying that women cannot do those things. I'm just saying they might not be optimal for those
You're
skills.
just generalizing, saying that
Yes,
in your experience, these women will not live up to the standard that you put.
I don't need to generalize. Like we can look at the data, right? Like from United States Labor Bureau data, right? Like you got 90, I think it's 95% of all the manual labor workers are men, because it takes strength, like actual physical strength, and endurance to get that done. And then you take more of like the hairstylists and barbers and makeup artists. They're all majority of women. They're not men. So this is kind of a little bit more skewed.
I
Hey,
was about to
man.
say that's
Now that the sus laws are, coming out and stuff, there's a lot more guys in the business,
Of what?
makeup and shit like that.
No, I understand, but it's still
Have you ever gone to the
overwhelming.
mall?
Yeah, but it's
You
still
see a lot more
overwhelming.
guys trying to give you that makeup products than girls
I
nowadays.
mean,
Well, they're
Either that or
sell-
them boys are hustling,
they're hustling. They're just selling that shit because you can. Women are 80% of the consumer base, right? So
shit. You
if you're
see
selling
how
makeup,
expensive some brands are? God
yeah,
damn, you can make some
women
money
are
off that shit.
80% of the consumer base. So I mean, any company that has a half a brain would literally market towards women, because 80% of your population is going to be from women, and they're the majority debt holders in the United States currently. I mean, these numbers are there. You
But
know what I mean?
I'm trying to wrap that back to that, trying to correlate to that family unit there.
Yeah.
That you don't think that financially they will invest that back into the family unit.
They will, and if they do, they're gonna bring it up. Meaning, I bought this for the kids. I did this
That's
for the
another
kids.
predisposition, you know. And maybe they bring it up. It could be any different reason. Maybe they feel like they're doing things and aren't appreciated for it. You know. I mean, hell, I bet there's times you bought shit for someone and felt like it didn't or did something and they didn't thank you, and you know you kind of just felt a little miffed about it.
So yes, there were times like that, and I can tell you that I'm not gonna lie, that's the truth. When I was younger, but now I have the mentality: if I'm doing something for you, it is what it is. I did it because I wanted to do it. I didn't do it to change your mind.
I understand
How
that,
you
but I
view me.
also live in a marriage. So like when you're there constantly, day to day to day to day to day, like yes, it's easy to let shit go, but it's also, you know, sometimes shit just piles on and it could be for any reason. It could be a
Yeah,
bad week at work. It could be something like you might have to break it down to find the real reason, but like sometimes little shit just it's the straw that broke the
trouble.
camel's back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think there's that really good book. Something about the nice guy. I think something nice guys. Hold on. And in this book, pretty much says that guys need to learn how to say no more. Because a lot of times guys will say yes because they're trying to appease someone. They have an alternative motive behind it. But if you start saying more no, your life is going to become a little bit easier, which makes total sense, right? Like if you read this book, um,
Oh, I've had no problem saying no my
no,
entire
no more.
life.
The name of the book is Robert Glover wrote this is No More Mr. Nice Guy, right?
Okay.
Because nice people are usually easy to push over, and it's just right. So like
Yeah.
in a relationship, I think like when it's a no, you need to say a no, right? And doesn't matter what the situation. Well, it's a no. It's not going to happen. And I think you get respected for it more than you giving into it and then holding grudges and thinking about, well, I did this. Now I have a
Oh
little
yeah.
plus sign.
But then that's your own thing that you're putting on, right? Because you're
Yeah,
putting that
obviously.
in the back of your little checklist of, hey, I
Correct.
did.
That's what I'm
So
saying. Yeah,
like
that's the nice guy part.
either side could do that, right? So you're just saying
Yes.
women would do it more?
No, if they were earning more, in my opinion, they would. Yes. They would put it in front of you more by saying, "Hey, listen, I'm taking care of the bills. You need to pick up the slack here. I'm also working." And I think majority
You guys
majority
want to
of
see what
divorces
Eddie will spend all his money on? This is $8,000 right here. This guy's trying to show his shit off. $8,000 in keyboards right there.
why?
Jesus.
Eight 8 grand right there.
Because my
What
man will go hard on a keyboard.
yeah. So I don't know, man. It's a little bit different. Like I think we're different. I think we have things that we're good at as a man and as a woman, like naturally predisposed, good at majority, not all of them. Um, and I think it's better to stick to those roles. If you're good at that, I'm not saying don't do the other ones, but no, there's somebody else that's gonna do it better, and it's most likely the opposite sex, right? Like so. So I like
I feel like I understand what you're saying, but I also feel like that's very limiting to the human
well,
existence. I feel like that's kind of what's kept us from evolving all these years, you know? I mean, even though eh, evolutionary, we've been around for like the tip of a fucking pencil. Like we are very, very young species,
yeah,
evolutionary, and you like cosmically, but I feel like the limitations that we put there are kind of like keeping us down because that's one half of the genetics that we're putting into our population. And we've had years of like sexist laws and, you know, misogynistic men in power keeping women down and out of things and trying to control what they do.
I
It's
don't think
also keeping.
misogynistic. Sexist, I agree. Misogynistic, not so much, because like the word itself is not like the misogyny means just hatred or dislike of women. I don't think they were hating or disliking women. I think they were just sexist. I agree with that.
I mean,
They don't
I.
hate women. Trust me, they don't hate women because you wouldn't create roads and buildings and cars and
But you
the entire
can't leave
electrical
it
grid.
out though, right? Because you can't say that there wasn't some that didn't hate women.
Well, obviously, there's a population that hates women, like, obviously, but the majority of men
Exactly.
don't hate women.
So like
Majority of men are good
you
people.
can't say it's not but I would agree that in more sexist than misogyny.
Yes,
In
100%.
percentages, yes. I would agree
100%.
with that, yes.
But I think now the fourth wave of feminism
Bless you.
has
Thank you.
overcorrected that and went over. Do you see what I'm saying? Because right now I can't think of a one thing that's sexist towards, well, I can think of one thing probably that's sexist towards like guys being sexist versus girls. And there's a bunch of things that are sexist for women right now towards men.
I mean,
Because like if you think about it, like just think about it. What right now in overall majority of population, what would be like a one thing that's sexist towards women in our
so
society?
the ist part, right? The sexist part, right? That is the combination of prejudice and power.
Yes.
So when you come from the powerless minority,
Hmm.
which is actually get creeping closer to equal.
Well, I'm saying it has overcorrected. It has actually equaled and then went above now.
So you're saying that they're gaining from this.
Correct.
Okay, so in comparison, because you like statistics, over the years of men gaining for it,
Hmm.
the tiny minute of where they might get a little extra,
Hmm.
is the overcorrection wrong? Or is that just the price of progress?
I think if we're going towards an equal egalitarian society, right? The overcorrection would be the incorrect because it wasn't the two wrongs don't make a right. So that was wrong. So now this is wrong. So if you want a more egalitarian society, then now we need to undercorrect it than what we have right now.
But
And once you,
how is it an overcorrection?
well, for example, let's say, let's say, I know this is fucking gonna sound crazy, but women's sports. If it was an equal society, we would have just one league, men and women competing within the same league. But you can't do that. So that within itself is sexist, having two categories of sports, because we've created environment for women to enjoy and do sports which they should be able to do. Second thing, for example, basic training in army. They have dropped a lot of the basic training requirements for women to join the army because women wanted to join the army.
They also dropped it so that they could get recruitment levels because it's been declining for a long
Yes, but at
time.
the same time they dropped it. So for example, in England, woman can completely fail passing a firefighter's exam, yet she will still get the job. That's another thing, right?
I can't speak on that. I
affirmative
don't know how that
affirmative
shit.
action affirmative action, because there's numbers that need to be filled. Woman will get hired prior to guy getting hired, even though she might be less qualified.
I mean, yes, that
Now,
system does get abused, but it also, when you look at the grand scheme of how many
We
of
talked
the
about this
other
the other day.
employees are white males, then
yeah, but as a company, i should hire I should hire who is the best person that fills that position regardless of sex, right? And then another thing, if we were like the whole pay gap that we constantly talk about, which is a complete myth. At this point, it's a complete myth because it's against the law to pay someone less for the sex that they are in. That doesn't exist.
Just
yeah, it
because it's
does.
against the law doesn't mean it's not out there.
Yeah, I was about to
It
say the
it doesn't
companies literally get
exist.
away with it all the time. What do
The
you
pay,
mean?
the pay gap we're talking about, they took all men and all working women and they compared that without taking into account the job positions held, the time spent at the job, the time of vacations taken at the job, experience level. None of that was taken into account. Once you start taking that into account, women overwhelmingly take more vacations than men. Women overwhelmingly take more time off the jobs the men do. Men on average do 8 hours more every week of working. These are just statistical data. Lyft came out with this data. Lyft,
Okay, but then you got to imply that there's also the male stigma to break your back for a company no matter what they pay for. There's also those, you have to have a masculine trait of killing yourself for a company that would rather replace you than pay you more.
and then they did another during the beer bug when I think it was in one of the Scandinavian countries. So basically, what they did was everyone went home because of the beer bug, and then the overwhelming majority Scandinavian countries are most like the on average are the most egalitarian countries. They're like the most equal considered countries in the world right now. Yet women choose overwhelmingly jobs that pay less versus men choosing jobs that pay more. Women decided to stay home to take care of their families and children. Men decided to go back to work. So the
I
actual
mean, you gotta account that they pay 30 something percent in taxes, so everything from their childcare to their doctor's visits to is already paid for. So they live in a society where they don't have to worry about getting back to work, or even have to have both parents go back to work.
Well, no, what I'm trying to say, when the both working contingent, the both sexes went back to, like, it was time to go back to work, women overwhelmingly elected to stay at home.
I mean, that's fine, but like I
So
said, they
what
still
I'm
come from those sexist monarchies and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah,
you
but what
know,
I'm trying to say, that whole wage gap, all those things that we have, that one thing that I can think of that's sexist, a guy can sleep with multiple girls and that's okay. That's one thing that I can think of that's sexist.
what about little dick energy?
Well, see, that little dick, big dick energy, I don't like that word. The reason being because we don't, how ridiculous it would be if I walked around and say loose pussy energy. You know what I mean?
I mean, no,
Or
of course.
cavernous
I'm
pussy
I'm
energy.
not saying it's
So
objectifying someone
little,
for their body. Yeah, I'm saying that,
little dick, big dick energy. What does a little dick or big dick energy even mean?
but also you don't come from the marginalized group that's been held down. So it's just like someone calling me a cracker. I'm gonna be like, okay,
It's
you
like,
know?
so would you call this a little dick energy when, let's say, let's talk about me. Let's say when I lived in Lithuania, I had to prove myself to people 10 times over because I wasn't like them, that I actually deserved to this versus not deserve this, because I had more stringent requirements on me, like passing the bar, proverbial bar. Would that be considered little dick or big dick energy? No. So what I'm trying to say is when you're put in those situations, sometimes you have to prove that you deserve what you think you deserve. And that comes off as aggressive, pushy, or little dick or big dick energy.
I mean, I find that more of a like little dick, big dick is more of like a classification of a person in whole,
Well, that's what I'm
Like
trying to say.
it's
But
like that initial you know, perception of someone.
yes, so let's say
Kind of
What would
like
be
gold
what would
chain.
be the equivalent of big dick energy for
there isn't
females?
one. There isn't one.
Yeah, because it would be sexist.
Yeah, but saying little dick or big dick is
I
not
wouldn't
sexist.
find it sexist. I would use
But
that
see,
term.
I mean, don't
I
get
would
me
straight
wrong.
up tell a
You know what
girl,
I mean?
you got a fucking
See,
son of a pussy.
it is prejudiced, right?
Yes, 100.
You have a prejudice against something, but once again, it's not coming from the one with power, so it's not sexist.
Well, I think women nowadays have most power, especially in the Western world.
And
Especially in
that's an
Western world.
overcorrection you're talking about.
Correct. They have a lot more power. I mean, you can, this whole inflation that we're making a joke about, like that's
How can
part
you
of it.
say that when they're literally losing their reproductive rights?
They're losing their reproductive rights. Now,
How do
that's
they have
fine.
more power
But
when
see,
their
this is a,
forces actively working to take their power?
that's a double-edged sword for me, because for me, fuck them kids. If I don't want them, go do your reproductive thing, whatever you gotta do. But let's say I want that kid. Now what?
Oh, if you want the child,
Yeah.
nothing fucking matters because you don't have the uterus. You don't have to go through the hormone changes. You don't have the birth. In my opinion, you have nothing but emotional
Okay, great.
ties to that.
So should I be able then to financially abort the situation?
Do you mean if you wanted the abortion?
No, no,
Or
no,
do
no,
you
no,
mean
no.
like,
Like do a financial abortion where now I'm not paying child support, not paying alimony, and things like that.
so that would be a legal battle. And I believe that that should exist.
There you go.
Without the prejudice of deadbeat dads and stuff like that,
Correct.
because
Correct.
if you want to be like, hey, we had this baby, I want to not be in its life, I will legally make that an option.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I believe that should exist because
Yes.
like there are women that just want a baby, and they'll raise it by
by
themselves.
themselves, which is fine.
And there's
Fine.
even men that just want a baby. Like I said, there's adoption, but you know, you can go through surrogacy and stuff like that and end up with a child without any legal ties to the mother.
So basically, what I'm trying to say, but then you also have women that will go online and say, I have 6 babies by 6 different baby daddies. And they're like, well, you question me. Why? Because if I have 6 babies with the same baby daddy, I deserve only 20% of their income. But if I have 6 babies by 6 different baby daddies, I can have 17% of each one of the baby daddies' incomes. And that amounts to, let's say, $3,000 a month.
I mean, that's also situational too, because like,
What
what
I'm
if baby daddy number one was a deadbeat and left? What if baby daddy number two doesn't get his child support and they're just promiscuous and they don't believe in abortion, so they, you know, have the child.
I get it. I get it. I get that. And as I said earlier, I am okay with that. Listen, fuck them kids. You want an abortion, have an
Now,
abortion.
have Nick Cannon's child, you're set for life.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's the whole point. Like the whole point with what's his name, with Drake and that hot sauce.
I understand, but statistically, the amount of women that are actually doing that, I bet, is insanely small.
NBA had to come out and issue a letter to all the players. Hey, listen, use a condom with these women. These women would literally, these women would literally rent, like anytime there's a big event, there are women that will literally go out there, rent homes, rent houses close to the event area, get seats that are close to the box seats, and try to actively lure guys that are within the box environment, right? Getting the box. Those are usually the high net worth guys, right? Because you gotta have money
Yes,
to get.
and in a stadium or auditorium might look like a good majority of people, right? But in the grand scheme of how many people we have, it's very minute.
See that I don't agree with, because I know that girls like to have the best possible candidate that they could possibly obtain, right?
But that's a fantasy that
Correct. I agree
is,
with you.
even the best possible employee is in a fantasy too, because there isn't the best candidate out there. There's maybe a paper suggesting that this is, or you know, certificates or stuff like that, but that does not explain a human being,
Well,
especially a work ethic.
let me put it this way. I bet there are more girls that want to be with Machine Gun Kelly than there are guys that want to be with what's her name? Uh, he's
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox. I can almost bet there are more girls that want to be with Machine Gun Kelly than there are guys that want to be. And Megan Fox is arguably like a 9-10. She gets paid for being pretty.
I mean, yeah, I disagree with you though, because like
No,
MGK's
will
fallen from grace. Like, what has he done except for released a pop punk album here recently?
it doesn't matter.
Agreed.
Machine Gun Kelly is still
But
Machine
when
Gun
you're
Kelly.
talking,
Agreed.
about like the Hollywood hot motherfuckers out there, you have to add Megan Fox in, even if she has weird ass thumbs. You know, like,
Well, no, I mean we can look at it this way. Now, will the guy sleep with Megan Fox? 100%.
yeah.
There will be more guys that are willing to sleep with Megan Fox, but not there will not be more guys willing to wife her up.
I mean, she's still got money too, though. I think she's even in another relationship now.
That's like
Like,
okay. Like look at Kim Kardashian. Let's take Kim Kardashian.
you're
Let's take
also
her.
cutting her out because she's not a part of the population. She's a part of the celebrity population. They have their own specific dating app that they have to get invited into so that they can date between each other.
I get that. I understand all that. That's all good and dandy. But what I'm trying to portray is that the status for a guy, status and ability to provide security and safety is overwhelmingly requested by women that want to be in relationships with these type of guys.
I mean, yeah, but you also got the bitches that want to fuck Beyonce that follow the beehive. So, like, you know,
Yes, but that's a very small part of population.
so you'll admit that's a very small part of the population, but not the women that want to fuck celebrities and have babies by them.
Come on, every single girl, bro. NSYNC.
No, you're wrong there. You're absolutely wrong there.
Nah,
Come on, don't
nah.
start this shit. Don't
Like,
start that shit. That every
like
girl actually wants to have children with these fucking guys. Come on.
exactly. Like
Not
maybe
every
fuck,
girl
just
The
like
wants
same
to.
way we want to fantasize, you can say a guy will fantasize about Megan Fox. They're doing about those guys. They're more emotional.
No,
They show it more, but it's the same shit.
what I'm trying to say, Drake, the reason Drake is Drake, Machine Gun Kelly is Machine Gun Kelly because they're powerful men out there. They have a lot of pull and they have a lot of status. Overwhelming majority of women like these type of guys. Not necessarily saying Machine Gun Kelly exactly or Drake exactly, but that caliber of guys. Whether you are a real estate developer, whether you are somebody successful that owns multiple, I don't know, convenience stores, whether you own multiple car dealerships, somebody that's had demonstrated success and he has other people follow him.
I mean, but then that's just natural selection, isn't it? Because
But
like
that's what I'm
you
saying.
don't want a deadbeat because
That's what I'm
unless you're
saying.
the type of person to take care of a deadbeat. Some people like that. Like,
That's what I'm saying. But a guy will wife up a girl that's not necessarily there, right? Like a guy will wife up a girl in McDonald's even though they're a real estate developer.
I mean, maybe he connects with them emotionally. Like just because what they do is not who they are.
All I'm trying to say is that the status for a guy is super important. It is super important on an
But we
overall
put that
majority level of
we
skills.
put that on ourselves though. We put that on ourselves. We've made a dominant
Listen,
play so that we control everything.
no, I
So
think
that when we don't control, we are seen as weak.
we did that because women requested that from us. Because guys adapt to whatever women tell them to do. Because
Did they
otherwise, none
request
of our
or
houses would be clean. We would just have a lawn chair and a TV on a cardboard box, and we would be happy as hell. But we go to extreme lengths of trying to buy the $3 million homes, have beautiful cars, have beautiful watches, dress nice, smell good, be be physically attractive.
now I
You
can't
see what
talk on
I'm saying?
physical attraction, but all that other plumage, that's all in you. Like that's how you feel better. And when you put out that part of you and you feel better about yourself, then you are showing a woman, you know, better traits of you. So yes, maybe that plumage, and there is a small population that will just look at the monetary value, and
But I
that's
think
not
they
what a
all do.
relationship is for.
No, I think they all
But
do. They're all gold diggers. Just some of them hide the shovel better.
my wife met me and I look like a fucking homeless person. I told her every 7 seconds that I'm broke as fuck, and she still loves me for me and doesn't give a shit.
Yes, because you don't mind sitting here and being in uncomfortable conversations and arguing and debating and actually being intelligent. That's what she's fucking attracted to.
So
So
then how can
you're
you say the majority of women are looking for monetary?
well, you're demonstrating some sort of a social hierarchy of you being higher on that social hierarchy, which I said it's not necessarily monetary, it's just a component of it, right? Like
I
it's
mean,
just having a
I can
status,
give you
just
that.
a little component of it.
I
There's
can
more
give you
to it.
that.
It's not
Yes.
just money. Like a guy that says, "Oh, girls are only for money," is a fucking idiot. There are plenty of rich men out there that are getting used and abused for their money, and they don't have like they don't get anything in return. I think there's more to it. It's just money. It's the way you look. It's the way your frame is. Um, you know what I mean? It's a combination. It's that little lever of the fucking game, right? You level up every single one of the things.
Like I said, situational.
Yeah,
Well,
I believe that's all situational. You have what you want to look at as the majority, but even the majority doesn't have the exact same standards.
Right?
Well, no, because they're gonna have a laundry list, and those items are gonna be
But
within
everybody's laundry list might have a bunch of items that match, but they aren't matching across the board completely.
well,
Did you
like
invite Angel to the Discord? He said he wanted to join.
Oh yeah, I did not. Let me see.
Eddie, you want to go watch the new Dungeons and Dragons movie?
Bro, movie was
a good movie.
phenomenal. So good.
Oh, it's playing already.
Yeah, it is. I just
When
looked
y'all
it up
going?
when I saw the
It's
trailer.
been
It's at
out.
6:45 if we go to Regal, or 7:20 if we go to CMX.
Shit, I don't know about
Tyrone.
that. I want to watch Wick if anything if I'm going to the movie theater.
I want to watch Wick. Yeah, I would watch either
Bro,
one of them. I'm not trying to invite myself.
D&D was better. D&D was better than John Wick 4.
I understand that you're telling me that, but I still would, if I'm going to the movies.
I understand the fandom. Oh, I understand the fandom, but like D&D was so much better.
Anyway, I know we went on a fucking tangent. The boys were fucking snoozing in the background.
I'm over here just looking at watches, trying to maybe
Like
spend
this
some
is what
money.
I'm saying. Like we can have these fucking.
I went 25 and
conversations.
9 on Call of Duty while you guys were going at it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
So
playing
we
Call of Duty right now? Yo, hit me up.
Like, see, we can have these conversations, sit down, talk shit to each other, and then at the end of it, bro, you went 25 and 9. I go, hell yeah, bro. You know what I mean? Like this
Right.
is what guys do.
I mean, not just all guys. There's women that do it too.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
My
You
wife
gotta,
is playing
you
this
gotta
game.
fight the stigma too.
I'm putting this in the chat. I want people to judge what they think of this watch.
Are they watching it? Is there people in chat?
We got like 6 people.
No way.
Yeah.
Really? They saying anything?
Women shouldn't have to go
Natalie's
after
been
someone just
responding
because
this whole
of money
time.
status.
She's been basically part of your guys' conversation.
So someone that they know.
Let me move the chat so I can
Natalie
see it
needs
better.
to just hop on a conversation, like on a if she can. I know you said that she's busy, but
Nah, fuck that. Hop on the call.
yeah, just hop on a call.
And
Damn.
Angel's about to come in as well. Yo, we've been going for 4 hours already.
I like this comment. I like this comment she put in. Then those men shouldn't go after those women. Listen, if one thing I can tell you about men is we will fucking lie, we will love bomb you, we'll tell you the lies out of our ass. This is what.
Kevin, are you playing Warzone or Modern Warfare? Like the regular multiplayer?
That's something I've never
Multiplayer.
understood. Is the man that will sit in the cut for years with the friend?
Oh no, fuck that.
Yeah, like why would you put that? Why would you invest that much time? Like just be upfront. And I mean, don't get me wrong, that's worked so much for me.
Give
just
me 1
being,
second, boys.
hell, I walked into a bar once, was like, "Hey, nice boots, wanna fuck?" Like, you know, don't get me wrong. I know it's the charisma plus, you know, how I looked at the time because I had fucking 6-pack abs. But like, you know, it's just the level of confidence.
he just
like,
said-
Wait, give me a
Here,
second,
he
boys.
said
Give me a
that.
second. Don't say nothing.
oh,
Very careful what you say because otherwise you would not get to repercolate and pass down your genes. You know what I mean? So that's why a lot of guys have that anxiety approach. It's called anxiety, approach anxiety.
it is. It is. And like, you know,
The more
that's
you do it, the
something I
easier it
had to
becomes.
teach myself early, you know, because I was just like, it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Like, hey,
And-
yes or no.
And if you look at it from a point of like, listen, at least I know I'm not wasting my time. And then another thing is you can approach, you start talking to them and they'll just waste your time, which you can take that time and capitalize on another girl, right? Like you wasting your time
Exactly.
with
You
her.
all have to.
Just
It's all like
entertaining her.
it is. It's a negotiation.
Yeah.
Like the initial meets are just negotiations and numbers games.
Yeah,
Like that's all
women
it
are
is.
marketers and we are fucking salesmen. Like literally
Or
what it is.
or whoever is going after whoever.
good
It's
point.
not
Or whoever,
just
yeah.
male or female, but
Yeah,
yes.
in majority of cases, guys are salesmen and girls are marketers. I mean, that's how it works.
I mean, but mysterious also works, doesn't it? So like
Well, mysterious
giving the
absolutely
bits, the little bits, but then you know, eventually you get to dig deeper in that. It creates a, you know, it
It's
might
them-
be
It's them
Go ahead.
discovering you.
yes.
When you come in all
Which gives
mysterious-
them more of a dopamine boost
Yes.
because they feel like they've done something.
Yeah, when you sit down with a girl and you throw up everything you have in your life going on, what do you think she's gonna like you? Hell no, she knows
See?
everything about you. Done.
So it's a balance, right? Because you know
Yeah.
you can't just go up to someone and be like, "Hey, trauma dump," and then be like me?
Yeah, they're gonna be you're fucking out of your mind.
Well, now there are those people that trauma bond. So you know you might come out trauma dump, they trauma dump, and then you build a relationship on top of you both being fucked up people instead of actually, you know, learning and enjoying people.
Wait, did you stop the stream, Eddie?
No,
I know,
everything is
it's
still
okay.
going. I
it's
did tell you guys, give me a second to stop talking so I could create a new scene so I could join the boys in COD, and then switch it over, and then everything is still going. I set it all back up. It's all good right now.
Alright, cool.
I just
So
basically capture Discord separately now on a new scene.
I think this right here, us sitting and talking, is the time for guys to be fucking emotional, because you can talk to guys that can understand you, because the guy will understand you. Like, you can be emotional here and not worry about the fucking judgment. Yeah, some of us might say, "Hey, bro, get off your ass. Stop being a little bum. Do this." But that's how guys talk, right? Like, you kind of expect that from a guy. Like,
I mean, that's just kind of how every friend group is, though.
Yeah.
Or like, like anyone who can openly discuss without feeling attacked. You
Yeah.
know. But when it comes to like therapy, a neutral party that you can just like discuss, the traumas and the troubles that you've had, and they're actually studied in the science of ways to help you overcome that. I feel like you can do better with a neutral, unknowing party compared to someone who knows you.
We're gonna see if this works.
Oh,
it
you're
works.
here?
I can hear you.
Oh, what's
Yeah,
up?
we can hear you.
Yeah. Got tired
Finally,
of
instead
typing.
of
I
responding,
found
but
her.
fuck text
Oh,
and shit.
it's loud at my job, but like I ain't trying to like have conveyors and then all this shit like beeping up in the background.
Well, wait, what are you doing?
Right now, I am closing
She's
work
working.
orders. I know.
No. I mean, oh shit, she got the whole fucking uniform and a hat and
Yeah,
everything.
Yeah.
I work on robots, so I fix the robot. Oh, I'm not one right now.
Wait, where are you at?
This is
Amazon.
ready. I'm gonna zoom in on
Oh.
specifically hers. So are you allowed to show this?
I was gonna say,
We don't
I
have
was
my
gonna
name.
say, goddamn.
We don't have my name.
Proprietary
in here, but these are
information.
No.
my shop, where my tools are at.
Okay.
I'm not your typical woman in which I sit in the office. I actually go out and I fix conveyor belts.
Cool.
I replace motors.
That's cool.
Most of the time I sit down because we don't have anything going on in terms of repairs right now. But I take calls and then do maintenance. and
Is
that's
it majority of the people that work there within like your job capacity, are they all dudes?
Yeah, but as of lately, we have been getting a lot more women into this because I came out of an apprenticeship. So I just had to take some tests,
Mm-hmm.
no tools, and that's pretty much it. And then they teach you how to do everything on the job. I will
So-
say, in terms of like, there's things that I cannot physically do because of my physical limitations. I don't really have strength because I don't work out.
Yeah.
Some of the men here, they have years of doing this, so they have that dad strength. Or they worked out, or they were in the military, blah blah blah. So they have strength to do the stuff that I have that I can't do.
Mm-hmm.
But I do make up with my mind, my brain, because there's a lot of times where I've caught
No
a
one
lot of my
questioned that.
coworkers.
So what I'm
who-
trying to ask is, now is there like a company push to get more girls into those roles?
Not that I know of. So
Okay.
far, the apprenticeship program is opening for everyone.
Uh-huh.
I don't know because personally, I haven't been spoken to about, knowing if there are other females that want to do this
Wanna
job.
join, whatever.
I
Yeah.
just get asked if they know people who just want to go to the program itself
that your
because
radio?
they need people.
Yeah.
No,
Now,
so they're willing to pay to train people.
how long you've been doing this?
Doing this in my full-time position after the apprenticeship, 3 months, but I was pretty much doing the same thing for over a year
Uh-huh.
before.
So about a year
without the
and a
job
half,
title.
year and a half or
Yeah.
so. So in a year and a half, what was the turnover like in employees, like girls versus guys?
What in this?
Uh-huh.
There's not really a turnover. People don't really quit this; they just move up because Amazon's such an expanding company. There's so much more positions that you're able to fill.
And you're in Lakeland, right?
No, I'm in Ruskin now. I used to be in Lakeland.
Uh-huh.
But the other female that used to do the same thing I did, after she got done with her program, she pretty much learned how to make her way up to the top, and she got a kind of like an at-home management position for facilities. So she assigns all the work and makes sure everything, set up and all that. But that's what she wants.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what she wants. So it's better suited for her to go even though she went through the trials and tribulations,
Yeah, I'm a
this is
very
better for me.
kinesthetic nut learner, so I learn with my hands. I
Yeah,
can't
for sure.
like in visual as well, but like I don't like the idea of sitting down and then working. I actually have to physically do shit. But there is to an extent where I don't want to physically exhaust the shit out of myself,
Mm-hmm.
killing my body
Mm-hmm.
for like $15.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
No, I get
That's
it.
why I'm not a construction worker. Or not construction. You get paid good in construction, but
Like plumber,
like other kind of jobs
or
out.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck being a
No, that
plumber. I
makes
don't want to
sense.
do that
That
shit.
makes sense. I mean, yeah. Like you are the statistical anomaly, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I feel like as the years start to progress though, and people actually find out more and more that jobs like this, like in terms of maintenance tech, a lot of it is just preventative maintenance. So you're
Yeah.
just literally going around cleaning shit. Only like very seldomly will you have an issue where you have to replace something, and very rarely will it be something extremely hard because, these things are designed to run as efficient and as long as they can for years.
Mm-hmm.
So what people like, I feel like with Amazon kind of pushing the apprenticeship program and shit like that throughout associates now, you probably see a lot more females signing up for this job once they realize, like, oh, you aren't literally going around fucking replacing motors every single day. You're just wiping down some shit, logging it on, and then every now and then you have to do something like that.
Yeah, like you're not
But
swinging sledgehammers.
yeah, yeah, like
Makes
I'm not
sense.
doing that.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like
Makes
a
sense.
trade because, my job title in a sense is mechatronics and robotics technician.
Yeah,
So
that's
I deal with both mechatronics or electromechanical stuff and robotics in terms of programming, but
mm-hmm.
it's nothing too crazy. Again, I have
What's
had moments where I'm like, fuck
what's
this
the
job.
biggest thing that you like having quarrels with the guys at work? Like, what's the one thing that you're just like, man, it just shit just
That
drives me fucking nuts.
that drives me nuts is the
Mm-hmm.
fact that like everyone's besides one person, everyone's older than me by over 20 years. So it's very hard to
Communicate.
relate and communicate and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Like I joke around and stuff. I grew up with the majority of my friends being males, some of them in here. And like I grew up with that kind of like humor, like I don't know, guy talk humor kind of deal where you just make fun of shit and a lot of like sex jokes and shit like that. So like through joking is the only way I can communicate with these guys. Some of them are very very, how do you say it? Like if they see that I'm having a bad day, they get concerned and they are what's the word for it?
Supportive.
Like they show that they care in that kind of sense. Some of them they don't give a fuck. They're just here to collect the paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had a bad experience with anyone in a sense because anytime I've needed help or had a question or anything, everyone has been more than willing to help out. But outside of that, like the hugest thing I would say is like the age gap and not being able to relate to anything that they,
Yeah.
that goes on in their lives because we're two completely different generations. And yeah, these guys are married and all that shit. I'm just like, bro, I try to do my best. But I don't think they have an issue with having a woman. If anything, they have an issue with just people who are being lazy.
Yeah.
A lot of them do respect me in a sense. Well, from what I've been told from other coworkers, that this person has said this, and that about you, but everything has been in a very positive aspect. I haven't heard
Well, I
anyone
mean,
say,
you do
"Well,
have a
actually, no,
fucking
lie."
great work ethic.
Yeah, I did have one person say one negative thing about me, and that's because I was going through some things that were personal around the time, and I came into work multiple times late, but I always stayed throughout the entire day. I came late by like at most 5 minutes, and that was for like a week. And because of that week of not coming in on time, completely devalued all the other times for over a year in which I came in on time before I was supposed to be here and all that stuff because of that 1 week. And that person had a very negative perception of me. But then once I started picking it back up again,
Fuck that.
they changed.
Yeah,
Yeah, they changed on that.
we got a saying back home. It's like they say, like it's better to lose an eye than to lose the value behind your name. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
you can be doing everything correct, and then it's like it's much easier for you to lose the fucking eye, like physically lose an eye. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I
because that
understand that
shit
in a
never leaves.
company sense too, because like it's all perception. Like people getting promotions and shit sometimes, depending on the company, but sometimes it's all just either like they like you, someone saw one thing one time that they thought was impressive and shit like that.
Well, I have a question. Look, like now, a lot of nowadays, not that I'm saying it's a bad thing. Like a lot of girls want to go out there, like work and earn their money and do this and do that, right? Like, which inevitably kind of puts them working for some other person, right? Like they have a boss on top of
Yeah.
their head. But then when you tell them, hey, listen, why don't you just like take care of your family, right? Like kind of raise your family, and then your husband can be that proverbial boss. They have an issue with that. Why do you think it's
What
like
do
that?
you mean? Like what? So what you're saying is that this woman is working and
No,
she
no.
has
So
to
what I'm
come
saying,
home and
girls will
essentially,
girls will elect to go to a job, and then they'll listen to the boss. They'll do whatever the boss tells them to do. They'll do their job, and they won't say anything about it. But then, when let's say they're not working and they're at home, and the husband will say something, and they're like, "Well, no, I'm not doing that. You're not my boss. Don't be controlling, or don't be this, or don't be that." You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
there's always so like, why do you think is like that?
I feel like I feel like there's a lot of things that can lead up to that. If a woman does value and respect you, if you're the main breadwinner and she's at home and she has to take care of the family and the house, she's gonna do that. Um, the only thing I could see as to why she would complain or tell you not to tell her what to do is because she is a grown person. You shouldn't really tell anyone what to do. You can discuss things and then, from there on move forward, say like, hey, I don't appreciate the fact that, I'm out here providing for the family financially and I have to come home and also clean after this, take care of the children, all that stuff while you're here doing whatever it is you're doing. At that point, you can have that discussion. If that person truly is someone who just stays home, doesn't
No,
take care of the children, doesn't take care of the house, and then gets
no,
mad because you're saying something about it,
no. So what
then
I'm
she
saying is,
deserves a couple words. I know some
so
people who are like that.
so what I'm saying
But
is, no, no. What I'm saying is, like, if the situation
Hey,
permits,
y'all boys instantly said, "Hey, yo."
if the situation permits, like, girl would like to elect another guy or another girl to be her boss, and they'll listen to them,
Dealing with a
even though
cussing.
they'll.
because she's getting paid. The value of what she's getting is
Hmm.
paid in dollars and what she could spend in any way, shape, or form of what she wants after she has all the
Hmm.
responsibilities done in terms of bills and stuff like that. That's the same, and it's not. I wouldn't even use this as a woman thing. Like, let's go, for example, you're a preteen or young adult living with your parents, right?
Hmm.
In your parents' house, you're not working or anything like that. They expect you to do things around the house, right? But you
You teach
have the
them
respect of
accountability,
like,
yeah.
this is your house, yeah. Now, when it's your partner, you can't sit here and say, "Oh, you can't tell me what to do." Or my bad, if it's your partner can sit there and say, "You can't tell me what to do." But in the terms of like a child or being a teenager and stuff like that, or a young
So,
adult, you have to listen to your parents because they have the rights to potentially kick you out, shit like that. But
well,
same
no,
thing
no.
as your man has the potential of kicking you out. But hold on, I'm coming around for that
Okay, okay,
now.
okay. You're landing.
um,
Got it.
yeah, my bad. Yeah, just to kind of like give a, because I don't like the whole like gender thing. Um,
I
because
know
I'm
it's a
in a
very
non-monogamy.
uncomfortable conversation. I know it
It's not
is
even.
because we
It's
don't
not.
talk
It
about it
doesn't
enough.
affect me in any way, shape, or form because I know how I am as a person. But the thing that it does affect is like I know other women who are kind of like me in a sense of like they're not what social media portrays women to be or the news that portrays women to be because of these bad females who have trauma
For
they need
sure,
to fucking heal with
We're just doing
and
quick
shit.
play, boys.
sure.
But anyways, back to the circling around the topic. So like as a young adult and you're living with your parents, right? You go to work, you pay, bills and stuff like that, then yes, you have a say in the house. You get to say whatever the fuck goes and shit like that. But at the end of the day, it's your parents' house. Now,
Hmm.
as a woman, or my bad, as someone who's staying home,
Hmm.
having to take care and all that stuff, everyone should have responsibilities that they should uphold and take care of. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of completely forgot where I was going with this stuff
Yeah,
because
I have a
that's
that's
question then. How much financial responsibility pays for household chores? because like
taking
at the
shit.
end of the day, your finances, unless you're actually actively paying a maid, isn't cleaning the
Yeah.
house. It's
No,
not,
well,
doing the laundry.
daycare and maid. That's the two. I would take the two base
Exactly.
salaries off of that and then add that up, and that would be the basic financial security someone would
Say it
need to
again.
be a
What'd you say?
housewife. So, like, practically being a housemaid, like,
Mm-hmm.
find the average rate of a housemaid
Mm-hmm.
and a daycare
Mm-hmm.
and a chef because she
Mm-hmm.
gonna cook for you. Your maid
Yeah, but
doesn't cook for you.
you gotta not forget that this is something that they do not for their own family.
But how is she gonna provide if you have to be the one who goes out to provide for financially if you're gonna be the breadwinner in that kind of sense. You can't there. So what he's trying to say is like how much on average. What's the question?
So like
There you go. I think
I take let's say I take on all the bills, right? Should
Mhm.
I then expect my partner to do all the household chores? Like, should I be able to not clean up after myself, not, make sure, like, even if there's kids, I'm not doing
No,
any of the, like,
you should
active
to an extent.
parenting and
You
shit
should
like
be
that?
no. You should definitely doing active parenting. I don't give a fuck
Well, I mean,
if you're the main
obviously, for
breadwinner.
the health
You
of a
should do some
child,
active
yes.
parenting. As
But
for
I'm
cleaning
saying
up
how
after
much
yourself,
financially does that get you out of household chores?
well, I don't know. Are you paying your woman?
Well, I
Are you giving
mean,
her allowance afterwards?
true. Then
Or are you
that's
just
also
saying, "Oh,
based
I'm
on
paying for
like how's your
everything"?
home dynamic? What have you done? Like, what have you
Yeah.
negotiated with your partner
My
and
biggest
compromised with?
my biggest thing is if you didn't have a wife, would you still be doing the same thing you're doing?
yes, 100%.
Okay, then. So you're gonna take care of yourself after work. You're gonna do this after work. You can do that.
Mhm.
Let's say if you had a kid but no wife, you're gonna take care of your kid after work.
But what you're
All this
forgetting,
shit.
what you're forgetting is when you do have a wife and a kid, if you are working, the financial gains that are coming in, now they're spread out. It's not just for yourself anymore, which in majority of cases, I think that's what guys do when they do go out and bust their backs and break their backs and work
I
hard.
mean, whoever the breadwinner is the one that's actively
That's
putting back into the family unit.
financial.
Yes.
Hmm. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is like if one partner takes all the bills,
Hmm.
should they get the right to get excused out of chores? And then what level would be would you guys feel would be an appropriate level
To a
to
certain extent, I feel like it's fair to get out of certain chores, but you can't be out here throwing shit on the ground saying, "Oh, I fucking make money, so you
Well,
gotta clean this shit up,
well,
bitch."
obviously, don't be a slob. Don't fucking just
Yeah,
eat something and then spill it on the ground and like, no,
be
come on,
respectful of it.
get
Yeah,
to it. No, I get that. But what I'm trying to say is that
you
my
should
original,
you should definitely have some kind of responsibility. If someone's making money, you should have responsibility around the house cleaning.
yeah.
One obtains the financial, you obtain
No,
the money.
I don't
That's it.
think that's an ideal situation. I think you should have another hobby as well than just because that can get very monotone and very mundane and very boring, right? At the end of the
But that's
day,
your job.
well,
I'm not saying you
well,
can do
not
hobbies
necessarily.
outside of job.
Not necessarily, because if you're making enough money, you can hire somebody to come in and clean, do that, and all of that shit, and even cook, right? Like depending on the
Yeah.
amount of money you're making. But the question that I had more is, why would you elect to go work for someone and get paid from someone, right? Versus saying I will work for my own family. Like where does this like bag is more important than my family comes in?
well, some families are
Uh,
shit and don't
Huh?
deserve
What's
your
that?
some families are shit and don't deserve your
No, obviously,
active
but I mean,
involvement and
we
or but
we're gonna be optimists here and say you have
yeah.
good family, and like where does that come in? Where like you know what, I will go and take orders from another person, and then I'm actively gonna come
because
home
it's
and say,
easier to take orders from another person in a corporate company than it is to raise a child and
It's
clean after the
easier
home and stuff like that.
it's easier in
It's stuff that
America than starting a small business too, because you know that you're losing profits for up to 3 years before you can even start paying yourself most times. Like unless you're one of
oh
that
shit.
1% that blows up initially or it was
well,
crowdfunded.
80% of the business is gonna go into a red and never recover, right? Like those are the
Yeah.
businesses you never hear.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, if the
Yo, this rubber banding
possibility,
is insane.
Yeah.
No, right? I
I would
told you.
say the
It's no
reason as
joke.
to why someone would choose to work
been all
over
game.
someone else instead of taking care of their home and stuff like that is obviously because it's much easier. It's easier to go to a fucking 40-hour job. Unless you're doing some intense physical labor, it's easier to go to a corporate job, work 40 hours at a desk, make money to come back and support your family with food or whatever, pay for what you need instead of actually doing it. Nobody here wants to fucking clean. Nobody likes cleaning. Nobody wants to. There are people who enjoy spending time with their children and stuff like that, but nobody likes the hard aspects of raising those children.
Well, that's
Some
That's
do,
hard as
some do,
fuck.
but
Some
yeah,
people, I don't know who
so
yeah.
likes
that
Me
raising
definitely
children the
not.
hard
I don't want
aspect.
that.
yeah, so that's the existential question that I have. You know, like a lot of times girls will say exactly that. So let's say both of them are working, and let's say we're talking about 300 $200,000, right? Household income $200,000. But then these kids have to go to school now because you're not at home to take care of them. Like there are a bunch of other expenses that are coming out of the bucket, right? That you both bring in. So at what point it's like, okay, well, listen, I would rather have you stay at home, have a little side hustle that you got going on, whatever interests you, you just do your thing. And then we have the children, make sure they're going to grow up because you're more the nurturing type than I will ever be or
Yeah,
try to mimic. So make
yeah,
sure they're good till about 6 years old. And when they're 6 years old, I'll come in and try to start helping you when now the kids are starting to shape and form.
yeah.
All the way up to 6, it's more of like fucking running around after the kids, which is again mundane.
Well,
If
3 is
people,
when you start compounding memories. So
yeah,
like you might want to start involvement a little earlier,
well, whatever
but
it is,
So,
4, 5, 6,
yeah.
3, whatever,
in
whatever it is.
order for someone to be making, like, let's say 100K, and you're having children already at this point, so you're telling your partner to leave the career in which they worked hard to build up on
Mm-hmm.
to
And
stay
take
at
care of the
home and
and
take care of the
prop.
children.
But yeah, because I look at it this way, like that being able to have a good family, like it's it's immensely important for a woman to be there. Like without that, it's just not going to happen, right? So to me, that's even a harder job than what I would ever do earning 100, 200, 300, $1 million, $4 million, right? Like that's going to be a harder job. So to me, like if you want to challenge yourself, why would you challenge yourself on a corporate ladder? Just challenge yourself with your family. Make sure those kids are intelligent. Make sure they don't embarrass you when they grow up. Make sure they don't embarrass your husband that they when they grow up. You know what I mean? Like this is what I'm saying. And I think we've moved away from that and that whole WAP, like, go get your money, drug the guys and get their money, no matter how you're gonna get it.
Cardi B is wild.
Yeah, and then but yet she gets caught filming while she's cooking and cleaning
But
and not letting her kids listening to her own songs. But
Well,
yet that's
yeah.
being
I mean,
put
that
out.
I
I
don't
wouldn't
feel
want
like
my
we
children
can
listening to
compare
that
that.
shit either.
No, what I'm
But
trying to
like
say is
if we look at like European countries, like the Scandinavian countries, right?
yeah.
They have parental leave. So both
Yeah,
parents are able, and that's actually shown the best studies that in those very infant states, having both parents is almost crucial to development.
yeah. So
But we in America we can't do that. Like
what
we can't afford to pay the medical bill on top of that, on top of caring for a child and all of that. But they get sent home with a tiny bill, if that, if they get a bill at all, and a whole care package with condoms and like just so you don't get pregnant again immediately.
so I think in America that you're right. The system is designed that way in a lower tax brackets, right? It's just there because that's the machine gun workforce, right? Like that's the machine
But
gun.
yes, that's the
What's
mill.
the
Yeah.
saying? Yeah, right. But then when you reach a certain level, like for example, in my job, I have to take a mandatory 2 weeks vacation, right? It's mandatory. There's no questions asked. You have to take it. The problem here is I know I have to take it, but the problem here is who's going to do my job and are they going to be able to do the job properly? Where after the 2 weeks I come back, not only do I need to continue doing my job, but also catch up for 2 weeks of fucking mess ups.
That's also not really your problem though. You're forced with loss of of paid time off, right? Because your vacation's paid, correct?
Yes, yes.
So yeah, so they're forcing you to do it. They should have someone there to be able to take over. Like maybe not at your level, but at least enough to where it's not fucked up. You
Well,
know? That's the
Yes.
company's problem, not
That's pretty
your
much what I had
problem.
to do this whole entire time this week.
Yeah, but the bottom line is my name, even though there's another signature on it, my name is still gonna be on that duty on that job, right? Like this depends on my name. So I think what happens is in the lower tax brackets, it's just they don't give you enough money to do it. In a higher tax brackets, it's like your job is so what's the word I'm looking for? So unique that not a lot of people can do it.
Some CEOs where their jobs can be done with AI now.
Yes.
Like,
Well, yeah.
so it really depends on the job and all that.
How
And
do you
also
think
you got to
Elon
think
Musk
of
does his tweets?
100%. But it's a part of the culture here too, because we don't have worker unions and job and the rights of the workers have gone
Bless you.
down so much. But like I said, let's compare it to another European country to where they don't have like right to work and stuff like that. They don't have to worry about their jobs to the point where like they can even just be content in jobs like, grocery or whatever.
Yeah, but that's for the majority of population that's in a lower tax bracket, right? Like what I'm saying is once you cross a threshold, a certain in each country has that threshold of amount of money that you're making, that becomes less and less of a choice, right? Even if the job unions are there, even if those things are there, like you have to be present. So, and a lot of times when let's be honest, a lot of girls would like to have guys that are pretty successful because no girl wants to be with a bum. You know what I mean?
I don't
Yeah,
think a guy wants to be with a bum either, but
a guy doesn't want to be with a bum, but as far as what I'm talking about, like
I
I'm
don't
thinking of
know, man. There's a lot of women out there that I question their preference in men because they are
hey,
bums or
a
drug
lot of
dealers or
people
they look
settle.
like traps. And no, I've recently learned that a lot of men settle. They
yes, a
settle.
lot of
They
men
don't give a
settle.
fuck. They settle. And
Yes,
I'm a firm believer that I do believe that men should hold women to a higher standard or
100%.
accountable for things. Like I feel like men should have, realistic what are they called? Preferences and views as to what they want. And there's
But
nothing
that's
wrong
been
with that.
seen as weak.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
but
no, no,
by
no, that's
who?
not
By
been
who
seen as
though?
weak.
By who? Other
No, no,
Because
men?
that
that's
has
showing your emotions.
no, 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 no. That's
And
not
you have
true.
to have the hottest and the best because we've been putting a competition since
That's
the
not
dawn
true.
of time.
Not that's not true, Alex.
But
What it is a lot of men settle, right? Because
Dog's getting in trouble.
so a lot of times guys settle is because especially nowadays is because the availability to girls. Because what happens with girls a lot of times they will punch out of their league and then they will get with a guy that just wants a good time, right? They'll lead them on and get that, and then once they get that, it's just like, well, I this must be my league. If you slept with me, this must be my league. So you know what I mean? So there's like that sense of inflated ego to where they stand within the sexual marketplace. And what happens, a
well,
lot of
it
guys
depends
have to
because if
settle.
you have a whole bunch of men that come up to you and they're like, "Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, you're so pretty," right?
Yeah.
Growing up all your life, you think that you're pretty.
Yes.
Not
But
every woman gets that. There's a lot of women who are really beautiful, naturally beautiful, and have shit self-esteem, more self-esteem than I do.
yes.
And that's
Yes, no, I
because
agree.
they
I
could be
agree
too
with that.
pretty, and some guys don't walk up to that. But
But on average, I can promise you, an average girl, or even like below average girl, would get more propositions than an above average guy.
what do you mean by propositions? Like compliments?
No, no, no. Propositions for relationship.
Probably. I'm not gonna lie. Every relationship in which
So,
I've had,
so
I've
a lot of
chased
times,
after,
I
and it
can
never
I
worked
can
out.
say that men are like, if we have to put it in this bracket, men are a lot more thirsty. Like,
100%. We have
yeah.
testosterone coursing through our
And
veins every day.
hold on, what
Every
happens when
day.
you inflate a man's ego?
Huh?
What happens if you inflate a man's ego?
Well, you inflate a man's ego,
What happens when you inflate a man's ego?
he starts running
Ego.
through girls. He starts
He
running
starts
through girls, and I
running
spread.
through girls.
Yes,
Why do you think a lot of
100%.
these females don't even try to like do that anymore?
Well, see
because they know the outcome of it.
well, that's wrong because majority of girls are within even your city are dating minority of guys. It's the
I
same
don't know the
guys
majority
that
of
all
my females
are
around.
sharing. They don't know about it, but those are the guys that
They're
they're all
sharing
sharing in a circular motion.
because
It's
they're
because
going for the top 10%
correct.
of females that are like 9s or 10s because they're going based off appearance and how
Well,
easy they are.
no, the guys are going for 9s and 10s, but they're also going for the 5s, 6s, and 4s. It might be just a slow Tuesday for him.
Yeah, at 2 a.m. everyone's a 10 at 2.
I know a lot of men that will put their dick in anything. So like
Yes.
No,
it's
me
So,
too.
so what I'm trying
yeah.
to say is when you only see like it's kind of like a hockey stick, right? Like if you think about it, top I think 5% of the men, like do you know what's the average amount of partners an average man in the United States has across the
7.
United States?
It's
7.
like
What's the for
Yeah,
woman? She's right.
I have
7.
no idea. I'm
5.
at 3.
5.
That's it.
What's the average amount of partners a man in the top 5% has?
A lot.
50. What's the average amount of partners a man in a 1% has?
Probably a lot.
It's over 1,000. So it looks like a hockey stick. We're talking about them Belzerians. So it's like this, and then it goes boom to the sky, right? So it's the top percent of the guys that are sharing majority of women.
I mean, there's a lot of,
well,
well, if you go based
Across.
off the same female or the same city, yeah, but like the top 1% aren't going to all live in the same city. So they're going to
No,
go around the world and get
that's true.
pussy
So
from all
wherever
around
they
the world.
are, they're gonna capitalize on that. And then a lot of times, remember, top 1% probably has the money, so they're flying them
yeah.
in. They're flying
Yeah.
them in. She
That's
could
what
be
I was about
somewhere
to
in
say.
bumfuck Arkansas. He'll fly her
Yeah,
into Florida,
yeah,
Miami.
damn
No
straight.
problem.
Right.
Because they want
So
pussy.
yes,
I was about
but
to say I haven't hit the thousands, you know.
But that's the thing. If you give a woman power and status, what does
I
she
ain't got
do?
that
She doesn't
money.
go around sleeping with millions of men.
no, yes, because
She
hypergamy.
might
She speaks to
if
herself.
that's all about a libido, but then there you also have the stigma, you
Well,
know?
no,
Like
what hypergamy kicks in at that point. Women usually
What's
don't want to
hypergamy?
settle down. Hypergamy is when you go for someone that's at the higher status or at the same
Equal
status
or
or
higher?
up equal or higher. That's
Yeah.
hypergamy. Guys will go down, girls will go up. So in reality, who's settling down for who? A majority of cases.
Yeah, guys are
It's usually
settling down.
guys that are settling down. And the reason it's like that is because the economy is driven by women because women are this gatekeepers to sex and guys are gatekeepers to relationships. Because we are the ones that go on one knee and give you the ring, but you are the ones that say, yeah, go ahead, like I'm down. So in a lot of times that's what will happen. So what I'm trying to say is majority of guys don't live a life like and that's why we do all kinds of shit. That's why we do all this stuff. That's why we go become fucking let's build a road, let's build a building to show status. Because ultimately it's about sex, right?
Let's build a $3,000 computer.
Yeah, that.
so I
Yeah,
can be
What?
an
right.
That's
incel in
not
a
a sex?
basement.
Yeah. And like, yeah, I mean, the data is there. Like 30% of the young men between ages of 18 and 22 haven't had sexual partners. And then between
Ah,
22 to 30 haven't had sex in the past year. Like it's 30%, 1/3 of United States population. And they would like we know guys usually inflate this number. Like you're not gonna inflate you not having sex. You know what I mean? Like it's just if anything,
I
girls
mean,
deflate the number, we inflate the number.
that is
Like
circumstantial to, who they got the statistics from. But
well, no,
Like
like
if you go to
I
a
feel like
city,
that has to do a lot with like the social norm of a man having to be a man, you know?
yeah,
Like
but see, girls are
what
not
does it mean to be a
changing that.
man?
The minute
exactly. What does that mean to be a man? You're holding yourself to a standard that you can't obtain, and then you start feeling like you're inadequate, so you don't go after women.
no, no, see, that's not. I don't think that's it. If
Actually,
today,
hold on. With what you just said kind of resonates with me too, because there's a lot of instances where relationships and men, I'm gonna say it on this kind of aspect, where a man goes, "I'm not right for you. You deserve better," instead of saying,
it's a
"I know
cap.
I'm not good for
It's a
you."
cap. It's a
I know
lie.
it's a cap. I know
It's a
it's a
lie.
cap. I know it's a lie. It's so that they don't seem that much of a bad person when they do what
Correct.
they got to do by letting you go. I understand that. you can't just go around. You shouldn't go around lying about shit like that. Just honestly be true with yourself and say, even if it fucking makes you hate it, because you're gonna get hated regardless. You might as
Yeah.
well just be like, I don't fucking want to be
Well,
with you.
see, the thing is, like, there's I think a majority guys have two fucking buckets. They'll notice something that they don't like about you, they put you automatically sex only bucket. They'll continue to entertain you, but they'll never give you a relationship. And then there's the other bucket, like a relationship bucket. You're always like coming in with an idea, you're first in a sex bucket, and I'm gonna pull you out of there and put you in a relationship bucket.
So why do men do this?
Why why do we do this? Because
Yeah, why do
we reject overtly and girls reject like we reject covertly and girls reject overtly. Like that's the difference. Why do
like
guys
we
do that?
reject right off the bat and guys just
Yes.
take a while to do it? Or
Yeah,
they just don't tell you about the rejection and they just keep you on the line.
because the amount of sex that a guy wants versus a girl wants on balance of probabilities is a lot more and it's a lot harder to come by than it is for a girl. So the things that are harder to come by are valued usually, and the things that are easier to come by are not valued. It's kind
So
of
they
like you
value
being
sex in a sense, but not in the way that it should be valued, which is, the
so let me
morality growing up kind of way, like sex is
so
sacred.
yeah, it's not about being a like guy and being that guy. It's the thing like you become 18 years old and they give you a trust fund a bunch of money. And then in comparison, somebody 30 years old that had to pull themselves out of the mud and make the same amount of money. Who's gonna have more respect? The 18-year-old that just received uh trust fund or the one that made his money?
I don't know. You got a lot of variables in there.
Was
Off of
she raised in
basic
money?
mutual respect, right there and then, you would
Who would you
assume that
take
the 30-year-old
financial
who
advice
worked
from?
hard,
Who would you take financial advice from an
the
18-year-old that
18-year
just
old, bro, he got hella money for no damn reason.
I mean, the 18-year-old could also have been informed by their guardian
they
that
could have,
this
but
is
on
how you invest and all that. So it's all just knowledge. So
yeah,
there's a
Whoever
lot of
got richer
variables.
faster is
yeah,
I'm gonna
but
take
we
advice from.
also know that 70% of the first generation will waste that money.
Oh, 100%. Like the
So
person
so
that
on a
pulled themselves out of the mud, which is hard to do in
so
this country,
but
but
that person is
yes.
going to be more respected, right? So if you translate that to sex, it's much harder for guys to obtain sex than it is for girls to obtain sex. That's why when the guy has more sex with multiple women, they're more respected versus when the girl has more sex with multiple men, it's not respect because it's easier to do. And this is the
I feel
difference.
like
This
it
is the
shouldn't be
sex
Men
respected in any
also
way,
have
shape,
a
or form at
very
all.
inact like they have an inferiority complex where they're like this this should be mine, like any other thing is an invader to my space when it's
Yes.
not even their sex
But then
organ.
continue to lead you on for however long. This is
Play
Yes,
with
mine,
your
but I don't want
emotions so they can try to get your pussy, right?
yeah, yeah, but see if the sex, so the guys, those are the guys that don't get enough sex, so they'll continue to lead you on. But if the guy has multiple options, he'll just sleep with you and probably never call you back because he has another option down the road. Or he'll continue sleeping with you maybe 2 or 3 times and never call you back because he's like, I'm not dealing with this shit. You know what I mean? He might hit
See,
it the second time.
I have my massive hoe phase, but I was always open and honest. I was always like, yo, I ain't looking for shit. This is what it is. We can do. And then when it hit a point where I was like, we can't do no more, I was like, yo, this is why. You can have your feelings, but this is what I'm doing.
Yeah, but that probably lost you a lot of opportunities being that honest. Most
No.
guys cannot
No.
afford to be that honest.
You'd be
No,
surprised how far
they love
women
it.
are willing to, women are willing to go with men who are just straight up and honest. You're gonna get a lot of no's because a lot of these people who are out on these
I don't know.
dating apps, not Tinder, but other dating apps such as Hinge or fucking Facebook dating shit like
Oh, by
that,
the way,
are
talking about
seriously trying
Hinge,
to look for a
them motherfuckers,
relationship.
they won't let me register for Hinge. I don't know why.
Why?
I guess I don't know. We
That's
tried
Who's
even
crazy.
on
they?
Emily's
The,
phone. Hinge,
oh.
Hinge won't let me register for Hinge. We
Because you're
tried on
not
Huh.
looking
Emily's
for the
phone.
perfect partner, my boy.
Yeah, no, I'm
It's
just
because
running.
they looked
Yeah,
at you and they said you can only be on top G's online.
yeah. But yeah, like you have these things like, women who are trying to actually pursue and find a partner to build a relationship with someone who they can trust, that they can, feel secured with, that they can give their self all emotionally, financially, spiritually, all that shit. Not all women are like that. You do have people who are on there who just want to fuck and all that shit, but that's usually because they have
You guys want
traumas
to try
and things
battle?
that they didn't have to fucking cope with or anything like that.
Battle.
Or
But
people
when
putting
you
their
have
previous
BR.
dispositions
who are
on
going,
relationships.
Oh, I suck at it, but yeah, we can try.
yeah, and that
Set
too.
servers.
I don't
And you
think I
have
actually
like
have it.
these
Never mind, I
guys
don't
who
have
come
it.
into these apps who just want to strictly fuck, but then you put up this whole persona of, oh no, you know, let's bond over trauma, let's blah blah blah. I have this going on in my life, telling me all this useless information, you know, just to use me in the end because you don't want a relationship, you just want sex.
So let me
You
ask
put
you
up this
this.
facade of like wanting to get to know someone, and then once you got what you wanted, let's say even if it was 3 months down the line, once you got what you wanted, that was it. You completely get cut
Oh, it's not
cold,
letting you join?
ghosted.
But see, like, so let me ask you this question. Like, in a lot of times, this is what it feels like. Every time I'll go out on a date, it feels like I'm playing a fucking therapist for 2, 3 hours. I'm spending my entire night, and then it might work, it might not work. So why would I take that chance of playing the therapist, doing all this, doing all that, right? Like, that's what it feels to me. This is what I'm going to continue doing because I don't believe in a second option. The second option is for you to move to Colombia, get 9s and 10s, give them a little bit of your money, scratch that itch, and call it a day, right?
Yeah,
Live your life.
That's a
I
very
genuinely just want somebody I can grow with and, you know, love me the same way that I would love, not in the
Yes.
same way, but like, you know,
Yeah,
compliment each other, like
but
build, grow, build.
a lot of times nowadays, especially nowadays, with this whole boss babe, strong and independent nonsense, that's what the guys are dealing with. Is 2 hours of fucking 2 or 3 hours of like being an emotional tampon. Like, I don't care about your, like, I'm glad you're doing grown up things. Let me give you a Nobel Prize. I'm glad you're paying your bills. Let me give you a Nobel Prize. You know what I mean? Like, you're
Yeah,
doing shit that every single one of the people needs to be doing. Like, I don't need to know how strong and independent you are and how you told Becky today that Becky needs to go suck a dick because Becky didn't throw the trash away.
But
You know
that's
what
what
I
personally,
made
mean?
them
but
Becky.
that's what
are
made
you
them
talking about?
feel good. They're looking for an
Yeah,
emotional connection. So you're not being a therapist. They're just laying the pathways to be like, "Hey, I can emotionally open up to you." And now if they're not allowing you to emotionally open up and or
that's
you're
bullshit.
holding back like, "Oh, I don't give a shit about this. All I want is to get inside your pants." See, that's where you're playing that waste of time game, you know?
Yes. Yes. That's what I'm
You're
trying
both
to
wasting
say.
time,
Mickey,
Yes.
you're
What I'm
Right.
retarded
trying to
later.
say.
but one
A,
doesn't know about
Oh,
it.
a lot of times I think it's the opposite. What guys want is sex, and what girls want is attention. I'm not saying both don't
you're not party
enjoy
later.
it. They both do, but a majority, like we want sex as much as girls want attention, and we want attention as much as girls want sex. Like it's complete opposite in my
I feel
opinion.
like that's situational too, you know, because that has a lot to do with your environment too
Yeah,
and
but
how you are as a person.
I could care
Because I
less
can
if
give a
she's
fuck
giving me.
about attention,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most guys give a fuck about the attention. We don't care about the
but I
attention.
also know people that will plumage like no other that are male or male presenting, like you know,
Like
like
the attention
it's
that I'm talking about is like you know me enough to know like before me even saying something to you, you know like I need this. Like whether it's I don't know, I drink fucking matcha tea, let's say 10 o'clock in the morning. Like before I even 10 o'clock gets there, the matcha tea is there, especially if I'm doing all these things. Like these are the type of things tell me that okay, she's actually fucking actively paying attention. She wants to make my life easier. She's helping me in my life. Like to find a girl that's gonna spread her legs is
That's
super
very
easy.
rare. I'm gonna let you know that.
That's what
That's
I'm
very
trying to
rare for
say.
both males and females.
yeah, for that's
To
just
find
rare to
someone
find
who's
a
generally
partner
gonna be
that's
there to
it's
help you,
unselfish love,
it
which
is
is
unselfish
love,
love,
which
And
should be
this
the
which
is
is the
where
definition of
hardest.
love, but
and this is
yeah.
where those guys that are successful in their at that top tier and top level, that's what they're looking for. They don't care about getting laid because they are getting laid. It's not
Yeah,
about that anymore. It's about like what you can do, and for each guy, that's different, right?
but
Like
can
for
they
some,
But
unselfishly
what?
love?
Hold on. That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing.
they're
It's like if you're
unsocial.
going around
They
looking for
choose them as
somebody,
being the.
what can this person do for me? That's not selfless
They're
love.
But
That's
that's
choosing
not.
them
selfish
to be
love.
their wife. They're choosing to wife them. They're choosing to give them the relationship, and they're choosing to give them a family. That's what these guys are doing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why you take the time, you learn your
But
partner.
like,
You don't
is
just go
that
off of looks and
gaining?
then go, oh,
Like,
you know, I'm in love with you. Like 3 months into it, I'm in love with you, but you barely know anything about that person, how that person acts, what has that person done for you, how that person treats others around you, and all that stuff. I'm not going to say that you're that kind of person, but I know people who don't even consider these things at all. They just go, this person makes me feel happy, horny, and satisfied. That's more than enough for me to marry them.
Yeah, but then all those,
But then they expect all
50% of
that
the
other shit when that person
yeah, so
hasn't gave
50%
them
of the
any
families are
reasons
in a
as to
fucking
believe in that.
divorce. I mean, that could be possibly a part of the equation, right? Why so many
Yeah,
families end
well,
up
a
in
lot of the
divorce.
stuff for divorces, especially in America, is usually because of commitment issues. Either, especially if it's coming the divorce from a woman, which is the majority
Which
of
is
how divorces
80% of the
are being.
time, yeah.
Yeah, but the number one thing, and I just looked this up recently, statistic-wise, based off America,
Infidelity
is
and
infidelity.
irreconcilable differences.
Yeah,
Irreconcilable
well, hold on, it was like commitment something, infidelity, and then the other stuff,
commitment
the
issues on a woman's
complications
side.
and
Yeah, I
stuff like
agree.
that. Yeah.
Because I mean, you go on
The
internet, you
commitment
get
issues on a woman's side.
yeah, 100%. Because
Who's the one 9 times out of 10 to commit some type of infidelity
yeah, but
and
The one
commitment
that thinks
issues?
about sex every 10 seconds, probably.
yeah, but the infidelity for see, this is what I'm trying to say. For a guy to sleep with a girl, like it's not the same. Like we
It
can
doesn't
sleep
matter if it's the same. Under the law, under the eyes of God, if you have sex with another woman while you are married, or
hmm
you are be wedded to that woman,
hmm
that's adultery, or adultery is before marriage, regardless. But that's infidelity in its sense.
So what I'm trying to say,
It
a
doesn't matter
guy,
how
a
you feel
guy.
about sex if
So
you're a man or a woman. It's
so
still wrong.
so
It doesn't
let
make
me.
it right.
Yeah, no, I get it. So when a guy cheats, it's like what's that? Accidental murder. What do you call that?
Self-defense.
No, no, no,
Are
no.
you talking about manslaughter?
Manslaughter. Yeah. So when the guy cheats, it's a manslaughter. It's a crime. It's
I
bad.
don't think that's it.
Wait a minute. When the girl cheats, it's premeditated murder. That's the
I feel like
difference
Premeditated?
between the
I
two.
don't
I feel
know.
like they're
Based
both
upon my
premeditated
experience,
They're
because
they're both
not,
you
premeditated.
because
You have to think about it
guys
before
are
you do it.
guys will take the opportunity. If opportunity is there, they'll take it. They'll
So it's
literally fall
already
into the push.
premeditated. It's premeditated right off of birth because you're a
It's not.
man. You already take the opportunity.
Yes, because testosterone courses through our veins. Testosterone
but
is a hell of
like
a drug.
you have to realize that when you're in a relationship with set boundaries with
Now,
monogamy, and you have that in the
yes,
back of your mind that shit, if it's gonna take, I'm gonna take it. You're already thinking of,
You're
hey,
already
if I get an
premeditated.
opportunity to cheat, I'm going to cheat. So that's premeditation.
yes, but we don't consider whether this girl is hot, this and that. We don't have men usually don't have emotional attachment. Now, where it becomes premeditated murder for men is when they take the money and resources that they could give to their family and allocate that towards the other female. That's when it becomes a
Seems
premeditated
like you're
murder.
putting your own definitions on what you want to define as premeditated.
No, I'm equating one
Yeah,
to another. I'm not trying to say my own
those are
definitions.
two. That's like intense premeditating, but like they're both
No.
premeditating
So
regardless. Like if you
so
had the option to cheat and you know that if you have the option to cheat, you're gonna do it in a relationship of those
with
standards
zero
where it's
emotions.
not wrong.
Zero emotions.
With zero, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's still wrong. Just because I murdered someone with zero
Just
emotions doesn't make it right.
that's what I'm saying. No, I get that. And again, this is why it's
Yeah.
murder. Both are murders, but there's levels of that murder, right? Like they're both wrong. Don't get me wrong. They both are wrong within the relationship. In my
But you
opinion,
don't accidentally cheat. You purposely cheat. None of it is accidental.
no, it
It's all
is.
purposely.
It,
No,
it
it's
is.
not. You
It
don't trip and
is.
slip and your dick falls into a girl's vagina other than your girl's.
No, no, no. It is
It's
because you
all
can go.
premeditated.
No, you can go out. Let's say you can go out without any
You can stop
intentions of
yourself
cheating and
anytime.
sleeping with someone, without any intention
Okay,
of
and then when you
sleeping
get
and
to the
cheating.
point where it happens and the opportunity presents itself,
Mhm.
you can stop yourself and
Shit.
say
Yeah.
no and go
Yeah.
away before it
If
gets
you
worse,
already
and then you
held
really can't
yourself
control yourself.
to
Versus
Yeah, there's no such
monogamy,
thing as
versus
accidentally cheating.
yeah, you're not
That's insane.
accidentally falling in some.
it's not.
I
I'm
had
Oh
not
someone
my
saying
do
it's
that
god, I
in
tripped and
I got triggered
accidental.
fell,
by that a little bit.
and
It's
my
not
dick slipped in
accidental.
her pussy.
Yeah,
And
no,
it
it's not
felt so good.
accidental. But for
So
a
wrong.
girl to sleep with the guy, there has to be like emotion put into it. If the girl
Not
is sleeping with
necessarily.
That's not necessary at all times. But I say I understand the majority I guess you're saying on the majority of times
That's
a
why
guy
we
can
speak
sleep
in
with a girl,
generalities.
but girls
Penicillin
can
is
do
good
that
for
too.
everyone, not good for not good for everyone, but it's good for majority. You know what I mean? So in majority of cases, girl has to have put emotion in it because there are two things that. So they've done these studies with gay couples.
I get what
right?
you're saying, Jay.
They've
No,
done the
I
studies with the gay
I
couples.
agree with you.
So what I'm saying, there's levels to that, right? And this is where that sexism comes in, where I say that it's on a guy's side. This is where the sexist part comes in when it's on a guy's side. But the point is, even if the guy cheats, if it's an emotional connection, then that's pretty bad. But if a guy's cheating, like,
Well, all right.
there are a
So
lot of girls that will accept that shit to have the life.
So a lot of these females who cheat too, which I again, if you cheat, in my eyes, cheating's a character flaw. All right,
It's
you
not.
could
I
be a
mean,
good person, cheat,
I
even
mean,
if it was an
especially if you're
accident or
denying
if it was
it.
just yeah. But
Because
regardless of the fact is of whatever gender, if you cheat, you're disloyal to your partner, and at that point, your partner shouldn't be with you. There are no second chances and shit like that. You shouldn't give that person a fucking second chance at all because
I
that
don't know
person
about that,
was
but yeah.
disloyal to you. To an extent, there are certain things like if you have a family involved and shit like that,
Some
then
people
maybe
can
you give it.
reconcile cheating, but that's up to the commitment between the couples.
Yeah, and
So
likelihood they're
okay,
gonna
so
just replace you instead of just trying to conform and
you
But
got
it
change
will
who they are.
forever break trust. Because if they came out like at the beginning from the rip saying, "Hey, I feel I'm not a monogamous person. Emotionally, I am. Emotionally, I can monogamously be with you, but my dick just wants to slang." And they are like, "Okay, I understand this," and would willingly live in that. Then that's the
different
point where
story.
it
Yeah.
would, yeah. But when
You
you're
put
like,
yourself in that
"Oh,
position
I'm
at
not
that
gonna
point.
tell you about my dick slinging. I'm just gonna pretend that I'm with you
Oh, that's
emotionally
different.
I'll
Yeah.
and
never
sexually," right? See,
cheat
that's
on you.
what I'm like, because you've already hid that part of you, stating that you would never cheat, blah blah blah. I want to do monogamy
Now, see, if you
when you
said that
know
and
that
you
you will.
lying, if you said that and you lying, then yes. But if I haven't never said anything about that, you should automatically assume I'm sleeping with a bunch of people because I've never told you we're monogamous, right? It's an assumption that gets put on a relationship. But anyway, the point here is okay. So since majority of the time women look for safety, security, right? And if they find that guy that can provide them safety, security, they decide to get a relationship, which is their like mating strategy, right? Safety, security. What is the guy's mating strategy? As many possible. So what a guy is effectively saying, well, I'm gonna give up all that to give you all you want. So where's the fairness in that? Do you
What do
see
you
what I'm
mean?
saying? When a guy, so if you're saying, well, the guy should never sleep with somebody else if they're in a relationship, they're giving up
Well,
their
if you're in a relationship based
wait,
upon that standard of
wait, wait, wait,
mahogany
wait,
and shit
wait,
like
wait, 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 wait. In a relationship, a girl gets with a guy into a relationship because she finds that this guy's providing her safety, security, which fulfills her mating strategy to the
I,
fullest.
I think you think about it too much in the sense of like primal instincts when we're like, I get it deep down, we do things based off our own instincts.
Well,
That's
no, what
true.
I'm saying is whatever is safety, security is for you, right? Whatever,
That's what
whatever.
they allocate to their partner in the contract. Like, yes, I understand.
So
They put
they
that
they
on their
receive
partner. Okay.
they receive what their mating strategy is to the max. But what the guy does in that monogamous relationship, he gives up his mating strategy to be just with one, where his mating strategy is to be with as many as possible. So, where is the fairness in that? There is no fairness in that.
It's
Then
not.
don't be in a relationship.
You can't really
There you
say
go, bingo.
fairness. You can't, because
No.
like you can have polyamorous relationships or
Mhm.
open relationships
You
where
can,
Yeah.
but how many guys can pull that off? That's the question.
well, then you have
I
to
know a handful of
get
guys
into
that.
the stigma and how monogamy was pushed hard in the societies, mostly due to religion.
For losing men
Listen,
to
I'm
have
gonna tell
wives.
you a secret. The easiest way to getting a poly type relationship is just get a girl who's bi. She'll open
Yes,
up real quick
that's
to
that's
wanting another
100%.
person.
Ed, are you
There's
done?
a way to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But a lot of guys don't
Kev, you want to
like
start?
don't like to be in that because sometimes you can get this. Oh, you fucked her too hard. You've never done this to me. Then you can have these.
That's your own insecurities too. So like
And
some
Miggy,
people aren't built for
wanna start?
polyamory.
Correct. So a lot of
But
times girls
then
will
at
say
that
I'm
point,
bi, but in reality they're not.
so at that point, the man just putting himself in the own disposition of his losing his mating, whatever the hell,
Well, men
where they
loses
can't mate with all the other people.
man
But
loses his
yet,
mating strategy no matter what. Within a relationship, within a monogamous relationship, man
a
loses his
monogamous,
mating.
yeah.
Yes, his mating strategy. So to
Why
exercise
does it
his
have to be mating though? Because there's
well,
relationships across the board. It's not all about
but at the
mating.
end of the day, the reason sex feels so good is because it's like our body's natural way to make us that way, so we can mate. Like literally, that's
We're
why.
actually a very few, a part of a very few species that find sex pleasurable.
Yes,
So
yes.
like, yes, I understand it evolutionally it was that push to
But you
continue,
can't get
but
rid of that with
we've gotten so
1,000
many
years.
wrinkles in our brains now to where we put so many other social standards and stigmas on top of that.
Yeah, but just remember, just the same thing with the hiccups. Like you said, think about it. It's not
But
official. Still do it.
let's look back to ancient Greece and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Bisexuality,
Yep.
multiple wives, all of
Yep.
that social norm, right?
Yes.
Christianity comes in and
Religion.
changes that.
But let's look at so let's look at Genghis Khan.
Well,
Who's not
Every
Christian?
person on a
that's a little
Yeah,
more shaky with enslavement and forced impregnation due to conquering, but
yes, but that's how like back in the day, like women developed that way because they had to align themselves even with a guy that they might not necessarily like, is in order
I
to
mean, back
survive.
in the day, they didn't really have a
Yes,
choice or
they
any
didn't have a choice,
rights.
correct?
And now
But
they do.
but throughout evolution, like you cannot change 300,000 years of evolution with 50 years. Now, I'm not condoning either or. All
Actually,
I'm
you're
saying
wrong about that.
is you
The thing
can't.
is, you're constantly changing it, right? That's
Yes,
what
but not at
evolution is. We
100,000
are
years.
the effects of evolution, and the more that we keep going, the more genetic DNA we keep putting out there that's the constant rate
Yeah,
of.
but
Now
not.
we haven't grown anything physically, but mental stuff too, pathways that we haven't had for centuries, we are building now because of how our social norms are.
Yeah, but that's a very small percentage in evolutionary change that has preceded. You know what I'm saying? Like you cannot change 50 years of contraception cannot replace like or 50 years of genetic testing whether this baby's yours or not cannot replace uh, the idea that guys don't like to raise someone else's child in general.
Yeah,
I
no.
don't think anyone wants to raise someone else's child, to be honest.
No, there are
But
some people that do. There are some people that do, and that's okay.
I
no, yeah,
completely
That's
no. I
okay.
mean, like
understand that
deep
we
down,
have
I feel
those
like
lizard
everyone wants
brain
to raise their
things.
own.
Huh?
But I
I'm
feel
not saying
like
anyone. I'm not just chucking to everyone. I'm just saying majority.
But
no,
Majority
no.
of
yeah,
I'm
people do.
saying no.
which
I'm
come
saying
from
deep
our
down.
tribals.
Yes.
I'm
But what
saying I'm saying deep down inside, I feel like everybody wants to raise a child of their own, even
there
if
for
they
sure.
can or cannot have it.
But
I
see,
mean,
But
like
I
you know,
don't, but yeah.
I agree with you on that. Well, I mean, even if
but
they
it's
can
a
or
lot of
cannot have
times
it,
it's
like if you had to
easier.
choose between raising someone else's kid or your own kid, what would you choose?
Obviously,
If
my
I
own kid,
had to,
100%.
If you had to.
well, see, that's situational too. If it's with my current partner, then obviously adoption. She does not want to birth at all.
Yeah,
Yeah, not having kids
I
ever.
feel that.
But if we
But
had
yeah,
to, it would be adoption. But if it was someone, it would be situational. Because like even then, would it be? I wouldn't really care that much about my genetic copy because I'm not big into the whole like continuing my bloodline kind of thing. Like I'm more
Yep.
live and let live
it's
But
funny you
here
say
during
is
the
genetic
future.
shit
but
because the first thing that popped in my head is not just genetics. It was more so like just something that you had that experience of bringing into this world with you instead of opposed to having someone who's already been brought into it. You don't know where they came from,
I
what their
mean,
background is, and
if
having to
we
take care of that.
if we break it down biologically, right?
Yeah.
You feel that way towards your child because those chemicals are there because we evolutionarily evolved to not eat our kids. So,
That's
so
crazy.
those chemicals are running through your system so that you love it.
Yeah.
But then also you're also an anomaly if you take that within a whole genetic code. As
Yeah,
unique
you're
as you
cheap.
are, you're an anomaly. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's not a lot of people that are thinking the same as you do. Majority of people think that, yes, I want to raise my own kid. I do want to reprocreate. I want to have my own children.
No,
I
Yeah.
what
want
I'm
my
saying
children
is
like,
those people,
hmm,
those people have the same chemicals
yes,
pumping through their brains and actually more because these are the things that we've evolved from eating our kids. Like
What kind of
primates,
eating kids? Like some
like
or
what you're
just
saying, the girls
back
should
to
swallow.
early, you know, like it's just that chemical to keep you from categorizing your child as food
as
compared to,
food,
and you get the same chemicals, I
like
mean,
hamsters.
like dopamine, serotonin, all that. It's
Hmm.
just released hormonally due to certain things, especially
Got
birth.
it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, majority of people release those chemicals, right? What you're saying, right? So you would be a genetical anomaly if you didn't release those chemicals in that quantity. Well,
Okay,
no,
I see what you're
then
saying.
no, not necessarily because you're not eating children, but like
I
you're
mean,
just
yeah,
But you'd be more
like
prone to not give a fuck about the child, regardless if it was yours or
exactly.
not.
Some people don't. Sorry. Some people don't develop that, and even some people, especially more birth giving humans,
Like women.
they develop so much of it that when those hormones die down, they start having feelings like, do I
I don't want
not
this
even
child
love my
at all.
baby? Like stuff
Yeah.
like that.
The
well,
post birth clarity.
yeah, but that's also has to do with the oxytocin production, right? During the child labor, like that whole idea, like natural child labor, it floods the system with oxytocin, and that oxytocin creates an unbreakable bond between a child and a mother.
Is that what it is? The
Yeah.
oxytocin?
Yes, and but
Okay.
with administering like the medicine or doing C-sections, that oxytocin doesn't get produced.
Okay.
So, like, but natural childbirth is also very dangerous.
Yeah.
One
And
English
painful.
king turned it into an even more dangerous thing because he liked to watch his wives lay on their back when they birth. So he kind of made a trend of, not natural poses. Like naturally, a woman should
Potting.
squat, yeah, in either a pool or like just catch your style, ready to catch it, you know. But
But the point,
we've had a social norm because the ruler at the time got his willies from watching babies come out of vaginas.
no, I get that, but what I'm trying to say, like the whole idea of like the spinal taps and things like that, you know what I mean, just to
Yeah,
that fucks with the natural oxytocin, because when you do have sex and when you do climax with a guy, you produce oxytocin. That oxytocin literally is the chemical that makes you think that you're bonding to this guy and you
Yes,
love him and you
Arthur.
want to have a relationship with him.
Towers later.
We don't produce we don't produce that as much. It produces in a very small quantities, and only throughout the prolonged amounts of having sex, continuous sex, a guy becomes
Is
attached
that
to the
why
girl.
I'm so in love with
For the
myself?
girl is for the girl is you're in love with yourself. You're in love with your
I'm
mano,
sure
bro.
there's faster ways of doing it.
because
Men don't.
Miguel
A
knows
lot
how
of
to
men want
make
to prove
Miguel
on it.
come.
Yeah. So, but what I'm trying to say is the reason you attach to the guy, and then what happens a lot of times you'll get this where a girl will have babies, naturally give birth to a baby without any medicine, and they'll end up divorcing the husband because the oxytocin levels that bonds her to that child are like the love to that child is a lot stronger than to the guy. So now they're saying, "Fuck you! I have something that I've replaced you with."
Well, all right. So with that being said, how do you feel about the topic of when women say that they don't need men?
They don't need men. I mean, it's all
But
good
not
and
men in society, men in just a relationship, that women do not need men to live a happy life,
so
relationship wise.
I think overall nowadays men have made the society so safe that they can actually say that. But if tomorrow Russia attacked, they would find the strongest man and they would align themselves with that strongest man.
We have more
To
guns here
protect.
than we have people. I
That
don't
is
know if
true.
they'll.
That is true. Women nowadays can pick up the weapon and defend
Right.
their home if there is an invasion. I can agree with that. They can be just as good marksmen as any other guy, right? But the bottom line is, if the war happens, if shit, proverbial shit hits the fan, they would find the strongest guy and they would align themselves with that strongest guy.
Well, weak women, just like weak men, will find the strongest men and align themselves with a strong man.
Yes, and the natural will demonstrate the hierarchy, which would attract the women because women are attracted to the hierarchy and they want to be with the strongest guy. Usually the most successful, the strongest guy out there. So
I
when the
wouldn't
girl
say
says
like strongest. I'd say more like more secured.
more security, there
Strength
we
could
go.
add
Sure,
security to it, but so
sure.
can money and all that stuff.
Sure. But what I'm saying is like with the dawn of OnlyFans and some girls making over $100,000 a month, they're like,
I
I don't need
wish.
a man. I want a man, but I don't need a man, right? So
Yeah.
what they're saying, and then when a guy comes in that wants that's that man that they want, and then he looks at them and says, "Well, you're doing OnlyFans. I'm not gonna be with you."
Yeah.
They get upset, and now they're coming out and saying guys are garbage, guys are this, guys are that, because
Yeah.
that guy that they found that's an ideal guy doesn't want them anymore. Because
But
women
that's the
cannot handle
same thing
rejection.
said around about a lot of the experiences of which I had with men. I rejected quite a bit of men, and they came around from calling me beautiful. Oh, I can't, I
And
would treat you
that's the
so much
reason
better
why
than
you
blah blah.
rejected them.
And rejected no, I rejected them because I could not see myself with them. Like
That's
getting to know them, there's certain things like girls also have this thing, right? There's a reason why girls put men in the friend zone as well. All right. I don't do this. Mine is if I haven't slept with you yet and I think you're a great person, but I can't see yourself, see myself with you intimately, I will bring that up and say, hey, listen, I can't do that. I could see you as a friend. And if you don't want to be friends at that point, that's fine. We don't
but
have
a
to be
lot of
friends.
girls are like that. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
say. A lot of girls are like that. But what I'm trying to
But
say, the reason you were not with them is because they were not the men that you wanted, right? Like that
yeah, they're
characteristic
not
that
the
they're gonna
man
come
that I
crawling
wanted.
back. Hey, you're beautiful. I don't give a shit. Do whatever. You don't want that. But the
Yeah,
guy
I
that
don't
you
want that.
want is not that type of a guy. The guy that you want, you say, I don't want you, fine.
Actually, no. A lot of
And
the guys
steps
that I
away.
rejected, I personally would love to have. Like, that's why girls say, I wish I could find a guy like you to a lot of their guy friends. I wish I could find someone like you, but not that person because they're not attracted to that person in any way, shape, or form. But they want someone who treats them the same way that that person does.
But it's not that
But a
guy,
lot of these guys,
which
no, it's
ultimately
not
is
that
what
guy.
which ultimately not the characteristic you want. So the girls want a guy that every single man want to be like. Like every
I don't know
single
about
man
that.
wants to be like that guy, and every woman wants to sleep with him, but the girls want that guy only for themselves. That's the kind of guy they're looking for. When you
No, the
find that
kind of
guy,
guy I'm looking for is well, again, we already stated I'm an anomaly, but I surround myself with like a mind, a like mind people to an extent. I do like diversity and shit like that, but a lot of the women that I do know, they don't really think in that kind of sense at all in any way, shape, or form. They just want someone who basically gives them the bare minimum, which is ridiculous to say, which is again,
bare minimum
honesty.
though, right? What's
Yeah,
the bare
honesty,
minimum?
communication, loyalty,
So
and love.
here's a piece of honesty. Like, would you be able to deal with it? Here's a piece of honesty.
Hmm.
Let's be in a relationship. I'm gonna be open on my side. You're gonna be closed on your side. I'm gonna fuck as many bitches as I want, and that's how we're gonna have our life. That's honesty.
What do you mean
Can
by
you deal with
closed?
that? That's what I'm saying. You cannot entertain other guys, but I will be entertaining other girls. That's being honest.
All right, you're honest with it, and then the honesty would be like, all
Mhm.
right, since you want to do that, your values and my values don't line up, so
Here you
therefore,
go. So
proceeding forward with this relationship,
this
I
is
don't
why
want to be with you.
this is why guys cannot be honest with girls.
Speak
I
up,
mean,
brother.
not
No, because they're gonna
Because a
not
see,
lot of
because
them
really.
they
are.
can
No.
deceive.
Literally, that's why guys cannot
They
be
can
honest with
deceive
girls
You
women.
just have to
because they
keep
still want to
playing the
get laid.
numbers game until you hit someone that's like, okay, cool. What do
I mean,
I
I'm
get
fine
out
with
of
that.
this? Are you
I
gonna make me
understand.
your trophy wife
So,
and
in
I don't
other
have to
words,
do shit
yeah.
I
while you
understand.
go get pussy on the side? I'm
So
fine with that
I
because you can
understand that.
find a
finding
woman
someone
like
who's
that.
okay with that, it's okay to lie and
I
manipulate and
I
deceive other people to
understand
get
that,
what
but
you want, and then still continue to lie and deceive in
I
the middle of the
understand that.
relationship.
I understand that, but at the same time, the guy still wants to get laid. This is I tell guys to be fucking honest. I'm all about honesty.
Yeah.
Like I'll tell you this: if it wasn't as much of a headache to try to babysit these women, try to attract them, do this, do that, fucking go out of your fucking way. I'd be fucking bunch of them in a relationship. Anytime I'm in a relationship, I don't want to do all that because it's all fucking headache. If it wasn't a headache, my honest opinion, I would do it. I would have 10 bitches running at the same time.
It is
I mean,
a headache.
I mean,
It's a
speaking
headache
from
when you find
someone who
somebody
has
wants
had
to work.
that multiple relationship, kind of
Yeah.
just sexually, not even like
Yeah.
emotionally, it is hassle to still deal with that. And then you have the the minefield of emotional
Yes.
disconnection,
It's a
because not
headache.
everyone can disconnect sex from emotions, you
And
know.
it's a headache. And I get that.
But
It's a
that's
headache.
still that social contract, you know. That open communication fixes all of that. Just be like,
And
hey, I'm starting to feel for you more than sexually. And then you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't, or
Alex,
I do. And then you go from there.
I
And if they start acting weird and they fucking leave you or ghost you, then guess what? On to the next one.
any
But this
girl I
Nobody
world
meet,
else
is
do that
hard to
shit
get open communications too,
any girl I meet,
because
on
unless
both
everyone's
it's a
scared.
sides.
any girl I meet, unless it's a family member, it has a half symmetric face, not even a full symmetric face, I'm down to F. Now I'm not down to have a relationship with, but I'm down to smash. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna tell you the truth. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And that's fine. Like, live your whole life. Like, hell,
Well,
if
no,
Yeah.
no,
that's
no.
what you
That's not.
want.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, majority of guys cannot be honest. The reason they can't be honest is because they don't have the options. If they had the options, they would be honest.
They do have the option.
They don't.
It's called being honest
They
or
are
don't be honest.
also limiting themselves too. They don't have the options because they don't believe they can obtain those options. And even if they can't, like I said, it's a numbers game. So it's that lottery thing. Will I,
No,
won't
you
I?
understand that. I understand that. Everyone here is understanding that. We get
But a
that.
lot
But
of
what
people
I'm trying
don't.
to say,
Yeah.
for a lot of people, it is literally like a life and death. Because if she rejects me, that means that's it. Again, it's coming from that tribal, right? If one rejected me, that means all of them gonna reject me. If all of them reject me, I do not get to reprocreate. So a lot of times fall into that friend zone. Let me be the nice goody two shoe guys, and maybe she will like me. Let me be just a nice guy that's gonna go out there and change her tire, and then right after you change the tire, she's gonna call Chad or Tyrone, and then do her thing with him. By the way,
Because you don't like you.
here's an interesting fact. I said Chad and Tyrone. It's right now on FBI's watch list of words that you cannot use. Chad,
What,
Tyrone,
Tyrone?
and Red Pill.
What about Karen?
No, it's Chad, Tyrone, and Red Pill. It's part of the FBI's
Why
watch list.
Tyrone?
Because Tyrone is the African American version of the Chad.
Oh, because I'm about fuck your wife.
Yes, that
I got you.
that
Tyrone.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
So that's like nor here nor there, right? But the point is that majority of guys cannot afford to be honest with the girls that they're dating. This is why majority of guys will lie, cheat, and steal. Well,
Well, that's because you
get what I'm
feel
saying.
like you have to.
I mean, we
If
also live
again,
in
Well,
this,
I
a
understand.
yeah,
society
I
where
because if
both
it's
understand.
sides
dry
feel like they have
season,
to.
if it's
Yeah,
dry
I
season, they're gonna hold
understand.
on to it. If it's the
Yeah, I
last straw,
understand. I understand about like not being completely open and honest because you're afraid of losing somebody that you hold value in your life, that you
no, they're
have
just
this
afraid to lose.
value that you want.
They're just afraid to lose the sex. That's it.
Oh,
See,
then that's
That's
just
it.
you being a shitty
That's it.
person for
yeah,
not telling the truth
that's
because
just
you want to lose, you don't want to give up sex.
But here's the
Find
truth.
someone
Like we're
else.
talking
We
about
live in a
talking truth.
world where
Like
women just give it up to like fucking anybody, like literally any fucking body. You'll find somebody, but what you want is not the person you can find easily that gives
listen,
fucking pussy.
you
You
find this
want the
group.
tens or nines that are
Listen,
giving
I
pussy,
got a
but they only
billion.
want the top 1%.
I got a $1 billion idea. $1 billion idea right here, right now. Let's find this group of women that will give it up to anyone, and we can capitalize and sell it by saying, hey, listen, I can point you to the girl that will give it up to you at any time you want. We
I
will
think
be
that's
billionaires
prostitution.
tomorrow.
For the
No,
right
no, we're
money.
not.
I
We're
think
not
that's
selling them.
illegal.
We're not selling them.
That might borderline on
Go to
sex
Nevada.
trafficking.
We're not selling them. We're just giving information with their consent. Like, listen, here's the information. You'll give
Back
it up to
pages?
anyone, right? Right. Okay, cool. I'm gonna send guys your way. Okay, fine.
Chat
We're gonna charge the
GPT,
guys
write
to
me
send them
legal
over.
documents to
You know what I mean? If we can do that right now, we would be billionaires. This is literally like it's the $1 billion
You get a
business.
woman with low self-esteem. You get women with very low self-esteem. You hook them up with men who can sweet talk, easy pussy.
But
It
that's
doesn't
sweet
matter.
talk. How
I
many?
think
What's the
that's grooming, and that's
no?
under
But see, this
sexual
is the thing.
harassment.
What's the percentage of men that can sweet talk? Very
It's a
small.
skill. Learn how to do it.
There's
Yeah,
a lot of
well,
men
see,
that
it's
don't
much
got
easier to
riz.
say. Well, then become a millionaire. You know what I mean?
It's like
It's
Riz.
not that
Hell,
easy.
millionaires don't got riz
It's
too.
very
Like shit.
sweet
There
talk a
you
woman.
go.
It's
So becoming
extremely
a millionaire.
easy. It
So
is extremely easy to sweet talk a girl, bro. All you have to do is just
only if
tell her
she
shit.
likes you. Only if
No,
she likes
no.
you.
Even if she doesn't like you, there's things that there's things that you can't say because it'll come off as creepy. Like you can't be like, "Oh, you're so sexy," and you're someone that she doesn't want to hear
Unless
that from. That's
unless
harassment.
she
And
likes you. The minute
yeah,
she
unless she
likes you,
likes
if you
you,
say you're
then
so
she
sexy,
likes
she's
you.
all about it.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
that's exactly why I said if she doesn't like you at all, you can't come up there and say you're sexy. That's gonna be creepy. You have to find out like the more
Yeah, but then
respectful way of saying it.
you don't have
Like the
genuine
easiest
desire.
thing,
Then you're negotiating desire, and this is
you
what I
find
think
a
is
woman who
wrong.
doesn't
Zero riz.
get attention at all. A lot of
Yeah,
these
zero
women out
risk.
here,
Just like
they
Zero
just
don't get
like
risk.
attention.
yeah,
You
if
tell them, hey, I think you have a beautiful smile. Or like
uh-huh.
when you catch them smiling, or if they have glasses or some shit like
This is why girls are so
those glasses
terrible
look
at picking
really.
up other girls. Thank you.
I have
You want to role
what
play?
do you
We can role play right now.
hold on,
Over
hold
the
on,
camera.
hold on.
Yo, she's giving you free game right now, and you're
I'm
She's
not
giving
taking
not.
you
notes.
free
She's not. I
game. I'm
promise you,
giving
she's
you
not.
no, I am promising you I am. Okay.
All
Believe
right, go ahead.
me. I am
I
promising
won't be
you I
mean.
am.
Pretend I'm a girl.
It's
You're a guy.
okay.
Pick. Let's
You are a
say
terrible
Also,
girl, by the
Yeah,
way.
you are a terrible
first and
girl.
foremost,
You already failed at
first and
being a girl.
foremost,
no.
what
Just let's
kind of
pretend. I'm not gonna be an asshole. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna
all right,
give you.
I know. I need some
I'm
like I
gonna give
need
you
a little background
responses that
story,
girls.
Okay,
okay?
I'm gonna
What
counter you
kind
with
of
this, Jay. If
You
you
pick.
were a girl, if you
You
were a
pick.
girl for a day, would you give pussy?
Wait a
Or
minute.
you know what? Not for a day. If you were just a girl, would you just give pussy everywhere?
Stop, Miguel, for a minute. I'm gonna give you. You tell me what's the scenario, where it is,
No,
who
no, no.
you
Fuck
are.
the scenario. You're a girl.
Wait
You're
a
living
minute.
your life as a girl. Are you giving
I'm gonna
pussy or
let you
no?
pick all that. I'm gonna let you pick all that. I'm gonna let you pick the type of a guy you want to be. I'll be the
What
type
girl.
part
of
did you
guy
pick
I
again?
want to be?
Yeah,
I
yeah. You're
can't see. I don't like using the word like because I don't see myself as because I do a very lot of masculine things that most
so
men and women
no,
would
no.
agree that's very masculine.
What I'm saying is, you said that it's easy to pick up a girl, right? Like, so it's easy to pick up
It
a girl.
is.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give
If
you.
I was a lesbian, you know how many bitches I'd have?
Yeah, but
A lot.
well, let's reenact it. I'm gonna
Big.
let you pick the scenario, time, place, what you look like, how tall you are, how much you weigh. Like, you pick all of that. How much money you make. I'll let you have all of it, and I'm not gonna be an asshole. I'm gonna give you like genuine answers.
I mean, I guess I don't know. It's kind of hard to like put the scenario
Exactly.
together
Exactly.
because,
This
like,
is
for
what I'm
me,
No,
trying
it's
to say. It's
like
no.
not as easy
It's
as you
as
time for
a
think.
the Riz.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you all right, let's say we're on a date, all right?
No, no, no. Wait a
You're the
minute. You
female.
wait. Well, how are we on a date? For me to be on a date,
Oh,
you have
so
to
you want me
talk
to,
to
you want
me.
me to pick you up? All right.
Yes.
So, all right, first and foremost, women don't like to be approached by strangers, regardless of who you are. It has to be someone that they've seen more than once or twice in the same area. So, let's say you're going to the gym multiple times. Most
Uh-huh.
of the time, people who are at the gym don't want to be fucking bothered. So, you have to catch her on an off time.
Okay. Okay.
So,
So
let's say
it's a
you're at the
gym.
gym. You
Is
see
it a
this
gym?
girl.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, let's say, okay, yeah, let's say it's a gym. You see this
Mhm.
girl all the fucking time, right?
Mhm.
And you, and let's be reasonable in terms of like, all right, we're both in the same league. All right. I make however much money. I don't fucking give a fuck, bro.
Okay,
I
that's
make
fine.
like 80,000 to 100,000 a year.
Okay, fine.
It's roughly close to what I'm
Sure.
going to be making in the
Sure.
next 2 years.
Boss
I
bitch.
go to the gym quite a bit, so I have somewhat of a nice physique. It's not extremely crazy. I'm
Okay.
not cut, but I'm working on
So
myself.
you're
I'm doing
fit.
what I got
You're
to do.
fit. You're not a bodybuilder.
To an
You're fit.
extent, I'm
Mhm.
yeah, I'm to an extent I'm
you
fit.
do
I'm still like,
jujitsu.
I'm getting
Okay.
there. All right. I'm getting there.
Okay.
Um
Go ahead. I'm working out.
Tallness
I'm
in
working out.
terms
I'm
of
doing my
height.
little squats. I'm
I'm
working
I'm
out.
a, I'm gonna throw a ball down here. I'm 5'7", all right?
Great.
I'm
I'm working out.
5'7".
Mhm.
You're 5'2" though. Get that in your head. You're
That's
5'2".
fine.
Most
I'm
women who
working
are
out.
5'2" don't give a fuck how tall you are.
Yeah. Well.
'Cause anyone over
True.
5'5", you're 5'2", Anyone over 5'5" is automatically 6 feet. Um,
Oh,
'cause
I'm
you're
working
already
out. Like,
pretty
okay, so
tall.
let's go.
You're working
All right.
out. You're doing what you got to do. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna come up to you while you're working out
Uh-huh.
because you're in the process of doing something. You don't want to be bothered. You're hot.
Uh-huh.
You're sweaty. You don't feel like you're most confident on
My
your own.
in-laws
As
are
a
about to
woman,
say, I gotta clean my room. Give me 1 sec.
as
Keep
a
going.
woman, you don't want to be approached because you're sweaty. You feel disgusted, but you're
Sure.
getting your pumps in.
Sure.
I'm gonna wait till afterwards when you're done
Okay.
working out. It's gonna be a little bit stalkerish, but I like you enough. I known you from the gym for like 3
Uh-huh.
or 4 months. I see you coming in every single day. I'm gonna catch you. I'm gonna do things. I'm gonna go out of my way to make you notice me as a person.
Okay.
All
How?
right? Because opening the door, I'm gonna watch you while you leave. Little
Mhm.
stalkerish type thing. Open the door.
That's a you
Hey,
moment.
or
Mm-hmm.
you're like, all right, while they're out there,
Mm-hmm.
you have to make like a first interaction. You can never just go right off the rip and like, hey, I seen you around
So
the gym a lot.
let's
I think
reenact
you're
this.
really
God
pretty.
damn it.
It's consistency. It's consistency. It's the consistency of
Okay, so
you
you've been
approaching
doing
her
this consistently.
slowly.
Now you're gonna approach me, right? So how are you gonna do that?
All right. So I already talked to you. Who the
Mhm.
fuck?
What the fuck?
Yo.
Yo,
Terrorist in the chat. Terrorist in the
Yo.
chat.
All right.
What's
You walk
good?
up to her, or you open the door. You're letting her out. All
Mhm.
right. You stop. You stop her and catch
You
her
open
first.
the door. You're letting me out. Thank you. I'm going up.
I'm like,
I'm walking to my car.
yeah, thank you. Have a nice day. Blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
Before she starts walking, towards her car and shit like that,
Yeah.
she's on the sidewalk, and she
Mm-hmm.
like, hey, you know,
Hi.
hey. Could
You guys doing the
I?
role play shit over
Thing
here?
is,
Yeah,
the
it's
thing
the
is,
role
for
play
me,
hour.
for me, the way I would do it is I
They're
would try to
practicing for
already get their
D&D.
name ahead of time by interacting with them
So
throughout the, let's
think of
say,
it.
3 or
My
4
name is
months you've been going
Angela.
to the
My
gym.
name is Angela.
Angela, all right, like,
Oh,
hey,
so that's
Angela,
the girl that's the name of the girl for Dungeons and Dragons.
all right, like, my thing is, I have to know what kind of girl Angela is. But that's
picking me
the
up.
thing is,
I'm also gonna
thing
say
is-
you do come from the generation where most of our shit was digital, you know? Like a
yeah,
lot of interaction was just
Mhm.
like it's that
hey,
face
what's
to
up?
face that was
Like,
lost.
We can do the
yeah.
digital. I mean, we can do the digitals as
Oh,
well.
if we
Do
digital,
the
I'm
Tinders.
rizzing the fuck out of you. I am sending
You're
you
like, hey
memes that are
yo, you got
funny.
an Insta
Okay.
or
I'm
something that I
sending
can
you cute
support?
dogs.
Cause
I'm sending you, hey, how's your
Okay. Yes, I
day?
have an
Oh, it's been
Insta.
great,
Let me see your phone.
amazing.
You
Let
got
me
an
see your phone.
OnlyFans
Here,
or
have my phone.
You give
or
me
a
your
child
phone.
support that I
I'm
can
gonna
I give you
maintain?
my phone.
I'm gonna add myself and I'm gonna give it back to you. Now what?
I'm like, all right, and then we message each other.
How? I didn't add you. So I just had you follow me, but I didn't follow you.
All right.
okay.
Well, if she doesn't have any interest in you in any way, shape, or form, it's never gonna work out, regardless.
That's where
Just
you
like
have
if I
to
had an
skirt the
interest,
social media
No,
fucking
what I'm
yeah.
saying is I'm the girl. I'm gonna take your phone. I'm gonna follow myself, and I'm gonna hand it back.
Oh
to you.
yeah, no. What I'm saying is then it's that unspoken like rules of social media. If you get an immediate follow back, she's interested. You
Right.
know,
yeah.
if you get like maybe initial follow back, maybe you have to do some interaction on the
Okay, so I'm gonna
page
give it
first.
to you. So let's say I followed you back. What's next?
Then you start conversations from there.
Sorry,
You
bud.
start
How would you
asking
start
them,
the conversation?
hey,
Yeah,
how are
slide
you?
into his
When?
slide into her
Slide into my
DMs.
DMs. All
When?
right. So let's say
When?
let's just and immediately after you fucking follow me back, we both go home. The next day, I'm
Huh?
doing my own thing. I'm not really worried too much about it, but I like this person.
Yeah.
I'll shoot that person in the
What
middle of
would
the
be
day,
that
like,
first message
hey,
that you shoot? What would be the first message you shoot?
depends how long I know this person, but if I'm just
You just
getting
met. You
along,
just opened the doors for me. I
yeah,
walked
just
out. You
open the
know my
door.
name, and we followed each other.
Oh, cyber
Um,
stalking comes after that. You know, you gotta
Yeah,
make
but
no,
sure
how?
you
as a
scroll
woman,
through and try
as
not
a
to
woman,
like.
you
No,
cyber stalk the fuck
I'm
out of
giving
me.
it to you. I'm giving you this. I'm
Yes.
giving you the
All right.
situation. I'm letting
So,
you
like,
have
in
that.
terms of conversations, openers, and be like that,
Yeah.
the best way would be like
Mm-hmm.
either send her something that you think is funny. Women
Mhm.
like funny shit, cute shit, whatever the hell.
You
Yeah.
Send
say
So
her
you
like
something cute or
memes?
funny.
you send me the
Yeah,
meme.
memes or something like
Okay.
that. Send
And
her a
I'll look
fucking
at.
cute little
So I'm
video and be
looking
like,
at the
hey,
meme.
this kind of reminded me of you. Like something that you can actually equate to
Okay,
reminding
fine.
you of her.
And
Be
then
like, hey, this reminds
I'm
me of
looking
you.
at the meme, and I'm not being mean here. I'm looking at the meme, and I'm like, hi, sorry, How do I know you?
And then we're like, oh, crazy, no, I don't know. It depends. I can take
Exactly.
it two ways.
Exactly.
I can
This
take
is
it
my
two ways. No, hold on. I can take, because I'm creative. I like to be funny with it. I can
okay.
take it two ways.
Take it
I
2 ways.
can joke around and make up a scenario as to how we met, like some crazy, ridiculous scenario,
Go
and
ahead.
she's gonna know it's a fucking
Which one are
lie.
you gonna do?
Or I could just be like, I've seen you around the gym. You added me back. You followed me back on Instagram. You told me to follow you and all that
I
stuff.
followed you back on
Um,
Instagram, but we haven't had any interaction in reality, right? Because
yeah.
like we haven't had
I mean,
interaction.
besides
All you've
opening
done
the
so
door and
far
then finding out your
is
name.
you've looked at me in a gym, you've opened the door for me once or twice, and then you
Yeah.
said hi, Angela, which
Okay. So then you could be like,
I didn't even say anything to you. I gave it to you. I gave it to you. I didn't even say anything about that because first
yeah.
reaction would be, "Hi, who are you and why do you know my name?" Because this
Well,
the
yeah, that's
creepy
why I
part
said
comes in,
I would
right?
have to
But I gave
communicate
it to you.
before you said. I know. I said before any of that, before you gave it to me, I said I have to set some
Natalie,
stuff up
you're
in order to
falling
get your
flat
name.
on your face. I'm telling you this right now. You're falling flat on
No,
your face.
I'm
I'm
telling
giving you
you.
things.
Hold on, hold on,
I'm
hold on.
handing you things.
Nice.
Hold on. I told you about the name thing. I had to have, because like for me to personally, how I would do things is it's not always going to be an immediate response and an immediate fucking you're going to get pussy like that. You have to work for it, but you don't
You
have
gotta
to
put
work
in the
hard for it.
hours.
It's not even hours, bro. It's like so easy. All you have to literally do, and you don't even have to message her all damn
And I'm
day long.
asking, what is
You
that?
can message her. You can message her once or twice. All right. All you have to do is once you get to the point where you're able to like talk to her, you found out her name because you talked to her. You had to ask her for her name. Or if you know her because it's someone else, be like, hey, I know, or hey, Angela, you
But
may
this
not
is what
know
I'm saying.
me,
Let's
but so and
this is
so
the
told me your name. I think that you're very attractive, and I see that you come to this gym quite often. I would like to get to know
do you boys
you.
see what I'm saying? Do you
Miggy,
guys
I'm gonna take
what
a
I'm
break
saying?
now.
I would
All right,
like to
buddy,
get
take
you
care.
know you better.
Yeah,
And
okay.
if
You
right
would
off
like
that initiate thing, she
fine.
goes, I don't feel comfortable going to dinner with you right now, or I'll think about it, or add me
So,
on this and we
okay,
could talk about it
you
later.
sure? Yeah, hi. You seem like a nice guy. You like to get this is what you say. You like to get to know me better. Huh? Okay, yeah. Sure, we can get to know each other better.
Yeah. All right. So what are we gonna do? Would you like to go out to dinner with me? Possibly, either usually because you just got out the gym. Either you're gonna be hungry or you don't. You just want to go home and shower.
No, no, no. Don't tell me
So
what the situation is. Just tell me what you're gonna do.
and we're like, all right, are you free tomorrow?
No, tomorrow I have things to do.
Okay, when's the next time you're free? I would really like to take you out to dinner and
Um,
get to know you. Or even if you don't want to do dinner, we can go do something else, like go to the park, some kind of activity. I don't know. I'm
okay.
not gonna say that, but
So,
like, go to the park, go out for a walk, Disney,
I'm
whatever
not too
else.
sure what you mean. So, are you asking me what kind of activities I like or what days I'm free? I'm not understanding.
I
What
said,
do you mean?
when is your next available date so that we can go
Ah,
if
okay.
you would
So
like
my next
to
available
go on a
date is
date.
Saturday. I'm available on Saturday. And
All right,
today's
so
like a
Saturday.
Wednesday.
Okay, so a Wednesday. All right,
Saturday. Mm-hmm.
Saturday works. Does any time on Saturday work?
After 6.
After 6? So would you like to go on a date on Saturday after 6? You gotta be
Sure.
a little bit. You gotta break the awkwardness. You gotta be a
Sure.
little bit funny.
Yes.
Sure. Why are you so stiff?
Because I don't
But
know
yeah,
you.
sure,
You
yes.
seem
I
like a
just
you seem like how girl
That's literally,
reacts at
hey, no,
12 years
cap.
old.
That's literally how guys feel though, low key. They're just
like literally
Sure,
like
yeah.
Gotta
I
catch a
just met you.
predator.
I don't know you
Boy,
from
how
a
to catch a
serial
predator.
killer,
Oh,
and I'm still
yo.
giving you like bunch of
Yeah.
yeses, right? But I'm still like, because I've yet to see like I've yet to see you haven't shaken my hand to establish that contact that you're not a weirdo, right? I've yet to feel
I don't
secure
know.
with you, but
Someone
I'm
shook
still
my hand.
giving you.
I'd feel more uncomfortable if someone touched me and I don't know them.
Well,
You're not
touch me
looking for a partner that
inappropriately or
comes up
just
and gives
shake
you a
your
nice
hand.
shake.
No. I'm not looking for someone to come off right off the rip, even they call me beautiful and shake my hand. Hell no. Don't fucking shake my hand. What are we, business partners?
So there you go. So there you go. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
It's a physical touch because women have that stigma against men that not all
Hey,
men, but all men have the potential of being a danger.
There you go.
Because when you
so,
see
so,
things on the news about rapists and all that shit, who are they? The mass majority of it is men.
so
So
thank
they're
you for
they're
saying that. So
driven
right
by
now,
by
in our
fear.
scenario, I'm still
It's the
kind
one
of
I
freaked
want.
out because you haven't established yet that you're a safe person. Am I giving you, like, I'm feeding you what you need to do right now? So what are you doing
Yeah.
next? It's
This is
Saturday
kind of
after
hard with a
6.
scenario like this because I
So
have to like be given
this
the
is what I'm trying to
scenario.
tell you. It's
I
not
can't.
as easy
You
to
have
pick
to
up
give me.
girls.
But the thing is,
As a
you
guy,
have
you
to
need to
give
know
me a
what you're doing,
scenario to work
what you're
with. You can't
saying.
tell me to come up with a scenario and then come up with the things to say because that's unfair. You're
You
making me
want
do the
me to
work for
create the
every
scenario?
single thing. Yeah, you create the scenario. I can be creative off of that. I bounce off ideas.
Okay, fine. We're in a
44.
nightclub. I'm hanging out, dancing with my
Oh
girlfriends.
shit!
Are you
I
in
gotta get
trouble?
ready. No, I got 10 minutes before I have to clock
Okay.
out.
All right. So we're in a nightclub with my girlfriends. We're dancing. We're having fun, drinking. We're hanging out close to the VIP tables where there's a bunch of bottles. They're extremely expensive, and there are a couple of celebrities there.
I'm gonna tell you right here and then, I don't believe that anyone should really walk up and try to find someone in a club scene when there's alcohol involved
You
because
just told me about the scenario. I gave you a scenario. Okay,
I
fine.
understand that, but I can't personally, I can't relate or equate to getting
Okay, fine.
something
I
in
am
a
I
scene that
walking
I
my
agree.
won't
I
dog.
personally
agree
be in.
with her because in my experience, when they go out in groups like that, they're not
It's
necessarily
not gonna happen.
looking for that.
This is
Yeah.
why I gave her the option to create the scenario. I gave it to her to make it as easy as she can possibly have. Okay, scenario.
Yeah.
I'm walking my dog.
You're walking your dog.
Yes.
The first thing I'm gonna do is acknowledge your dog and not acknowledge you at all.
Okay.
And then after I'm done acknowledging the dog, like, wow,
So how would you do
is it a
that?
boy? Is it
This,
all right? If
I
I'm
mean, you
walking,
got to be
I'm
respectful. Hey,
walking
can
by.
I touch your dog? Your dog.
thank
Yeah,
you.
if I, yeah,
Thank you,
hold on.
Alex.
Like
This is
fighting.
why
You
I'm
didn't even
saying
let
girls
me.
have
No,
Hold
like
no
on.
fighting
game.
church.
That's why. Hold on. I
Girls
didn't even
have
say that
zero
about petting
game.
the dog.
Zero
I
game.
mean, you
I
can't
didn't even
put
say.
all
Hold
of
on.
women on
I didn't.
Natalie.
I didn't. Hold on. Hold on. I didn't even say that I was gonna pet the dog. I said I'm gonna acknowledge the dog first before I acknowledge you.
Yeah, how would you do that? This is what I'm asking. Like,
Because
play the scenario.
you're
Let's
walking.
act it. Act it out.
Before I got injured, you're walking by. You see the dog. You say a comment. So like, let's say, what kind of dog is it? Just give me a dog.
Whatever dog you want it to be.
All right, it's gonna be a black lab, right?
Fine.
You're gonna say some stupid shit like, "Wow, that's a really cute,
Yeah.
that's a cute dog, or that's a cute lab." Whatever the fuck you want to say, compliment
Mhm.
the dog. It's gonna stop
It's fun.
that person from walking. They're gonna say, "Oh," they're either gonna do one of two things. They're gonna keep walking because they don't give a fuck, or they're gonna stop and say, "Oh, thank you." If they stop and they say, "Oh, thank you," you look at them. You can hit them with the Riz line of, you know,
So, Natalie,
about like dogs
you are
fucking
terrible.
looking like their
I
owners.
cannot play I cannot play this scenario with you because you
About their
want.
dogs being some kind of
I'm
owner.
giving you
But the thing
every.
is, it's these cheesy things that women like. It doesn't matter. It can be cheesy. They're gonna like it, bro. You make them laugh, they're gonna like it. As long as it doesn't come off as weird and
No,
creepy,
my
which
thing
is
is,
only
how
gonna be
would
weird and
you do
creepy.
it? My thing is, how would you do it? I know all these things you're telling me. This is how I pick up these girls. I know exactly what you're saying because I use these tactics to talk to the girls. I get that. But what I'm trying to say, you said it's easy to pick up girls, and I'm telling you, it is not easy to pick up girls. So what I'm saying is, how would you act that out? Don't tell me the scenario, just act it out.
It is easy because I've given multiple advice to 3 people in my life who are men who every time
Uh-huh.
who have came back to me about advice for women,
Mhm.
go and fucking sleep with a shit ton of more women. And I get pissed off because I'm like, I'm giving you this advice so that
Mhm.
you can actually seek someone who you want to build a relationship, but instead you're using it to go fuck around with other people.
Well,
But every scenario is different. They have
well.
to give me in a scenario. They give me the much information. I tell them 2 things.
Yeah, but see, the
How I
thing
think
is,
it's gonna go
the thing
and
is,
how the other way
they're
it's gonna
already giving you a bunch of scenario about the girl. When a guy approaches the girl, right? Because these guys already know what girl it is. They've already probably had a communication with her, or they've seen her somewhere and they know a lot of stuff about her, right? So what I'm trying to say is, you're walking down the street, you see a girl that's super attractive, and you approach her. How would you go about it? Like, if you know the girl, like, I'm not saying that the girl, so it's much easier to hook up with a girl that's within your friend group because your friend group automatically gives you the what's called a pre-selection, that you're not a weirdo and you're
Yeah,
not a serial killer. I agree with that. That's much
you
easier. But
have
what
to
I'm saying
find
is, majority of friend groups do not have available girls. If that was the case, Miggy would not be single.
Hey yo, hey yo.
I'm just saying, Miggy, you're there. If there was somebody else there single, I would point them out. So, majority of the situations is not like that. So, if you have a girlfriend that has hot friends, now you're in better luck to hook up with her hot friends. See what I mean? But what I'm trying to say, majority of interactions that are gonna end up well are gonna be in a group setting. But if they're not in a group setting and it's somebody that you don't know, it's extremely difficult.
Yeah, but you never said anything about group settings in the beginning to begin with. You just
That's
said,
why,
how is it easy to pick up girls?
correct. That's what I'm trying to say. To
Everything
pick
that I
up
tried to
girls.
explain was previously trying to premeditate you becoming friends or friendly with that person,
So let's
especially
say
with the gym scenario of you being in that gym for 3 months, you've seen this person. You have to find out, you have to make yourself go out of the way so that she notices who you are to acknowledge you
yeah,
as a
but how would you do that? How would you do that? There's a
just
bunch of
walk
guys.
around. You see her struggling with something, hey, you need some help. And if they say no, then you walk away. Don't continue to fucking force yourself into something when they don't want
No,
attention.
no one is saying that you should. What I'm saying is it's hard to pick up a girl, and by you, while the girl is working out and struggling with something, walking up there and saying, "Hey, I got you. Let me show you how it's done." What's the
No, I didn't say that. I said, do you need some help? And if they say no, then you walk away.
Yeah, but you're
But you
trying
make
to.
yourself acknowledge you're being helpful. You don't come up macho man like, oh, let me help you with that. I'm like, hey, do you need some help? Because a lot of these women don't want fucking help. They want to be independent. They want to do it
If you know,
themselves. So if they had a man come up and approach her, be like, hey, would you like help? Then opposed to, let me do this for you. You shouldn't do that. Or that
we're not
looks really
talking about
heavy.
that. That you
Blah,
just
blah,
said. There's
blah.
a lot of girls.
Jay's challenging that you stated that picking up women is easy, and he's
That's
stating
it.
out of his experience that it's a lot more
It's not.
complicated.
It's a lot more complicated because as a guy, you need to know how to approach. First of all, you need to look right. Number one, you need to smell good. You need to look right. Next thing you know, when you approach, you cannot be shaken and be fucking just like a wimp. You have to have confidence in you.
But you can't
Then
be too over assertive either, because
over
that's
assertive,
also
exactly. Then
attractive.
you need to know what to say and then how to respond to things. Then you need to know how to get the phone number finally. Once you get the phone number, you need to know what to text her and when to text her. And then you need to have this whole plan set up, what you're going to do step by step
Dick
by
pick
step
off
by
jump.
step. And most of the times you're going to
What the
fall
hell,
flat
Kevin?
on your face. That was Kevin. Most of the times you're going
Choose your
to
shot, bro.
10 minutes, got to go.
Yeah, I do gotta go.
So, but do you, Alex, understand what I was trying to?
I
Like
understand
I
what you're
get what you're
saying.
Okay,
saying.
thank you.
I get what you're saying in the sense of like if you had to pick a woman off like from the streets, like you don't know them at all, then yes, it's extremely
So
difficult. But I would
guys
say
that teach this shit, they only close maybe 5 to 8% of the times. Like world class pickup artists that do this close 5 to 8% of the time.
It's all a numbers game
Yes,
on both sides of
100%.
the field.
I
It's
feel like
not that
the
easy
like
to
you
pick
said
up a
earlier
girl.
about the whole it's easier with the friend group, just become friends with women.
Even in
That's
that,
it.
if the girl doesn't see you as a viable option for herself, her friend's gonna detect that, and you're no longer good enough for them.
Also, if you're
Okay.
expecting something
But that's the same
sexual
thing
out
for
of a
guys. Like
friend
how
group,
they
are you really their friend?
No, 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 no. What I'm saying is like
no, you're not.
I have a girlfriend, a hot girlfriend that I put in a friend zone. I put her in a friend zone. And she has a
Understandable.
bunch of hot friends. Those friends gonna want to be with me more than if she put me in a friend zone and she has a bunch of hot friends.
I mean, I
I mean
guess
that
that's the reason
that
why
is
you're friends because they
situational,
don't see you as
but
a partner. But if you behave good and she sees you as a good person and stuff like that, she's probably gonna put
She
9 times out
should
of ten,
she
she's
would
gonna
be
put
with
some
you
good
by
word
then.
in for your hot friends. No,
Nah, she
I have
would
a
be
lot of
with you by then. She would be with you
no,
by then.
I
If
have
she
some
thought you're a viable option, she would be with you.
no, because I have some people that I feel like are valuable options in my life, but I still keep them as friends because I don't ever want to cross the platonic relationship in
Yeah,
that kind of sense.
unless obviously there's gonna be something that's gonna get
Anomalies.
well, no, unless there's something that's gonna like mess up their life or your family relationships. If these things don't work out, then yeah. But in general, when there's friends and friends, when there's those things are not involved, it's a little bit different. You would have already been the option for her, and you would never been in a friend zone. This is what I'm trying to say. It's
What do
not
you
that
mean?
easy,
Like
I
if you're
promise.
everything that I want?
Correct. And if nothing is being jeopardized, nothing is being
Then
jeopardized.
yeah, if nothing's being jeopardized, then yeah.
Yes,
Damn sure you wouldn't be in the
yes.
friend zone. The only thing that's in, but I also feel like a lot of women put guys like that in the friend zone too because they fear of being heartbroken. And a lot of these guys also listen to a lot of women's trauma, and it goes vice versa too because I know a lot of women who do this shit too, or have experienced, witness a lot of women who do this, where
I
people
love you,
open up
but
a little
Jesus
bit
Christ,
too.
you talk. Holy shit, you talk more than
Yeah,
I do. I'm gonna give you
people
that
people
noble
open up.
Christ.
That's fine. I get told that a lot. People, who open up too much and they share the traumatic experiences, especially someone that they
Jay,
just
no
met,
one more than you,
is the
brother.
worst
No one
thing.
more than you.
Nah, bro,
Is the
nah.
worst is the worst thing to do because then those people know what trauma you've been through. They know how to build that ideal person for you specifically. They're gonna put up this facade either because they want to get you or because they believe
Girl,
that they
get
can
in the
become that
car.
person for
Get
you.
in the car, plug in your phone because your battery's about to be dead, and then you can get back on talking with us.
I just gotta. Well, the thing is, if I get in the car, it's gonna better clean
Oh.
the shop up.
She's running, bro. Running.
Run, Forrest, run.
But I know
Yeah, 'cause I
Miguel's
gotta.
answer to pick up
I'll get in
chicks.
trouble.
Chat GPT.
Yes, Miguel.
Chat
Chat
GPT.
GPT.
I'm actually curious to see how Chat GPT is really.
Really well.
Really?
Yes.
Oh damn.
Really well. He
I
does
also
all
feel
the
like with this whole
for
online
me.
dating shit, like people don't really give a fuck
No,
about.
they do. They do. If you're there
Hold
and
on.
you get a
If
couple
they
of
don't.
Lambos in your picture, you're demonstrating value. You got a picture with a Drake. They do.
Hold on. No. I mean, like they don't give a fuck in the sense of like a lot of these people who do use those apps, unless you're using the specific ones like Hinge, where they're like
You use all
designed
of
for
them.
you to
As a
find
guy, you use
somebody.
all of them, including
That's crazy.
seeking arrangements, including those.
He said
You use
That's
all
Tinder.
of them.
crazy.
He said Tinder,
All of them.
Hinge, Chispa, Craigslist, whatever you
Ashley
got.
Madison,
All of them.
Farmers
All of them.
only.
Don't pay for it, but use all of them.
No, yeah.
Christian
Don't pay.
Mingle.
Yep.
But that's like proactively, proactively searching somebody for somebody.
Oh my god. Okay. Sorry.
Is it better to have a more natural meetup? Yeah.
Let me show you how
10
hot I
times
look.
better.
Mm-mm.
But through my experience with the whole dating app and shit like
I
that,
gotta do my
there's a
hair.
lot of men who
Sorry.
I didn't think that I could potentially like that feel like
Yeah,
they're
but
way
I
out of
look
my
good
league.
fishnet leggings, don't
Mhm.
You know.
Alex, eyes over here. Eyes over
Sorry,
here.
sorry.
know.
There's distractions around. Sorry.
Eyes over here.
Eyes over here. What do you mean?
My wife might have walked in.
What was she
I got
doing?
a little distracted. Oh, she's just
I
getting
wasn't
ready for the
paying
club
attention.
tonight.
Oh, nice. She going with friends?
Yeah,
Nice.
some goth night at a club.
Nice.
We have a place down here in Ybor. It's called
Yes, we
the
do.
Castle.
By the way, we should guys go out tonight. How about that? Anybody want to go out tonight? Natalie, you want to go out with us?
I'd be down.
Where are you going?
Don't you worry about that. Are you going out or no?
I don't know because I gotta go home. I gotta shower. I'm fucking tired.
It's
I got a headache
7:30.
right now, but
It's
I'll be all right.
7:30. It's 7:30, and we've been on this for like 5 hours.
We'll
Like I'm
see.
not lying. 5 hours.
We'll see.
It's been more like 6.
I'll probably head out because I do plan on trying to go out tonight with my sisters, so I'll probably be in St. Pete by like 9,
There you go. Perfect.
9:30.
Miggy, you, Eddie, you. We go downtown. We can just go downtown, chill, or we can go to,
Why? This right here, why?
Hey,
You're right.
Zeus.
I will
Zeus.
be back.
All right. So, you wanna go out, Eddie? We can go out.
Where are
Somewhere.
you trying to go out, Jay?
I don't know. Emily's coming over right
I
now
don't
with her
probably
parents and
downtown.
stuff, so I'm gonna have my in-laws here for at least a few hours. They're gonna be here, so if we go
Yeah.
out, it's gotta be probably after 11. And then where can we go that Emily's gonna be allowed to get in? She's still only 20.
Well, if we go downtown, there's a bunch of bars and stuff where we can sit down outside. Unless you want to do a nightclub, and if you want to do a
No,
nightclub,
I'm down for whatever. I'm down for
Yeah.
whatever.
if you want to do nightclub, then we can do Mofongo in Tampa.
I'm down for whatever you. I'm down for going
Yeah, let's
downtown and
chill
just sit
downtown. We
outside.
can just go downtown. Yeah,
I'm
just
probably
chill
gonna
out.
take a nap before we go, just
There you
because
go.
my
I'll
headache
tell
is
Mauricio
fucking
too.
banging.
You coming down from your
Oh
Carolinas?
yeah, yeah. Give me
Tennessee.
just give me like
Just
what,
a
6
couple
hours?
6 hours, bro. It's a 3-hour flight. You'll be
Yeah,
here
yeah,
on
yeah.
time.
But what flight am I gonna be able to get at this time that goes directly to Florida?
The late one. And then in the morning you take it back.
I'll be there in spirit.
We'll have the chat
Just
open for you.
yeah, just
We'll be on Discord at the
shit,
club.
shit. I'll be your digital wingman.
Well, this is a perfect time to stop the live then, because my in-laws are about to be here. They are en route
Right.
to my house.
I saved all the character shits. So
I still have mine. I think I still have mine open. I would hope. Boys!
oh boy, I knew that's gonna happen. Too. How did I know that's gonna happen?
No way, no way, no way.
Did you fucking close everything?
Oh yeah, boys, it's gone.
Damn,
It's gone.
it's fine.
Not
It'll
like
be
that
easier
much,
since you've
yeah.
already
It'll be
gone
much
through it.
faster.
It'll be
yeah,
real
much
quick. Yeah, it's
faster.
not gonna take long.
I saved
And
mine.
some other people want to play too, so we can just continue to mass create
that's cool.
character people.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
All right, I'm stopping the